Welcome everybody to the Imagine Belfast Virtual Festival. We'll be broadcasting from the 25th to 27th of March from 1 to 9 p.m. And we very much hope that you will tune in and enjoy what we're providing through 25 webcasts. And we appreciate this is a very difficult time for everyone, so we are particularly indebted to all our speakers and performers who've contributed to this mini program. Initially, we were going to deliver a program of 90 plus public events, and we were looking forward to providing this very expansive, if you like, showcase of ideas and discussions on the big issues of our times. But we are now in these changed circumstances, and with the despair emanating from the coronavirus, we are very much aware that many of you at home are looking for some solace, some sort of distraction from the terrible news that we hear on almost on an hourly basis. So hopefully you'll find something of interest in our program. We're indebted to everybody who has contributed, who's come into the studio to directly broadcast to you, for all those others who've joined us online. We're indebted again to all our funders who have continued to support our festival. They include the VSB Foundation, Queen's University Belfast, Ulster University, Open University, and the Community Relations Council. And we're also indebted to those technical partners who have helped make this project a reality. And they include Accidental Theatre, who are involved actually in filming this right now and who've lent us their studio for this period. To the team at 343 in East Belfast, to Alan in Belfast, who's helped with a lot of the programming. And last but not least, the creative team at RV, who've helped design this whole mini festival. And finally, our thanks go to you for watching, for being hopefully engaged with this festival. Please send us your feedback. If you have a few quid, feel free to donate to the festival. We've lost all our ticket income, but any help you can provide will be much appreciated. I hope you'll enjoy the next 3 days. Feel free to join in at any point, and we look forward to seeing you hopefully at our live events once this damn coronavirus passes by. Thank you and stay safe.
Hi, and welcome to the Whisky Masterclass with me, Martin Macaulay. I'm the Sunday Life newspaper whisky reviewer. I also own ulsterwhisky.com. The reason I call my company and website Ulster Whisky is because the province of Ulster is fundamental and key to the whole whisky story. It actually comes from the province. There is legends going back hundreds and hundreds of years as to the origins of whisky. We're never 100% sure, but what we do know is that it was distilled by monks. Now the monks, this was during the Dark Ages, were from Ireland. So Ireland was known as the land of saints and scholars. So as these monks went across continental Europe, particularly one known as St. Columbanus, who was located in Bangor, up in the monastery in Bangor. He went across to the continent, and legend has it that he discovered guys about to sacrifice a barrel of beer to the god Odin. Now, this so horrified this Ulster man that he screamed so loudly he burst the barrel of beer. He said that no, you do not have to sacrifice anything. My God wants you to drink the beer and just thank him for it. And they said, we like this, and we're immediate converts. Now, they then showed him this art of distillation. Now, these were alchemists. Alchemists have a bit of a bad press. It's always seen that they want to turn something into gold to make money, but that wasn't actually what was going on. What alchemy was this art of transformation. And the key was to get to gold, because gold is pure. Gold doesn't tarnish, it doesn't rust, it doesn't change. So they thought that everything that was processed chemical reactions, iron rusts, that gold was what it was aiming to be. So they were trying to find out how this process worked. So they distilled beer, and suddenly out came this clear liquid. Now, first person to drink this, dead as a doornail. When you distill beer, which is essentially what we do today, the first cut that comes off is methylated spirits. The last bit that comes off are fusel oils and really heavy chemicals, phenols and so on and so forth. Really don't drink those, because they're really bad for you kids, okay? But somewhere along the line, they discovered that they could drink the bit in the middle. Now, what they were using it for on the continent was perfume, and they called it aqua vitae, the water of life. So why did they call it that? Because if someone was infected, you put alcohol on it, it cleaned the infection. Now they perfumed it because they thought smells cause disease. Now they didn't understand the process, but they kind of had it right. So the perfumes, that was okay. That was good enough for the people in Germany and France, but not good enough for the people of good Ulster. When they came back, they discovered you can drink this, and that was the key difference. Now, Ulster, we know that the monks went across to Scotland, and they took this art with them. So distilling and distillation in Scotland, this huge £5 billion a year industry, really started here. Its origins are here. Now, as the plantation of Ulster happened, the Presbyterians came over. These days, we think of Presbyterians as being really quite conservative and austere. That wasn't the way they were back in the day. They were really the party people of religious party guys, you know. Basically, every home had its own still. And as these guys came over, there's documented evidence of ministers telling guys not to drink whiskey in church. Now, we can't really figure that out today. It seems very different, but that's nonetheless what it was. As the planters went then across to the US, they went to Louisiana, Kentucky, Pennsylvania, all of these areas, and they took distillation with them. Now, the American War of Independence has been called a Scots-Irish uprising at many times at the time. Contemporary accounts call it that. Now, Washington's a huge section were these Scots-Irish. Now, the very first rebellion in American history, the Whiskey Rebellion. After Washington gained independence, he decided to pay off the war debt with taxes on whiskey. And the Scots-Irish in the US rose up in rebellion. So the American whiskey industry really traces its origins to here as well. Now, in Belfast, we're doing the Imagine Belfast Festival. Whiskey played a key role. A man called Alfred Bernard came to Ireland. He went all across the UK, but he came to Ireland to visit every whiskey distillery that was open. And he has this in a documented account. It's been republished many times. You can buy it online, and it's fantastic. It tells you all the history of the distilleries in Scotland and down in Dublin and so on and so forth. When he came to Belfast, there was 3 distilleries. So you had Dunvilles, a massive operation. You had the Connswater Distillery, which was potentially the biggest of the 3. It didn't ever really get to maximum production. And to give you an idea of the scale of it at the time, they would have been capable of producing over 6 million gallons in the 1880s. So this was a huge trade. The third one was the smallest of the 3, the Avonneal Distillery. And we don't know a huge amount about it because they wouldn't let Alfred in, which he wasn't overly impressed about. Later than that, 1900, whiskey was a huge export for Ireland. 8.8 million gallons a year was being exported from Ireland, but 6.6 of it was coming out of Belfast. It was a huge trade. And when people talk about the big industries of Belfast, they talk about shipbuilding, they talk about the linen works and tea and rope. But no one really talks about whiskey. And there's a bit of a reason why. As we know, the Volstead Act in the US brought in prohibition. This decimated the Irish whiskey industry. At the time, Irish whiskey was bigger than Scotch. And what happened was, when it was prohibition was brought in the States, a mark of quality would have been Irish whiskey. But the bootleggers knew this. And what they did was they copied Irish whiskey brands, because the likes of Tullamore Dew, which we'll get to later on, when Babe Ruth was swinging his baseball bat in Yankee Stadium, Tullamore Dew adverts were behind him. These were huge, well-known brands. So they copied these, but it was gut-rot, horrible whiskey. Quickly it became from a mark of quality to really a mark of just bad whiskey. Now, another thing was the heavily smoked peated whiskies in Scotch. It was easy to buy a barrel of it, and you could have 100 barrels of bad whiskey and dilute the Lafroig and Ardbegs and this kind of thing in that, and it gave a bit of a milder peaty flavour, and Americans got more of a taste for it. Now, the Dunvilles story, they are kind of unique. Dunvilles was huge. They had their distillery up on the Grosvenor Road, and you can still find traces of remnants of it, Distillery Street and Dunville Park, etc., etc. That was all given by the distillery. They were a big going concern. Now, their main offices, you can still find those. They're over in Arthur Street, over they are the Cuban Revolution. Used to be Cafe Vaudeville. That was the former offices of Dunville and Sons. Now, right up until the 1930s, they were still making money. These were still in profit. They probably had the largest whiskey store of any distillery in the world. But in 1936, they closed. And the reason they closed was all of the Dunvilles family, barring one, had died. There was no family member really to carry it on. But there was also the temperance movement had still carried on. There was still a lingering bit of the temperance movement. And really, they just thought, we'll wind it up. So they wind it up, 400 people out of work, and paid off the shareholders. Now, they have more or less disappeared. However, the brand has been bought by, well, the wonderful guys down at Ecklandville, down in County Down, just outside Kirkcudbright. And they have brought it back. Now, there's a lot of this. There's a lot of these new brands. I call them the Lazarus brands. They've all risen from the dead. They've been dead for decades and sometimes centuries, and now they're all coming back. But this is not a bad thing. If you take another new one, the likes of Kirker and Greer. The Kirker and Greer buildings down beside St Anne's, you can still see their names from 1912. So go and check this out. These new brands, Irish whiskey's coming back. What a lot of people don't appreciate was that in the 1970s, you essentially had one distillery in the whole of Ireland, and that was down at Midleton. Bushmills was still there, but because no one was drinking whiskey, it basically was only running for about 3 months of the year. So essentially you had one distillery. All of the Irish whiskey brands that we're familiar with, Powers, Jameson, Tullamore Dew, all of these were all made at one distillery. Now, we have 26 and counting, but most of them aren't actually ready yet. But it's coming. It's the fastest growing drinks market in the world, Irish whiskey. Now, what's so special about whiskey? Why is it different than pretty much every other spirit? Rums, okay, they're in the same park. Cognac, not really, because they don't really carry the same gravitas. They don't really carry the same geographical appeal, if you like. Brown spirits are a lot more complicated than what we call white spirits. So your vodkas and your gins and this kind of stuff. Basically, they're a different animal. Normally with a gin or a vodka, you add something to it. So you'll have a cocktail or base for something else. Whiskey, lots of times you just drink it straight. Now, when you take the flavour products, flavour compounds in, say, vodka, vodka is essentially ethanol and water. So I see people paying big money for Grey Goose vodka. Okay, it's just a bit more of a craft to it than your cheaper versions, but there's not really a huge difference in taste. When it comes to whiskey, you have a huge range. And that comes from, one, the way it's distilled, and two, really the way it's casked. You have age statement whiskies, you have blended whiskies, single malts, single grain whiskies, you have pot still whiskies, but they're all in the same family. Whiskey is essentially a grain spirit distilled and aged in a cask. Now, in Ireland, it's slightly different in Scotland. Scotland, it has to be aged in an oak cask. In Ireland, it just has to be aged in a wooden cask. And you'll know this will be more of a feature later on in years. You'll see this a bit more prominently. Now, we get to the fun bit. How do you drink a quality spirit? I have a selection of whiskies here on the table, and I'll just talk through a few of these. Now, they range in price. You can buy a fairly bog standard whiskey, it'll be a blended whiskey, for about £20 a bottle. My go-to whiskey of the day is Black Bush. Now, this bottle of Black Bush, it's a little bit special. Whiskey has another property. It's essentially immortal. It lives forever. This is a bottle from the 1960s. Now, this was distilled at Bushmills before I was born. Now, I bought this bottle at auction. It's a little bit more expensive than the stuff you buy today. Bushmills in a supermarket today, about £25. This bottle cost me about 40. But I like it because of the heritage of it. This, okay, it's not far away from being done, but I like the idea that this is older than I am. And what other foodstuff or product or whatever can you actually ingest and take and eat and drink that is 60 years old, 50, 60 years old? Now, as I say, you can buy these bottles at auction. They're not very expensive. I know there's people who have bottles of this at home and hanging on to it. Personally, it's never going to be worth a huge amount. Probably just better having it as a drink. Now, that's my go-to. Now, Bushmills 10. Bushmills is a single malt. This would be really the first of the more expensive Bushmills. But this is really 10-year-old, this is an age statement. What that means is it has to be in a cask for 10 years. It doesn't matter if this was a 1960s bottle, this is still only a 10-year-old whiskey, because that's the minimum length of time that this is sat in a cask. Now, the variations in this can be huge. You imagine And this cask is sitting over beside a window. It'll be warmer than the one sitting over a shade. So there's a difference. It takes on more characteristics of the oak, it takes on more characteristics of the barrel, as we would say. Now you have to have a consistent product, even though these variations. You're working with a natural product, an oak cask. Each oak tree is individual. So the craft that goes into something like this is really something special. Now this is about £35 a bottle, possibly a little bit expensive in comparison to some single malt scotches, but still a quality product. Bushmills make an amazing, fantastic core range of stuff. This is a little bottle of Tullamore Dew. Now, when I say about the casks, this is a cider cask finish. The oak cask that this was aged in previously held barrel-aged cider. Now, that imparts obviously a different flavour, different characteristics. It's quite light. It's what we call estery, so it's got that sort of green fruit essence to it. Tullamore Dew kind of has that anyway. So it has fresh apple notes anyway. Cider cask to try and bring those out. Personally, didn't think it really works as well as I thought it did. This is okay. It's worth trying because it's something fundamentally different than, say, Scotch, if you're used to drinking that kind of thing. This is a 15-year-old Redbreast. Now, Redbreast is a pot still whiskey. Most people don't know what that means. Pot still whiskey is different from single malt, it's different from grain whiskies. Pot still whiskey is unique to Ireland. It's a PGI product, it's a protected geographical indication. This can only be made in Ireland. And how it came about, in the late 18th century, Irish Parliament passed a tax on malted barley, which meant that your malted whiskies really became more expensive. So the Irish, being very savvy as they are, decided to make a whiskey that was a mix of malted and unmalted barley. And they came up with pot still. Now that gives it a much more peppery, spicy finish to it. It's quite light, it's triple distilled, as opposed to your Scotches, which is double distilled, which would have double distillation, gives it more of a body. Triple makes it slightly lighter, so they make it slightly more spicy characteristic. This is 15 years old, it sits in a barrel, minimum 15 years. Pot still whiskies, you're going to hear an awful lot more about them. They will become much, much more popular. So, 15-year-old Redbreast. Now this, coming in this rather lovely pack, in this lovely case, this is Middleton Very Rare. This is a flagship pot still whiskey. Now the reason I brought this, it's a rather beautiful bottle, is this was bought to me by a very, very dear friend who lives very far away as a Christmas present. Now, as I say, whiskey is immortal. So, you can see there's not a huge amount drunk out of it. I've only drunk a few out of this. This is a quality product. This is really the flagship pot still whiskies in Ireland. Now, they release it every year. This is the 2018 release. And it's a limited edition range every year. Now, they've changed the style of the bottle. They changed that 2 years ago. If you want to see a full collection of this, go over to the friend at hand over in the Cathedral Quarter. Willie Jack has a full collection of this. Probably worth 60, 70,000 pounds, and escalating probably quite rapidly. When you are drinking whiskey and your quality product, do not drink these two the same way. This you need to add Coke, or just don't drink that evening. What most people do is they normally drink out of something like this. This is not for drinking a premium product, okay? You do not drink this out of this. This is a Jack Daniel's labelled glass, which you'll put some ice in and probably some Coke. To do these two would be sacrilege. This would be awful. you may have something like this, a big tall glass. This would be for cocktails, but this is a Bushmills glass. This is one of the promotional glasses that I picked up along the way. This is actually a branded Middleton glass. Now this is a bit more like the thing, because what you're beginning to see with this is the glass narrows. And what that does is, that means that when you go to nose it, I'll get to that later, on what nosing means, it makes it easier, it makes it more an intense flavour, it lifts it and gives it and carries it along. Now we're getting on to really something that is more what you should be drinking this out of. When the guys who blend these whiskies up, the blenders, not imaginative name for them, blenders go around sampling their casks. They use this type of glass. Now this is a Capita glass. Some people might know it as a sherry glass. And what they do is, they go around and they nose the whiskey. They'll look at it, they'll nose it, probably taste it, unfortunately, probably as I scarred it because of driving home. But this will be more of the glass they would use. Now, at home, you buy this. This is a Glencairn glass. Now, this was designed by blenders in Scotland. Now, the reason it's like a thick glass base, you can drop it. You know, it can actually drop and still stay in good shape. These glasses, I sometimes sell them when I'm doing whiskey tastings and stuff because people want this kind of thing. Now, what we'll do is we'll pour a little bit of this into a glass. Not a huge amount. Now, this goes into the glass. Now this is pretty much it's a fairly small measure, probably about 25 ml. Now, there's kind of 3 steps to tasting a whiskey. The nose, when you smell it, then you taste it, it goes into the palate, and then the finish, the follow through. So there's 3 stages, and a quality product like this is designed to be enjoyed. This shouldn't be drunk quickly. Normally I will have a beer, or normally a couple of bottles of Belfast Black Stout or a couple of bottles of Guinness to complement this. And I'll drink that more and sip over this. Now when you get your whiskey, what you do is you circle it round the glass, give it a look at the colour. Now, one of the products that they are allowed to put in whiskey without telling you is a colourant, E150A, which is a caramel colourant. Unfortunately, some people put this in because they try and make it look older. Mostly they do it to standardise the product, but some of them put in a lot of it. They make you think that it's been in the barrel a lot longer than it has. Now, get your whiskey, swirl it round, okay? And then what you do is you nose it. You bring it up to your nose. Let it come to you. Don't you go looking for it. And you smell, and you get these lovely floral notes. It comes up. It's like roses. It's that sort of lovely floral. Nice red fruit, red apple, a little bit of wood, a little bit of nut to it, and you're getting these different notes, different characteristics. And when I get that, and I think this was brought to me by a very dear friend, I do that, and it brings back. It should bring up memories. It should bring up that closeness. Or if you've been to the distillery, it should remind you of the distillery. It should remind you of a trip you've taken or an experience you've had. And this is all to do with it. You bring around your friends, get a couple of these wee glasses, get your friends, have a snap. Don't just, this is not this kind of rushed through drink. This is an experience. And with a quality product like this is what it's for. When people say to me, you spend £120 on a bottle of whiskey. Yeah, but I can have a reminiscence about a friend or a bottle that was given to me by a great aunt. And every time I'm going to open that, I'm going to remember those, and it's an experience, and I can have that with this style of measure 20 times, 25 times over years and years and years. £100, what is it? You know, it's not even a good meal for two, really, you know. So, anyway, smell it. Let it go around, it's lovely. It's really nice, really nice. Now when you taste it, now there's the tasting. What you want to do is you want to make sure you're hydrated. Take some water on board, drink your water, because that way your palate's ready for it. Now you take a taste. That's lovely. It's really good. Sort of almost like fruit cake. It's lovely. It's really, really nice. Now, a lot of people think at 40%, and that's the bare minimum a whiskey has to be. By law, it has to be 40%. Sometimes that alcohol level's too heavy for someone, it's too high. And what you want to do is you want to put a little bit of water in and bring the alcohol by volume, the ABV, down. Don't put too much in. This is the key. Now, when I say put water in, for a 35ml measure, half a teaspoon of water. That'll take the ABV down from, say, 40% down to maybe 35. Don't drown it. You want to put it in small amounts. Now, any whiskey shouldn't really take any more than one and a half teaspoons maximum. If it needs more than that, it's not a good whiskey. There's something badly wrong with it. Now, you can buy much higher ABV whiskies. I reviewed, my last one was a cask strength. Basically, it came straight from the cask, straight into the bottle, and it's 55.75% alcohol. The human body's not really designed to drink that level of alcohol. Now, this is all part of, this was the Cologne Cicciolina cask finish, which I had to learn how to say because I'd never heard of it before. And at 55.75, it needs about 3.5 teaspoons of water to bring it down, to open it up to where it needs to be. So work with it. You know, you can spend an hour drinking one little glass of whiskey. You know, this is what this is for. It's an experience. So when you get it, you nose it, you taste it. Let it go around your mouth, coat your mouth. Nice oily feel. You know that quality. You know whenever you slam a car door, whenever you close a car door, you know the difference between a quality one and one that's not. You know, your Dacia Sandero versus your Rolls Royce. There's a difference. You know this, and that you just know this. As care has been taken over this, the time and effort has been done on this. You know, so you taste them. Now you follow through. This is equally important. When you've drank your whiskey, a quality product, it keeps going, it develops. I can still taste the last sip I had of that. It develops. With the pot still whiskies, there's that little spice. Now it goes through a chain of different tastes after you've swallowed. First note I get, sort of 60-70% dark chocolate. It's now going through, it's almost slight ginger taste to it. Quite a little bit of spice. Sort of peanut, hazelnut type nutty flavour. Yeah, but this is my opinion. There's no hard and fast rules to this. What you taste is what you taste. I did a tasting one night over in McHugh's, over beside the Albert Clark. Wonderful bar. Staff in it are amazing. I will recommend that. And I asked people, what do you taste? What are you getting from this? And everybody's scared in case there's a wrong answer. And I said, guys, just whatever it is what it is. And guy says, well, it smells exactly like one of my granny's cupboards. And it was perfect. It's perfect. It was that oak, that clean sort of chemical thing that sometimes you get off a whiskey. It's not bad. That's what it is. It's that sort of nice, sort of clean, fresh oak wooden thing, and he got that, and that was perfect. And in a split second, he went from just drinking a whiskey to reminiscing about his grandmother, and that's nailed on. That was perfect. It is what you want it to be. I can sit here and rhyme off it. I know it smells of geraniums and split peas. Doesn't matter. It's up to you. Now, when you take it, do the nose, do the palate, do your tasting, then do your finish, and think about it. Get your friends round, have a decent drink. In Scotland, they call it a dram. I prefer to call it a half one. It's a 35ml measure, and have a half one of whiskey. Now, when people ask me, is that worth it? I don't know. I can only ever rank it with what I consider to be value for money. There's some there that are quite cheap. I don't think they're even worth that. There's other whiskies. This is about £100 a bottle, near enough, maybe 80, £90 a bottle. Is it worth it? Yes, absolutely. Is this one worth it? Well, yes, because I didn't pay for it, but it's worth it even if I was paying for it, because it was a gift, and I remember the person that gave me it every time I open it up. So, in conclusion, get your Glencairn glass, get a proper whiskey glass, get a proper whiskey, get a couple of friends around and try them. There is such a range of flavours. You can have it from everything from something like light tea to heavy treacle, down at your sort of heavy Bowmores and stuff. You know, there's lots and lots of range of these. So when people say they don't like whiskey, they probably haven't found the right one. Now, thank you for joining me. I wish you had come on a walking tour, but thank you very much. About that experience. Now,
Kid, it's gonna be okay. I know you're not feeling that way right now. In school, the other kids make fun of you. You told the wrong person you had a crush, and soon, they all knew your secret. It's horrible. They make your life hell. They laugh at you, whisper about you, and call you names. It's not nice. And you can't ask an adult for help, because if you did that, you'd have to tell them the truth, and you can't do that. They can't ever know your secret. Life is so hard right now. Every day you wake up wondering who else will find out your secret and hate you. It won't always be like this. It's going to get better. You're going to join a scheme that trains people your age to be journalists. I know the careers teacher suggested it and you said no because it sounded boring and all you wanted to do was write. But go with it. For the first time in your life, you will feel like you're good at something. You'll have found your calling. You'll meet amazing people. And when the bad times come again, FYI, your first girlfriend is not the one. And you will screw up that history exam. It will be journalism that helps you soldier on. You will leave school and go to college. Don't worry, you're going to make friends. These will be the first real friends in semi-adulthood. The people who will answer your calls at 4 o'clock in the morning. In the years to come, you'll only keep in touch with Gavin and Johnny, but you'll remember the others fondly. When you're 17, you'll tell them your secret, and they won't mind. It will take courage, but you'll do it. Gavin will become Christian, and you will fear that he will hate you. But one afternoon, you'll receive a text message saying, "This changes nothing. You'll always be my friend." Accept him for what he is, as he has accepted you. You'll go to university like you always planned, but drop out because it reminds you of school, where people were cold and you had few friends. The campus is just too big and scary. But this experience will be the making of you. You'll be making your way in the world for the first time. Through this, you will meet the people who become your best friends. They'll help you replace the bad memories with good ones. For the first time in your life, you will like yourself. 3 months before your 21st birthday, you will tell Mum the secret. You will be sobbing and shaking, and she will be frightened because she doesn't know what's wrong. Christmas will be just a couple of weeks away. You have to tell her because you've met someone you like and you can't live with the guilt anymore. You can't get the words out, so she says it. "Are you gay?" And you will say, "Yes, Mummy, I'm so sorry." And instead of getting mad, she will reply, "Thank God you're not pregnant." You will crawl into her lap, sobbing, as she holds you and tells you that you are her little girl, and how could you ever think that anything would make her love you any less? You will feel like a prisoner who has been given their freedom. You will remember all the times you pleaded with God to help you because you were so afraid, and you will feel so foolish because you'd nothing to worry about. You will tell your siblings. No one will mind. Mary will hug you and tell you she's so proud of you. The others will joke about how they always knew. They will all say some variation of, "I love you, I'm so proud of you, this doesn't change a thing." You will feel so lucky. You watched James get thrown out of his house after coming out to his parents. You were in Michael's house the night his mum said she would beat the gay out of him. You will feel guilty for being the lucky one and getting it easy in the end, even though you went through hell to get there. You will fall in love for the first time. You will have your heart broken for the first time, and you will feel like you might die of the pain. You won't. You will get over it. Right now, you're wondering if you'll ever be normal. You are normal. There is nothing wrong with you. You're not going to hell. You did nothing to deserve their hate. Life will not only get easier, it will get so much better. You will walk down the street without fear. Boys you've never met will not throw things at you and shout names. Your friends will be the best anyone could ask for. You'll be invited to parties, you'll have a social life, you'll be loved. People will use words like awesome and cool and witty to describe you, and you'll forget the times the other kids said you were weird and odd and a lesbo. You will do normal things. You'll spend time with your mum, you'll go to work and pay your bills, you'll go to the cinema with your best friend every week. You'll fall in love again. You will smile every day knowing that someone loves you as much as you love them. Keep hanging on, kid. It's worth it. I love you.
Hi, my name's Neil Jameson. I'm the founder and Emeritus Director of Citizens UK. A lot of people in Northern Ireland say, why are we not Citizens Northern Ireland? That's many reasons for that, but if I explain firstly what Citizens UK is, and then in a way it's up to you, the viewer, as to whether or not you invite us to Northern Ireland, because we go nowhere where we're not welcome, preferably because we've been invited. So 30 years ago, I set up Citizens UK, and it's now the home of community organising in the United Kingdom. Apologise, not obviously in Northern Ireland yet, but that's not my fault, frankly. That's more the possibility of being invited there, as I say. The purpose of Citizens UK is to develop people's capacity to participate in public life and to strengthen their institutions in the process. Citizens UK is a charity that's charitable to develop people's capacity to participate, as it is charitable to strengthen civil society institutions. We've learned a lot in the last 30 years, and so we're very specific about the way we organize. We only organize people in groups. We think people in groups are safer, they're more reasonable, they have to negotiate with the group before they come up with their ideas and so on. And frankly, these groups, which we particularly focus on, are vital to how people learn how to do democracy, frankly. They are the pillars of a democracy. They're imperfect, but nevertheless the best we've got. And that includes faith institutions, trade union branches, voluntary associations, LGBT groups, preferably if there's some sort of constitution, there's some way of removing the leader, for instance, some sort of democracy takes place within the organization. Those are even better groups, frankly. We have now got an alliance in the United Kingdom, apart from Northern Ireland, of 500 such institutions in membership of Citizens UK. That makes us quite powerful. The purpose of Citizens UK is to help the members be more powerful. It is my experience and the experience of many of our members, which is that power is the determining factor between winning and losing an issue. If you want to change society, if you want to change society dramatically, systemic change, then you've got to have power. The power we talk about is the power of organized people with their organized money. So another principle of Citizens UK is that we don't take money from the state. We do take money from our members, the member institutions, not the individuals. No individual can join, but the groups pay. And what they pay for is very sophisticated because it's been going a long time. And actually aspects of the training we do go back to the ancient Greeks. So we do residential training, we do evening training, a whole series of training into how to be an effective organization, an effective citizen, an effective leader in the 21st century. So many people have called Citizens UK a university of the streets. We are not a university, but we are a learning opportunity. It gives our membership a learning opportunity as to how to be more effective leaders, how to develop their own institutions so it's up to date and it develops and does things that our members want it to do, so it's relevant to their lives. And then we focus on the issues of the membership. We start with building power. A little mantra we use is power before program. I spent 20 years, I used to work for Save the Children Fund and for the Children's Society, and I was a community worker and a social worker. And it took me 20 years to understand that actually you don't start with the issue. It's not helpful in the long run because people are multi-issue. They have all sorts of concerns. Better to start with power. As I say, the more power you have, the more dramatic you can be and more effective you can be, and the better the leader you would be if you have this important quality, which frankly the corporations and the private sector fully understand, the state fully understands it, but often civil society folk are worried about this word power. Power means possibly, the dictionary definition is the ability to act. It's a fairly harmless thing. It's neutral. Obviously, it can be used for good and for ill, but frankly, the people together in an alliance with some form of accountability, therefore, which is why the money is important, can be very powerful. evidence of that we will come to shortly. So Citizens UK, home of community organising, not taking money from the state, developing people, leaders and their institutions, only having groups in membership, has given us this experience, which is extremely positive experience, of how when we organise around things that all our members can agree on, it is possible to change things dramatically. Change systems, change attitudes, change ways of living, frankly. Which is why I hope you will be convinced by this this lecture, this agitation, to invite me or Citizens UK and Citizens UK to come and work with you to see if we can build together a Citizens in Northern Ireland, not taking money from the state. Our budget is £5 million. Half of that money comes from membership dues, which are paid every year. If the members don't get what they want, they drop out of membership. And that affects the salary of the organisers. We have 50 professional organisers who depend upon the money from the membership. That's why they are extremely accountable. Frankly, if you take money from the state or you just take money from foundations, to a certain extent, you're accountable to where that money comes from, of course, which is why we are very strict about the money comes from the membership. If the membership don't like the performance of the organizer or the values or the intention or the ambition of the local group or the local citizens group, then naturally the membership leave. That's a very powerful way of holding people accountable. Let's come then to what do we do when we have actually set up such an organization, which is that we then spend some time listening to the membership. In Northern Ireland, what we would need would be, I feel like, an umbrella body called Citizens Northern Ireland, and then that body decides where are we going to build a local alliance. Citizens' work is primarily local. The work we do, because it involves developing people and their local rooted institution, is focused on the local. That could be Derry, it could be Belfast, it could be another part, it could be a rural part, it could be Antrim. It's really up to the membership to decide by where do most people want to this exciting adventure of building power and then acting together on the same values they have on the issues that they are worried about. So let's say the group chooses Belfast, and we would then work together to build a Belfast Citizens. What you would need, therefore, is some money on the table to pay for 2 years of a community organizer who effectively you appoint in conjunction with Citizens Northern Ireland. They would be your organizer. Their job is to do lots of one-to-one meetings in order to see who are the actors and the players and the makers of things that happen in order to build an alliance around their institutions. The institutions need to be diverse, there's no question. The Muslim community needs to be included. The Chinese community needs to be included. Diversity is critical to the power that you need to have. It cannot be all white folk or black folk or young people. It needs to be, the more diverse the alliance, the better. It may take about 18 months to do that. And by the time the alliance is built and has got a diverse membership of people who've pledged to work together for the common good, then a big assembly would be held, which would launch the platform or the manifesto of the Belfast Citizens Alliance. And that platform is basically up to the Belfast members to decide what the things are that they want to work together on. In the process, of course, before that happens, important to do what we call a power analysis. Who are the people that the organization needs to be in relationship with in Belfast? Who are the power brokers of the capital city of Northern Ireland? And then in the process, the members, as they grow, will meet with those people to do what we call one-to-one meetings, which is not to say we want money or we want you to do something we want you to do, but basically it's to say, hello, I am and you are, and tell us about yourself, and we'll tell you a bit about us. And thank you very much for what you're doing. And I'll explain a bit what the organization's intention is, which is to develop people's capacity to participate in public life, but also, of course, to strengthen the institutions in the process. One of the problems for many local civil society organizations is they're not very relevant to people's lives, which is partly why they're losing numbers. In many cases across the West, these old institutions, which once were so critical to people's life because they were not family, but they were the next stage. In America, they call these mediating institutions, have lost numbers. Church is losing numbers. The trade unions are losing numbers. Membership tends to be either hedonistic, like gyms, or cultural societies and so on, rather than rooted institutions which work together for, often specifically, for something called the common good. That's why we only work with institutions. To give you an example, when I was party to the start of London Citizens, which is the biggest alliance, the issues that came from the membership surprised us. I thought the issues would be, and certainly that's what the leaders of the group thought, the issues would be issues to do with poverty or to do with jobs, well-paid jobs. In reality, the only thing people could agree with, which is quite important, was the cost of funerals was very high, and also there was a bad smell in Canning Town in Newham. So the first actions we took were to correct the smell by working out where it came from and how to stop it, and then to make sure that the funeral costs, which had escalated for some reason, this was in 1994, 1995, were contained somehow. That involved the membership doing some homework and going to meet people and doing some study. And obviously the presence of Google makes all that much easier than it used to do. Cut a long story short, another example which is relevant for yourselves, is that in 5 years, 6 years later, the membership were really having quite a good time and winning various campaigns and growing in the process, of course, and keeping diverse, and also had extended from East London to South London, where there was a citizens organisation there too, with ambitions to move to West London as well, each one of them being sort of chapters of the Alliance. Said the issue for us is work. People don't have enough time to spend with their children, and their wages are going down rather than up. That means they can't plan ahead. 0-hour contracts are coming in. They need to be able to plan to take their little boy to the football or their little girl somewhere else, or to the football as well. But basically, the issue turned out to be work. And that's where the principle and the ambition and the audacity of the citizens group was, okay, why don't we set a living wage? The living wage was set by the membership. Its purpose was to make sure that parents spent time with their children, had more time to spend with their children, and to try and contain the aggressiveness of work effectively, which of course without any rules, and there aren't that many rules, would work people to the bone. What happened then? Big assembly, big launch, living wage, then targeting various employers successfully to pay this wage, which was £2 more than the minimum wage. And to cut a long story short, we won significant battles, firstly with hospitals and then with the private sector, particularly with HSBC Bank and then Barclays Bank and others. So we created the precedent of people paying this wage. When the phrase living wage became more popular and better known, there are now 6,000 employers, not that many in Northern Ireland, who are accredited living wage employers. This is the real living wage, not the government's recently called national living wage. That's effectively the minimum wage. And this came from the membership. It came from an organized, powerful, intelligent, thoughtful group of people who, with all of their members, the members of the churches and the mosques and schools and so on, were able, when necessary, to turn out very large numbers, not in a demonstration, but in an assembly, a controlled assembly in a building which big enough to make sure that the targets of the alliance came, listened to the arguments for better wages, and ideally agreed to pay them. Boris Johnson, coincidentally, when Mayor of London, was a great champion, but of course so was Ken Livingstone before that. Both of them led the way, and they would only give contracts for TfL and other organizations which were their responsibility to people that committed to paying this real living wage. So those are three examples: funerals and smelly factories and better wages. There are many, many, many more, because within the life of the organization, it is possible to do several actions at the same time, several targets, several ambitions, because the membership is significantly large, varied, and has an appetite for public action. We say that action is the oxygen of a good citizens organization. That doesn't mean reading about it, it means doing stuff. It means getting a relationship with the people who have the power to work with you together to achieve the objectives of the organization. I hope that's encouraging you. I haven't said what the issues would be in Northern Ireland, because that's up to you. And what we have is a structure and a history. And if you look on the Citizens UK website, it's mostly on there. There are citizens groups now in most urban areas of England and Wales, and growing in Scotland. We hope Citizens Scotland will be launched next year with the same process, the same discipline, the same experience, the same membership, the diverse membership paying their dues, acting together within the law. There's lots you can do within the law that can lead to significant change if you have large numbers of organized people who are prepared to do that and stand shoulder to shoulder with people, even if their issue is not their issue. That's very important, that we basically need to recognize solidarity of a very important principle, as is fraternity, that we work together on the issues that matter to us, because you never know when the virus is going to strike. You never know when the bomb is going to go off. So one reason why Citizens has had members in membership for 25 years in London is it's like an insurance cover. You're in membership, and when things go wrong, the membership turns out. When the bombs went off in London in 2007, then we were ready for them to a certain extent, because very quickly the organization came together, particularly around the East London Mosque, to protect, defend, and sustain the members of that mosque, who at the time were being attacked by the far right, even though the mosque had nothing to do with any negative activity. So we organize for the good times and the bad times. You can't just organize for the good times, because you never know when, as now with the coronavirus, you will need neighbors who you know, who you can rely on, who are in sympathy with the organization, not necessarily, of course, in sympathy with the ideology of the organization, because we're not all Muslims, we're not all Christians, we're not all Protestants, but sympathy because we know each other as human beings. It's the human beings bit which is so important, and because we've stood shoulder to shoulder on issues which we've won on in the past. And that's why we need to be organized on a permanent basis. Citizens builds permanent alliances of institutions which are strengthened by the process, attract new members because their institution is doing stuff and is active and is teaching and developing leaders, of course, and is therefore in the public realm, is known, particularly, if you like, at election time. So every time there's a significant election, like the Mayor of London, although that has been postponed, of course, this time because of the virus, we have large assemblies of our members who've spent a year or two building up a brief manifesto of requests that we would like the mayoral candidates to consider and commit to at the Mayoral Accountability Assembly. The last time this happened in 2016, London Citizens had 6,000 people in a room to meet with the two significant candidates who were standing for election at that time, and get them primarily to say they would work with the organization on the issues that had been presented to them. These assemblies are unique in British public life because they're bringing together diverse people. There is music in them, there is celebration in them, and there is hard-nosed politics taking place, primarily to get the working relationship with a person who can deliver on the very things the organization wants to act on. So I hope that encourages you. If you want to see a video of the launch of the Tyne and Wear Citizens Organization, it is possible that could be played after I have finished talking, which is in a minute, because that will give you an idea. This is not a new idea. Organizing people goes back to the Ark, effectively. It is something that has a long tradition in Northern Ireland. People have organized always for change. Organized people get things done, disorganized people get very little done. So that's another principle for us. Another thing we say is if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And boy, are most of us on the menu. And particularly, of course, now, where the state is having to increase its power and its muscle to make sure that the virus is seen off and that the economy survives. So ideally, that should be done in a relationship with a strong organization in Northern Ireland, where we work together when there's a crisis, and when there is no crisis, there are always targets and activities and issues which we can work together to improve. So I wish you every success. I hope that you have been encouraged by this, and possibly by looking at the website, and I encourage you to see the Tyne and Wear Citizens Launch, which tells the story going back a long way of organizing in the Northeast, and now the new model, which is built upon the old experience of Tyne and Wear citizens, arrived 2-3 years ago, has been very active, has united the cities of Newcastle with Sunderland and Durham, and everybody said it couldn't be done because the football teams hate each other. It is perfectly possible to do that if you don't talk about football, of course. We talk about the issues, about the great tradition of organizing in the Northeast, and then we can work out what we can do together and then go and do it. Thank you for your patience and your interest. I wish you every success and hope to hear from you very soon.
The North East has a strong history of radical action in the cause of social justice, not accepting our fate but organising and struggling for change. In the 19th century, men and women from across the region worked together for the right to vote, with mass protests through the cities and political meetings held in cafes and led by the Chartists, including George Binns from Sunderland. People from our region, such as Joseph Cowan from Newcastle and James Field Stansfield from Sunderland, were leaders in the anti-slavery movement. With public meetings, boycotts of products and runaway slaves welcomed into people's homes. The freed slave Frederick Douglass, who lived for a time in Newcastle, expressed a key principle of community organising when he said, "Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did and it never will." In the 1930s, local people from South Shields, especially conscientious white sailors, stood shoulder to shoulder with Arab sailors, supporting their struggle for employment rights and equal job opportunities on the Tyne. The Jarrow March in 1936 saw more than 200 men walk to London with their MP, Ellen Wilkinson, to protest against the closure of the shipyards in Sunderland and on the Tyne. These people were fighting for their jobs, their dignity, their wages, and against poverty. Alongside shipbuilding, coal mining was at the heart of the industrial landscape of the North East for generations. Politically, the miners' strikes of the 1980s challenged the traditional roles of Durham women and changed the politics of the North East women's lives. To this day, the annual Durham Miners' Gala is probably the most significant gathering of workers anywhere in Europe. We have always been a welcoming community to people fleeing for their lives. In the 1930s, we welcomed children fleeing the Spanish Civil War. Today, we welcome young people escaping the horror of war in Syria. Last year, Tyne and Wear Citizens welcomed the first child refugee from Calais to the North East. In our own age, Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks called on us to join the ongoing struggle against racism and poverty, and both of them were trained in the method of community organising used today by Citizens UK. The story of Tyne and Wear Citizens began in January 2014 with a conference on developing a stronger voice at the Centre for Life in Newcastle. Citizens UK were invited to make a presentation and over 150 people attended the event. Impressed by the opportunity to reweave the fabric of civil society, several people agreed to meet monthly with community organisers from Citizens UK with the aim of forming a local-based alliance. In December 2015, over 100 people packed the Mining Institute to celebrate the North East's history of protest and struggle, and to recognise the generous support of the founding partners of Tyne and Wear Citizens, which are the Roman Catholic Diocese of Hexham and Newcastle, the Anglican Diocese of Durham, the Institute of Social Renewal and the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences of Newcastle University, the Newcastle Quakers and the Anglican Diocese of Newcastle. In October 2016, we appointed our first community organiser, Sarah Bryson, who works to develop leaders within our member organisations and grow the power of our alliance through the organised action we take around key issues. Member institutions are drawn from a broad base of civil society, education, faith groups and community organisations. It is their membership dues, together with the support of our partners, that pays for the community organiser and the leadership training programmes. In May 2017, we launched our first listening campaign. Over the summer we had over 1,900 face-to-face conversations with people in schools, church halls, community centres and mosques to identify the everyday problems people are facing in Tyne and Wear. These issues were discussed and voted on at our Delegates Assembly in September, when more than 160 representatives of all 27 member organisations met to decide on our agenda for action. The Assembly chose 3 issues to campaign on: mental health, hate crime and poverty. Since then, action teams have worked to refine our issues into winnable asks to put to the relevant decision makers at our launch assembly. We, the people of the North East, have had to fight for all our modern gains. We have many battles ahead, but we need to be organised. Tyne and Wear Citizens is bringing a broad alliance together to fight for social justice and the common good. Welcome to the launch of Tyne and Wear Citizens.
Rachel?
Hi, Sarah.
Sure you don't want a cup?
How's Dad?
Worse. Some days he thinks I'm Mum, as if she's still here. It's been hard. Why are you here, Rachel?
I just came to see Dad.
Just never thought you'd be back. Not after what was said.
I don't want to talk about it. I just came to see Dad.
Okay. He's upstairs. I'll leave you to it. Get some shopping done. Be careful. He's not the same. And don't let him out of the house.
Just go. We'll be fine. You okay?
I'm sorry. Do I know you? Where's my daughter, Sarah?
Sarah's gone out. I'm here to look after you.
Stay where you are. What are you doing in my house? Sarah!
No, Dad, it's okay. It's me. I'm here. Have you calmed down a bit, Frank? I made you some tea. Black. Just the way you like it.
That's Anne, my wife. She never did like having her picture taken. That's one of the few photos I have of her.
It's a shame. She's beautiful.
She is. I don't see her too much these days. Now this, believe it or not, is me. I think.
It is. Looking good there, Frank.
Flattery will get you everywhere. That was taken by my youngest, Rachel. Talented photographer. She's doing very well.
You must be proud.
I am. Although, I don't see her anymore. She just stopped visiting.
Maybe she's just busy.
We used to go to the beach all the time. It was only time she opened up. She had trouble being open with people. Bit of a artistic temperament. There was a time she would have told me everything. But now, well, I suppose she's moved on to better things.
How about if you and I go to the beach today? Fresh air will do you good.
Oh no, it's a long drive. I don't know if Sarah would like it.
Sarah said you could go. Come on, it'll do you good. I didn't think I would, but I really miss this place.
I needed this. What about you, Frank? Oh. Just look at this place. It's beautiful. You okay, Frank?
I don't remember this place. I don't know where I am. Where are we? Where have you taken me?
It's okay, Dad.
You're not my daughter.
It's me, Dad. It's Rachel.
They left me. Rachel, Mayan, Sarah, they all left me.
No, Dad. No. Look at me. Can't you see? It's me. Can't you remember anything? This was our place. It made me feel safe here. Can't lose that. Not with everything else. Please, Dad. Please remember. Remember!
I want to go home.
I'm sorry, Dad.
Get away from me. I want Sarah.
Dad! Come back!
Dad, are you okay? What the hell happened? I come home and you're both gone. Where the hell were you?
Where are my photos?
What?
There is not a single photograph of me in that house. It's no wonder he doesn't remember me. He thinks I'm some sort of stranger.
Rachel, what happened? Where did you go?
Or maybe you wanted him to forget me. Maybe that's what it is. Because you were always jealous. Or ashamed. Ashamed of who I am.
That has nothing to do with it.
Don't start. You never once made Elizabeth and I feel welcome in this house. Not once. You just wanted rid of us.
You left us, Rachel! And you left me to take care of Dad. As soon as he was diagnosed, you packed your bags and ran like you always do. You left him. And you want to know why there's no pictures of you here? You took them all. You don't call and you don't visit. How was he supposed to remember you? God, he did everything for you. And the one time he needs you, where were you? Just go. Go back to Elizabeth and your great life in the city. Apparently, that's all you need.
What? I thought you meant like this. Rachel, what's wrong? Elizabeth left me. I thought I might call over tomorrow. Maybe take Dad to the park.
He'd like that.
Welcome to Slugger TV. This episode is coming from Accidental Theatre as part of Imagined Belfast Festival. And with me on the sofa, at a suitable distance away, is Alison Morris from the Irish News and Festival Director Peter O'Neill. Alison, as we look back from the previous episode to now, we've had Friday the 13th of March when the RHI report came out. How did you react to the report, and was it as exciting or was it as kind of incisive as you expected?
Well, no, I mean, it was very forensic, but there was no big shocking moments in it. You know, there was no smoking guns, nobody's going to lose their job over it, nobody's going to be prosecuted over it. I think had that report been released a year and a half, we'd have probably spent days reporting on it and analysing it and going through all the various aspects of it. Instead, it was done very quickly because we are now in completely different times. We're living in a completely different world than we were 3 years ago. This is unprecedented. I think that one of the things that did stick out for me was to take that from the context it was in and put it in a sort of a modern, current context or contemporary context, was that Sir Patrick had said that he felt that the scheme was too ambitious for Stormont and they shouldn't have taken it on in the first place. And it was, you know, a green energy scheme. There is nothing ambitious about that. All they had to do was copy and paste a scheme from the UK and transfer it over here. Instead, obviously, we know that the amendments, and no point in going back over again where everything went wrong. But you have to think, if that's too ambitious for those politicians that, as we all sit here now, we are relying on to make decisions that are actually matters of life and death, that are going to save someone that we love, or possibly make a decision that's going to end up in, you know, thousands of people losing their lives. And when you think, if they're saying that, you know, a green energy scheme was too ambitious for them, how are we meant to trust? But it's basically the same personnel with a few, you know, shifts here and there who are in charge now. So, you know, we're watching them very carefully. I think that they're finding it very difficult as well. We're all moving into uncharted territory. This is a place that none of us have ever been, and I hope we never will be again. And so therefore we're allowing them, I suppose, some space and some time to feel their way through it. But I mean, one wrong decision could be catastrophic right now. You know, this isn't a matter of one wrong decision might cost, you know, X amount of millions of pounds. Money is only money at this point in time. I think that we're at the stage now where we're thinking, well, money, we can excuse that, but we can't excuse decisions that are risking people's lives. So from that context, I think to now, but I mean, RHI, it was, by the time it came around, it was such a done story, if you know what I mean. So all the controversy had come out, and then I think what happened was the inquiry itself was so good, and that it was always live streamed, that we had updates every night. We sort of knew everything that was going to happen. We'd heard it all before, so all the big shocking moments we'd already heard during the evidence sessions, and therefore by the time they came into the report, there was nothing there really to surprise.
Pete, do you think that the inquiry, in a sense the actual mechanics of the inquiry and the hearings, will probably stay on in your memory a little bit longer than the actual report? That's kind of Sam McBride, when I was talking to him for the festival recently, that was kind of his impression, was that it's written, it's kind of couched in very kind of careful language. It doesn't go too far, it's not too kind of flamboyant in its language, but it does make the point, as Alison has said, that, you know, the Northern Ireland government wasn't capable of running what was essentially quite a simple scheme, a copy of an English thing. But in terms of your mind, what's its legacy likely to be?
Well, as you allude to, you know, the theatre, you know, of the actual presentations, from the long list of SPADs, ministers, civil servants, trooping into the Senate room and Parliament buildings and, you know, being interrogated, you know, made great, you know, TV. But yeah, muted response really to the full report. You know, it's a really, you know, anyone who's gone through it will testify. You know, it's a very thorough report, but it's typical judicial legal text. You know, it is surprising in one sense, you know, to a layperson like myself, when it seems very clear that, you know, material was being leaked, all sorts of deviations from established codes. I'm sure the public at large, you know, they will find, you know, the lack of bite in a sense, the report really quite surprising. But as Alison says, time has moved on, and in a sense, I feel a bit sorry actually for Sam McBride, because his forensic analysis of what going on, like that is what I think people will refer to rather than, you know, the inquiry report. So in a sense, it's already out there. People have made their own sort of, you know, views on it. And I'm not sure if people really will escape. You know, I know Arlene Foster came out, and to her credit, you know, was very contrite and fulsome apologies and the rest of it. But she has got off light, and so I suspect has the Northern Ireland Civil Service. So yes, muted response,
But I think the real skill now is, for us in civil society, is how we can actually learn the lessons from that, and how public policy can now be made in a more comprehensive and professional way. But as we see at the moment, they're all making it up on the hoof, and goodness knows where we're going to be in terms of unintended consequences.
I was going to ask,
down the line.
Does it dent your confidence in the process of government and in the kind of mechanics of how civil service actually serves the people? They're clearly moving heaven and earth at the moment to try and make things work in terms of health and education and kind of prepared for things.
What I thought when I looked at the recommendations was, one of the recommendations was that the Northern Ireland Civil Service should seek to employ people based on their ability and knowledge, rather than just what grade they were in the civil service. And I thought, well, why on earth wasn't that being done in the first place? Can you imagine if you were trying to run a private business in the private sector and that's how you were hiring people? I mean, your business wouldn't last very long, and you can see why those mistakes were made. So that's sort of, slavishly following these sort of civil service rules, that you move up the grade, regardless of whether you have any knowledge or skill or expertise in that area or not. I do think that the change in how the SPADs were appointed was very important. We need more accountability for that. When we had the recent sort of raft of SPADs who were employed, we were given biogs on all of them. We were told where they came from, what their background was. I remember about 10 years ago, one of my colleagues asking for a similar, and being, told basically where to go by a number of press officers, being told that they were private citizens, it was none of her business where they came from, that their background was none of her business. And that was the kind of answers you would have got then. But now, obviously, they know that we're watching, and also the issue with the minute taken. Because let's face it, in 3 or 4 years from now, when all this has died down and hopefully we've went back to some semblance of normality, these are the minutes that people will be setting Freedom of Information Acts in to get to see how these decisions were made and how they came about. And the fact that they weren't taking minutes just because they didn't want people like me to ask to see them, I think that was completely unacceptable, and it was one of the most shocking things I remember thinking the day that evidence was given out, and it was said that they were, it was frowned upon to take minutes because they didn't want to be scrutinised or made to look bad in the press. And all of that has changed, and hopefully that is all for the better. There are still so many things that need ironed out, and most of us wouldn't have had a great deal of confidence when you were working in that field anyway. But right now, I think, when I'm watching what's happening in the last few days, people are trying, and they're trying because they realise how serious it is. So we have ministers in place who are really throwing their lot into trying to make sure that we get somewhere. I think we had a shaky start in relation to the arguments about whether when the schools should close or shouldn't close. But what it's also done, I think, too, is it's made us look at the sort of tininess of our island and the size of us in the scheme of things in the world, and how we run our business when it comes to a crisis like this across a tiny little island, and how we need so much political cooperation north and south. And these are things that were raised during Brexit, but were raised in terms of economy and trade and business, and now we're talking about those exact same things, but in terms of people's lives.
And somehow the barriers are coming down, and we're slowly getting there. Alison, are you confident that you can see kind of evidence of cross-departmental working, which was often a problem, that people sat in silos and didn't actually kind of cooperate? Do you think we can get past the kind of the orange and green to actually make sensible decisions and good, least worst decisions if necessary over the next month?
I'm fairly sure that there isn't a Protestant COVID-19 and a Catholic COVID-19. So right now, I think that we're all basically know that, that this is something that we all need to pull together for. What I haven't, and I know that we're in early days yet, you have seen what ministers have really shown their worth. And by this time, we will judge them. History will judge them on what they're doing right now. And those who have dithered, I don't think that Peter Weir has come out of this looking very well. He constantly seems to be looking to London for someone to give him, the nod, but he's afraid to make decisions. I think Deirdre Hargay has come out amazingly. I mean, before we even got to the crisis we're at now, she'd already changed the entire benefit system and simplified it for people who were going to lose their jobs and for the self-employed. All of those things I think really mattered. I think Nicola Mallon has done very well. She's made a load of decisions very quickly in relation to transport and infrastructure and trying to ease things along. I think Robin Swan has clearly the most difficult job in the executive, and he's facing, like a job that I don't think any of us would envy at this stage in time. I think that he's coming across full of empathy and compassion and care, and I hope that he's taken on the right advice and listening to the right advice. And I do think that the First and Deputy First Minister have been brilliant when they have stood side by side and spoken from the same hymn sheet. That would reassure people, and people are nervous, really nervous. Like I'm out and I'm still talking to people who I deal with from day to day. people who are not connected to the media or politics or anything else, and they're really, really worried. So you need that united front, and I think that both Arlene Foster and Michelle O'Neill have come out of this quite well so far.
Yeah, and the optics are good, just those two, fronting it up. And okay, there were some, mixed messages and, issues about timing and the rest of it. But I think, there is a general consensus in the community so to, give them a chance, let the ministers go out there, I think most people appreciate just how difficult it is, not just for them, but for civil servants, for the whole public sector. And I hope that these stakeholders realise just how powerful community support is behind them, and you do get that sense. But and it's great to see this reliance on experts. Like, where's Michael Gove now? Thankfully,
we're no longer post-expert, are we? Yeah.
But it's great to see our local politicians, but also Conservative Party, following in line with the expert view from their own scientific
the chief medical advisors have really came to their own, haven't they? These are people whose names probably none of us, people wouldn't have known, 6 months ago, and now they're household names. The amount of academics who, none of us might have spent our whole lives having never to know who these people are, and all of a sudden,
TV can get some other guests for future episodes.
Yeah.
So it's great to see that sort of reliance on expert advice, and I think that might be one of the the long-term consequences either that, in the public sphere, the role of experts, is going to be reinforced. But I also think in the wider political context, this idea of the states, since Thatcher, the rollback of the states, adherence to a small government. And I think more and more of us now realise that, we need the investment in our health service, not just to deal with the sporadic, the isolated sort of incidents of, trolley waits and whatever, but as an absolute coherent political ideology in a sense. We need to invest properly in our public services simply because these sort of crises are likely to be coming down the line, I'm afraid, for the foreseeable future. And so the role of the big state, I think, is going to be a bigger political priority for us.
In Westminster, Alison, is it fair to say that the Conservative Chancellor has turned out to be a bit of a socialist? Maybe he has no choice. Maybe
I would go as far to say communist.
But perhaps everybody in that circumstance, that all they can do, the only human reaction really is to kind of go to that length. But certainly, if you're, it's different if you're self-employed at the moment, but that may change too.
It's fascinating because it's a Tory government, and what the decisions they're making. So they're taking part of the railways back into public ownership. There's nursing homes and private hospitals being brought back into public ownership. They have, said they'll pay people in the hospitality industry and anyone who's lost their jobs wages. They've lifted all sorts of restrictions. They've put homeless people into the empty hotels. All of these things, which I'm pretty sure could have been done, at another time, have been done. But what I will say is, while we're all praising them now to get us through this crisis, do not think that we will not have to pay this back at some stage. This is not charity.
We're borrowing.
This is not charity. They are throwing billions and billions of pounds at this.
Interest rates are
and
cheap
when
as well,
all this is over,
they go up.
we will have to pay that back. And I can only imagine the kind of austerity that's coming to us down the road. So do not think for 1 minute that these are charitable donations that we're all receiving, and after this the slate will be wiped clean and we'll all go back to living lovely affluent lives. All of the money that is being borrowed to fix this mess, and I think that it should be borrowed, and I think it should be used in exactly the way it is. But do not be mistaken, we will have to pay this back at some point.
But that could be a 50-year, that could be coming off taxes for the next 50 years. This is kind of, it is a bit like a war, except it's not against another country, it's against a virus. But it is, sort of it's that scale
We're
of...
on war footing, you can see the coronavirus bill that's been put through, and that will go rush straight through Westminster. There'll be practically no debate about it. If you had tried to impose those kind of laws, which are basically just removing all our civil liberties, we're going to be living in, in a military totalitarian state.
Well,
there would
the
have been
potential for that to be enacted,
objection to it, but there's not, because these are not normal times. This is not normal circumstances. To be able to, they're extending the powers of how you can section people and detain them. They're saying you can forcibly quarantine people. There's not going to be any inquest or scrutiny of deaths. We've also, as of today, it's been announced that the prisons are going to release all sorts of prisoners back into society to clear out the prisons. There is aspects of that bill that, concerned me deeply, but at the same time too, what we have to do, I suppose, as a journalist that would be holding these people to account, is to make sure that this bill is only used for the duration of this crisis. and it will have to then.
But as we know, authoritarian states love a crisis, and you know, a lot of the stuff as we've known in the past, and particularly from Northern Ireland in terms of our emergency legislation, does tend to hang on to the statute book.
That was meant to be temporary.
And does that worry you? Do you see that the accidental, not even intentional abuse of power, but once you have it, well, it kind of makes things go a bit slicker, so we just keep it? Does that worry you? Or do you think people will kind of stand up and say, emergency over, get that off the books now, review it immediately?
Well, I think two things. One, as you look at China and, you know, the authoritarian states, particularly how the use of social media, you know, apps on phones to check, you know, that you're infected, you know, the way the states, you know, some states have been able to use technologies like that to actually manage, to increase surveillance. You know, that obviously is a great concern, because I'm sure President Trump and a few others, you know, will actually see these sort of measures, the use of, you know, IT as a means of actually controlling staff. But on the other hand, I am very optimistic about the role of civic society. I think people in Northern Ireland have really come together on this. You do detect it in the air, you know, a sense that, you know, we have to come out of this in a stronger, more united, and a more, how I hope in a way, a much more sophisticated civil society that will actually hold our politicians to account more, that will scrutinise government. And I think, you know, particularly when you talk to young people, you know, who are, you know, very anxious about the future, you know, I think they really want to see something powerful has to come out of this crisis. And that's why our festival, to be frank, is really opportune, I think, in terms of raising these issues and actually being able to stimulate new ideas on politics and culture.
So one of the aspects of the coronavirus bill is the RIPPLE legislation, which we all know is used at some stage to ban people who the government may think be involved in criminal activity or terrorism or activism. That would have been I think it was 3 days that they could basically tap your phone for before they had to then get permission from a judge, and now it's going to be 12 days. That would be one of the things I would be watching after this to make sure that that does not stay on the statute and that is reduced back to where it was, because that would be the kind of powers of use against people like me who are working in security journalism, you know, that kind of, those kind of snooping powers, which they're saying are essential so they can track people who are refusing to comply with self-isolation and quarantine. And there's nobody is objecting to this bill. You know, there's no political party standing up saying we're going to object it. It will go through, and it will go through. And by Thursday evening, this is the new world that we will be living in. But it's just how long it's used for. So we accept it. We're in exceptional times, and that calls for exceptional measures. But we just have to make sure that these exceptional laws are only used for the period of time of this disaster. But I will agree with what you said. I have seen, some appalling behaviour from some people, you know, and the great, you know, toilet roll rush of 2020. We will all remember that forever and a day. We've seen people, you know, crying in supermarket aisles because they couldn't buy baby food for their children. But also so many acts of kindness and so many cross-community acts of kindness. It's almost as if you don't even call it cross-community anymore, because it's just community helping each other and people coming forward, and churches. And we had a lovely story in the Irish News last week about the Masonic Lodge in the Shankill helping people in the falls, and all of these, you know, all of these, like the women's groups and all of the wee community groups and before. And I think that you can see that there's so much kindness. And even this week, one of the things, because I was very emotional this week about my parents, they're elderly and they're in that risk group, but I'm absolutely distracted about them. And it was just the pictures of all the children drawing rainbows and putting them in the windows so that, you know, people can see them to give a bit of hope. And you can see that, you know, these are terrible times. It is almost like being at a war, and you sort of feel that we're in the very early days of a war that we haven't actually, you know, get into the full of. But that you would hope that one thing is that we can see that we can repair our planet in ways that we don't need to be doing all the things that we were doing before. And also that we could be much kinder to each other and much more healing of each other, because when it comes to disaster like this, it doesn't discriminate, it doesn't look at it doesn't look at class, it doesn't look at colour, it doesn't look at religion, it doesn't look at any of those things. Every single one of us will be impacted by this, and therefore that if there's ever one thing that will bring us together, it's something so awful as this pandemic.
I mean, the Life and Times survey and so on, the next one that goes out, the answers will be very interesting to see whether we can track and whether that is banked, those kind of changes in community and the attitudes towards each other, and whether it slips over time or whether it just builds.
Well, it'd be lovely to think if they were. I mean, if the health minister was saying that the worst case scenario is 15,000 people. Now, when you bear in mind about 3,600 people died in the Troubles, everyone I know knows somebody who was murdered in the Troubles. Now, if you take that and you multiply that by 4, we're all going to know people that are going to die in this crisis, and therefore that is something that we will all have in common. You know, this tragedy is something we'll all have in common, and the ability and the adversity to try and beat this and to try and move on and to help each other, that is something that we'll all have in common as well.
How difficult is it, Alison, to report on some of this? Because in a sense, you want to hold politicians and kind of security forces and so on to account. You also need to give them a bit of space to kind of get on and do the thing and actually encourage people to listen to sensible messaging, and yet and you're also kind of looking ahead, and you're a bit more probably aware of how bad this is going to get. You know,
journalist people think that they sent them from the moon. You know, I'm a citizen of this place, and I have family who I am really, really worried about, and I have children who I'm so concerned about. And you know, one of my daughters works in Dublin, and I'm really worried about her and all sorts of other things. So you're doing this, and at the very start, when we started reporting on this several weeks ago, my colleague Shawning Graham, our health correspondent, has been completely outstanding. I don't know when she sleeps because she has just been constantly getting information and really double sourcing everything and making sure it's good, accurate information. It was a health story, but it's not a health story anymore. No. It's an everything story now. You know, it's all of us. And so the security implications of what's going to happen, how police are going to cope, how our frontline services are going to cope. What's going to happen if law and order breaks down? You know, what happens if people panic and they, you know, and they do start then taking to the streets and trying to loot supermarkets? How are we going to cope with that? You know, will the army be brought back onto the streets again because that has such significance in this place? Yeah. All of those things, we're now considering all of that. So it's no longer just a health story. It's, you know, it's in everything. Every aspect of our life is going to be touched by this.
And Pete, you're running a festival of ideas and politics. We're into the 4th or 5th year of it. It feels like it's been here forever, but you still have hair left, so it clearly hasn't gone that long.
Just about.
But I mean, you would never have thought that you would be taking the festival online. You never would have thought that you wouldn't have audiences in a venue like this. It's been a real change, and it's happened at a pace that you could barely predict. Kind of, you know, 3 weeks ago you were thinking, maybe some things will be curtailed. 2 weeks ago, yeah, something will change. A week ago, we'd have to get rid of audiences. You know, so it's moved very, very fast.
It has, and I suppose it reflects generally what's happened in the body politic. You know, we've had to, you know, respond really quickly. It's been an organisational challenge, but in a sense we're lucky. You know, it's opportune for us. We're at the right place at the right time, and we had the tech backbone, I suppose. You know, with venues like Accidental Theatre and the 343 to be able to move a big proportion of our events online. So yes, I think we're lucky. You know, I think we can shed some light on these developing, you know, on the way things are moving. I suspect it'll take maybe 3 or 4 years for us to properly digest and the unintended consequences that are coming down the line. But we are what we are. We're able to deliver 3 days of informed debate, but also some entertainment. And I think it's important that you do try to lift the mood, that we use comedy, that we use poetry, we use the arts in a sense, you know, to interrogate some of the more nuanced, more difficult issues that really emotionally that we have to engage with, rather than the very hard factual news that, you know, people like Alison.
We definitely, you're right. You know, we need something to give us warmth and hope, and you know, and that is when I think, you know, all of those young people who have been involved in developing all these technologies, and maybe nobody's been paying any attention to them, and all of a sudden all these little tiny businesses now seem so relevant because we're trapped in our homes, and you know, we grannies on, you know, on iPads, you know, trying to talk to their grandchildren, and the fact that, you know, I know that one of my work colleagues, her daughter was doing a drama class, and the drama teacher is now teaching them online and Google Hangouts, and all the kids are on that, and you've got, you know, fitness trainers doing fitness classes online for young people while they're off school and doing PE lessons. I've been following a couple of online cookery demonstrations to kill my time, to get my time when I'm in the house, and all of these things, you know, we've found, isn't it amazing how quickly, you know, the human spirit finds a way to adapt and communicate with each other, you know, and keep on going.
And it's sort of rehabilitating, isn't it? You know, the internet and, you know, social media actually does have a very powerful role in connecting us all. So, you know, maybe we can actually, you know, find a more productive use, you know, of these technologies and actually move forward.
And take the toxicity out of social media, because it was used for such a long time for such negative purposes, and now all of a sudden you can see it being used for good, and people saying, I can offer this service, or is there anyone I could drop this off to, and people, you know, trying to help strangers and using that for that, and there's not a much nicer use of it than spending your day online trolling people.
I mean, Alison, you mentioned earlier about the army, certainly in Great Britain, are being talked about as they will be kind of doing supply chain stuff and trying to make sure that various goods get to hospitals and so on. They may also have a role in terms of setting up field hospitals to do kind of testing, places that people can kind of drive through or whatever. Is that I mean, is that beyond the pale for Northern Ireland, that actually they could be accepted, that this is a fine time for them to do that, or would that actually expose the fact that we haven't, that's still just too difficult for the British Army for some to be seen?
It's such a strange thing, because we spent so long, developing a peace process to get the army off the streets, and here we have, can we accept members of the army in a humanitarian role? And the Irish Army will be carrying out humanitarian duties, we know that, in the Republic. If we can't manage, and if we get to the point, and I mean, so just today, for an article that I'm running in the Irish News, I spoke to a frontline police officer who said, if we go into lockdown and I go into a house where there's a very serious domestic violence situation, I arrest that person is infected, I can't take them to a custody suite, I can't drop them off at A&E, I can't let them go because they could kill somebody. Where do you take them? And that's at the point where you might be looking at maybe the military setting up some kind of field centre, hospital type detention centre where people can be held, but that's only going to be very small amounts of people. We can find a way to try and adapt that without having to bring the military in, but I think if we do, and it's a matter of if your loved one is going to die or they're going to be treated by an army medic, I don't think anyone's going to argue with the fact that the army medic's going to step in and help in a crisis. And
you think our politicians can cope with that? And we'll give the leadership to say, pipe down, your worries are justified, but not at the moment.
It's just not been played up at all, and I think that's maybe a sign that they're looking at this in a completely new light. I mean, I haven't heard Sinn Féin haven't objected to this bill for a start, which I can't imagine that they would have agreed to in any other circumstances. I haven't heard much said at all, because at this point in time, I suppose we're looking at a way of trying to cope without having to bring in military assistance. It depends how long this goes on for. I mean, if this goes on for a length of time and you have frontline police officers dropping of coronavirus or having to self-isolate, and you have frontline medical staff having to self-isolate, and the numbers are going down and down and down, eventually someone's going to have to step in and fill that gap. And I mean, while we're just, at this point in time, we're in scenarios that may or may not ever happen, I don't see how people could take to the streets to object about that. First of all, you wouldn't be allowed out in the streets because the new bill says you're not allowed to gather anymore. So nobody can object to it whether they want to or not anyway.
We may never get home, and we'll still be here in 3 weeks' time. This could just be one very long episode of kind of Big Brother. Thankfully, Alison could cook. More cookery demonstrations, please. Pete, in a previous life, as well as doing comedy festivals and ideas festivals, you've been into the use of evidence and the fact that evidence should be is vital for policies. Are you encouraged that we're kind of being given evidence by experts these days, and do you think we're understanding it, and are we kind of being given it in a way that actually it's helping us come to terms with what are quite big changes to civil liberties that we don't realise we have until the very point that you're about to get sectioned, or you've been kind of lifted off the street because you're meant to be in quarantine according to somebody else's judgment? Are you happy with that we're tuned in and ready for an evidence-based life for the next few months?
Well, I hope so, and I think so far so good. That people are listening to the experts by and large, and thankfully our political classes, seem to be, taken on board and not point scoring and trying to distort what can sometimes be very difficult, material to digest. And I think there is a danger. We're jumping into, as Alison said, really uncharted territory. Some huge policy, changes are coming in. The whole idea of, the state has talked about, moving online, people working more remotely. Now we're doing that whole scale. There's no experimentation, there's no piloting. We're jumping straight down, that particular hole. All sorts of really drastic sort of changes to our life are now coming down the line. Are they going to be properly, evaluated, assessed, managed? What's going on in the background in terms of, being able to document the changes that we're going through? I really think that, looking back in history, this will be seen as such an important, time. So I hope that all our sociologists and, artists and, a whole range of people that can help document and make us make sense of this difficult period, they're going to be involved in this process, and that government as a whole can improve, and that we as citizens can engage much more effectively in that, maybe move more citizens' assemblies, ways in which we can use the internet in terms of participatory budgeting, for example, helping our politicians govern better. And I think, let's face it, the lesson I think from this period is that we don't, regardless of whether the army comes in or We bring in these sort of structural reforms. The bottom line is that we as a community have to stick together, and we have to implement these changes ourselves in our own personal lives and then the people who we interact with. And I think that hopefully will be the real lesson, that we as a community have to get involved in government and not just leave it to the political cadres, to manage this on our behalf.
And then be grateful for, all the things we have. I think that we're all getting very, self-absorbed and not really thinking about the bigger picture and all the rights and the beautiful spaces and the freedom that we do have. And it'll be lovely that when this all lifts and we can all go out, into the fresh air and hopefully be nicer, kinder people. And although I do agree that, you can see that taking all those cars off the road and helping the planet repair itself during this time too, I think it'll be invaluable. But also to remember, that just because people can work from home doesn't mean they always should be working from home. I mean, as a journalist, I will be working from home for the foreseeable future. But when I'm dealing with someone who has undergone a tragedy or trauma, I want to sit beside them. I want to look them in the eye. I want to have a cup of tea with them. I want to talk to them. And sometimes you have to hold someone's hand or give them a hug to comfort them and let them go. And that kind of personal contact is not something I've already seen. Before this happened, journalism go towards that way where people are office based, they do all their stories online, they never leave the office, and that's not who I am, and it's not who I think that we should be. And so I think that we should look at how many people possibly can have a better work-life balance and work from home. But if it's just a case of saving money on office space, I don't think that everyone should be, because for your mental health too, I think this is going to be so damaging for so many people's mental health. Like, we're going to go into lockdown, and some people were already struggling as it is, and they'll really struggle during that time. And that's when technology and social media and everything comes into its own, and communication and all sorts of other things. I feel so sorry for people who are isolated and live in rural communities and are maybe on their own, and they're going to really struggle. So all of that, I think it gives us a chance to show a maturity that maybe we speak so much about the legacy of our conflict and how we're going to deal with the legacy of our conflict, and maybe this will be the time where we can say the legacy of our conflict is done and dusted. We are now one community who's coming together to face, an invisible enemy that is not going to, step around one of us because we go to a different church and attack another one. It's just going to go through the whole community. So we could come together as one, and that would maybe be, if we're looking again at such the horrible predictions that are meant to come in the coming weeks, that could maybe be one positive thing that we could cling on to.
Okay, well, thank you for your discussion today. Pete O'Neill, Alison Morris, I've been Alan Maben, and this has been Slugger TV, and we encourage you to continue washing your hands, to continue staying at home, and we hope that we'll see you in the next month or so for the next episode. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'm really honoured to be here. I'm going to give a 40-minute sermon on the subject of does political violence work? And as some of you will have noticed, this is close in title to one of my pathetically selling books called Does Terrorism Work? But I'm going to talk about more than just terrorism today, because I want to reflect on some of the relationships between different kinds of political violence. So in order to give you a sense of where we're going through the sermon, there are going to be 5 points to what I say, or 5 sections of it. And the first 4 points are going to be why I think the question about efficacy is important. The second point is going to say, why is it a difficult question to answer? This is particularly thinking about terrorism and whether it works. The third section of the talk will be about how I think we should go about answering it in a serious-minded way. The fourth point will be, at the risk of meaning that none of you do buy my book, and it'll be what I think the answer is to the question. And then fifthly, I want to reflect on other kinds of political violence more directly, particularly some thoughts about war and about the extent to which political violence in war works or not. So I'm going to talk mainly about terrorism in the first 4 points and then about war in the last one. But I would want to stress at the start that in using the term terrorism, I'm not suggesting that it's really the right word. It's one of those words like radicalisation that is the wrong word, but we're kind of stuck with it. And I used to write about political violence without using the word terrorism at all. I wrote a book on the IRA some years ago and basically didn't use the word terrorism because it seems to me that the word terrorism carries with it such a negative connotation that if I say that Peter is a terrorist, the assumption is I'm saying he's a bad guy. In other words, there's a value-laden quality to it, and I thought it was better to avoid it. But now I've changed my mind on that, because the point is the word isn't going to go away. And if you leave discussion of non-state political violence to people who are happy with the word terrorism, you're kind of leaving it to Fox News and to Sebastian Gorka and others, and I don't think that's what I want to do. So I'm going to discuss the definition in a bit, but the first 4 issues of the talk will be about terrorism, and the 5th will be more specifically about war. But in all of this, I hope what I'm saying has some relevance to different kinds of political violence, state, non-state, local, national, international, and how they relate to each other. So first part of the sermon, why does the question, does terrorism work or does political violence work? Why is it an important question? I think 2 real reasons why it's important. This, Imagine Festival is about thinking about major issues. So let's assume this is a major issue. I think it's important for 2 reasons. The first is that if you're looking at why people carry out political violence, they tend to do so because they think that it's the only way or the best way of achieving something which is essential or precious. So when you look at what people who've been involved in non-state terrorism say about why they've done it, they tend to say things along the lines of one famous, now deceased member of ETA that, quote, the only possibility we have of gaining our liberty is through violence. The only possibility we have of gaining our liberty is through violence. And again, if you look at warfare and why people justify the awfulness involved in state-sanctioned war, or if you look at non-state violence by terrorist groups, it's the idea that this is the only way of bringing about something precious, something necessary, something essential. So in other words, if we're explaining why people do political violence, a crucial aspect to it is that they think it's going to work. And it seems to me that's an essential basis for understanding. It's not actually all that common in the media that that's there as the reason why people do it. You far more commonly find if a bomb goes off or somebody's run over in the street or whatever it is, that there is something nearer to a pathologizing, that these are crazies, that these are people who are gangsters, rather than looking at it as something which is seen as a practical way of bringing about something essential. But my point here is that I think the question about whether terrorism works, more broadly also whether political violence works, involves more than just saying people do it because they think it does. Let's ask whether they're right or not. Okay? We can't claim to understand political violence analytically unless we know the extent to which, the ways in which it does or does not work. And I think for all of us as citizens, that's something which is a crucial aspect of understanding. But I think it also has a practical aspect to it. If, for example, at the end of our session today, we decided that terrorism overwhelmingly doesn't work, or indeed decided that state violence in warfare doesn't work, this would have profound practical implications for us as voters, for us as people who, if we're involved in politics or in government or in the media or in the police or in the army or in universities or whatever it is in civil society, because that would have implications for how we make some of the most important choices in our lives. Okay? And I think if it is the case that we understand, let's say, for example, if it turned out that non-state political violence works much more effectively in some contexts rather than others, or that some ways of responding to it make it less likely to happen rather than more likely to happen, that would be of political importance in a really significant way. So I think the question is important regarding terrorism, even more so regarding the much more lethal kinds of violence involved in state actors getting involved in warfare, to ask the question analytically. We can't understand political violence unless we know whether it does actually work, or the ways in which it does, or the contexts in which it does. But we also will have some practical implications of that. And the ghosts of all of this are those shelves of books on one of the walls in my study, which are the memoirs of politicians. And you rarely find politicians saying that war that I justified was a really bad idea. You sometimes find it, but very rarely. And you rarely find after wars a unanimity from the people who've engaged in them saying this was just a huge mistake. And it seems to me that it is at least possible that, as part of our conversation, we might decide that political violence overwhelmingly does not achieve that which is supposedly justifying it. Let's remember what we're talking about. We're talking about the most awful things you can do to someone else. We're talking about murder, we're talking about maiming, we're talking about often very intimate brutality. We're normally talking about people being defenceless at the point at which they're injured or killed. That decision is one which, I'll come back to this at the end, has a huge moral implication, and we can't make those moral choices unless we understand whether political violence works, and we can't make those moral choices unless we know the practical implications of that. So I think it's an important question we're discussing. Okay, so why is it a difficult question? Or is it a difficult question? I think it is a difficult question to answer. I spent years writing the book, Does Terrorism Work? And I realised why no one had bothered to write one before, because it's a really difficult question. Partly in terms of terrorism, because it's very difficult to know how to define that word in a way that's meaningful. Okay? Because obviously, because the word is very negative with its associations, people generally want to use it against those they disagree with. And defining what terrorism is, defining what political violence is a very awkward foundation for dealing with the question we're dealing with today. So for example, is terrorism something which, as some people claim, is terrorism only something that non-state actors do? Or do states do it as well? Is terrorism only something which is violence directed against civilians or non-combatants, or is it something which can also involve attacks on the military? When I was working on the book, Does Terrorism Work?, quite early on in conversations with people, when I talked about writing this book, people would refer to the 1980s Beirut truck bombings, because they're one of the instances where terrorism seemed to work, because after those murderous attacks, the US and others did leave the Lebanon, seemingly in reaction to it. Of course, most of the people killed in those attacks were military. So by many definitions of terrorism, this wasn't actually an act of terrorism at all, it was something else. So the definition really does matter. If terrorism is something only done by non-state groups, you're talking about one kind of violence. But if, like me, you think that most deliberately terrorising, politically motivated violence through history has been done by states, then you're talking about something much different, a much bigger scale of violence. So it seems to be the one difficulty we have with this question, does political violence work, but particularly does terrorism work, is what do we mean by that? So for example, if you have implied political violence by a state which is anticipating a riot and has heavily armed police on the street, even if they don't use the violence, they're threatening it, is that political violence? What is it we're defining? And I think you have to be very precise about that. What I mean by terrorism is politically motivated violence of various different kinds, but in the book, Does Terrorism Work?, I'm mainly focusing on non-state groups, not because I don't think states do it, because I think it's very difficult to write about the state and the non-state actor in the same book. But I think the crucial point here, and if there's one thing I hope you will take away from this talk, above all the other points that I make, it's that the relationship between non-state actors and states is what really changes history, rather than non-state violence itself. Okay, so even if you look at this century and the last century, both of which began with acts of famous terrorism, the assassination in 1914, which was the trigger for the First World War, the 9/11 atrocity in September 2001, which started this century off. In both of those cases, the merciless violence involved in those acts wasn't what changed history. What changed history was the state responses to it. Catastrophically in the case of the First World War, I think pretty catastrophically in the case of the responses to 9/11, and I think we haven't yet seen the full outworking of the legacy of the responses to 9/11, which I think will get more egregiously bad in future years. But the key thing is it's a relationship between different actors which defines it. Okay? So I think if we're looking at the definition, it's really important to ask the question who it is we're talking about, what kinds of violence. And when I talk at the end of the talk about war, I'm going to be broadening it out to think about what states specifically do. But in all of our discussion of terrorism, I think we need to think about the ways in which the relationship between state and non-state actor is crucial. So if you're looking at why people justify violence from non-state perspectives, Bin Laden, quote, "Why are we fighting and attacking you? Because you attacked us." Okay, first, they can continue to attack us. Sheikh Yassin, one of the Hamas leaders, "We have the right to retaliate if they kill our civilians and target them." Again and again, the idea that you've done something wrong against me and I can react to it is why non-state actors engage in violence. But similarly, if you look at state violence, very frequently it's because of the non-state provocation. Why did the war on terror, which involved massive state violence, rightly or wrongly, why did that occur? Because of the atrocity of those murderous attacks on the day that Bin Laden called Holy Tuesday in 2001. So it's about the relationships which fuel it, but I think you have to be precise about what you define. The second thing why it's difficult is it's difficult to know what working means. So commonly when you have asking the question, does terrorism work or does political violence work, people come up with a straightforward answer. Yes, it does. Look at Martin McGuinness, people will frequently say. Or, no, it doesn't. We haven't got X, Y, or Z that we were fighting for. It seems to me those answers are probably deceptively simple in that in many areas, I would argue in most areas of human endeavour which matter to us, the answer of whether something works or not is a complicated one, not a straightforward one. That one simple answer isn't going to adequately work with it. So you find in the literature on the subject of terrorist efficacy, you get books and articles written with titles like Why Terrorism Works or Why Terrorism Does Not Work, but they normally mean different things. So for example, the political scientist Max Abrams, based in the States, has written an article called Why Terrorism Does Not Work, by which he means it doesn't tend to achieve its major policy objectives. The controversial Harvard lawyer Alan Dershowitz has written a book called Why Terrorism Works, by which he means it gets things like publicity or interim concessions. Now, they might both be right because they mean something different. So when we're asking does political violence work, even more so, but certainly when we're asking does terrorism work, we need to know what working would actually mean. I think if you think of any area of your life which matters to you, the idea that it's simply answerable by no, it didn't work or yes, it did, probably refers to something trivial rather than to something substantial. I'm tempted, I was hoping I might get through an hour and a half without mentioning Brexit, but it's not possible, is it? So in future years there'll be exam questions which say, did Brexit work? And people will automatically have instinctive answers to that, but it seems to me it's unlikely to be a question adequately answered by yes or no. It might not happen, which would mean you didn't have the exam question, but assuming it happens in some form, there'll be a complex set of answers. And when you look at work on strategy in general, whether it's strategy, military strategy, business strategy, sporting strategy, violence strategy, you normally find that there's no simple outcome, did it work or not, but you have to define therefore what it means. I think a third reason it's a difficult question is proving causation in human endeavour is incredibly difficult. Okay, even if today we set up the Black Box Liberation Front, carried out some violence to declare freedom from the city of Belfast, and they said, oh, you can let that bunch have their freedom, proving that it was this that made the difference is very difficult. So in this city, in Belfast, for example, to the extent that political violence over the last 50 years has changed things in Northern Ireland, in the north of Ireland, how do you know it's the violence that made the difference, rather than the non-violent arguments pointing in the same direction by people who eschewed violence? How do you know that it's the violence that made the difference, rather than the partly autonomous changes in economics, in social mobility, in demography, in political context? Proving human causation is very difficult, except in very straightforward things. You know, he picked up the watch, he dropped the watch, it fell, that sort of thing. But those things that you can easily prove causation in tend to be somewhat dull. Something about whether political violence works or terrorism works is more difficult. And the final reason I think it's a really difficult question to answer, particularly in relation to terrorism, is because it's so controversial. Because I knew that whatever answer I came up with in my book, people would hate me for it. Because if you say it does work, oh, there he's encouraging it. If you say it doesn't work, oh, he's condemning those who are involved in it. I was very proud of one of the reviews of my book, which described it as being morally repellent, which I took as a real compliment, because I've got accused of lots of things in the past, but generally being morally repellent is not something that has come in. So I like to add new abuse when I can get it. But what this guy meant was that I seem to be treating terrorists as if you need to discuss them calmly rather than with moral outrage, which I thought was kind of part of the point of being a professor, because anyone can go down the boozer and say, I think it's horrible when someone gets blown up. It seemed to me important to look at it dispassionately. If you go to a doctor, You don't want the doctor to condemn cancer. You want to thump the table and say it's a many-headed hydra of evil that must be got rid of. You want them to give you some kind of diagnosis, explanation, and possibly even remedy. And I think the same is true here. Because I recognise that in this city, of all cities, it's a very sharp-edged question, because everybody in this city has some connection to some of the loss that it's experienced in our lifetimes. But it seems to me the fact that it's a controversial question means it's probably a more important one to answer, rather than we should shy away from it. So, first part of the sermon, I think it's a really important question. I think it relates to all sorts of things that are happening as we switch on our phones and look at the news around the world. I think unless we can think about this question calmly, we're going to continue getting the world wrong. Those of you who know me know I'm instinctively a pessimist about our species. I think that we need daily redemption for our lack of capacity to improve things. It's a grim prediction to make. I think this century is going to be even worse than the last one, which is quite an achievement if you think about what happened in the last 100 years. This is going to be worse, okay? I also think in the future, if there's anyone left in 200 years, they'll look back and say, were these people really discussing Brexit while they were destroying the planet through climate change? Did they really want to talk about the backstop while over 3 million children were dying of avoidable hunger and disease around the world? For goodness sake. But anyway, I think there are things where we're going to make this worse this century. We're going to make it much worse unless we think about political violence, what it actually achieves. And I want to talk about war at the end specifically, because I think that's the most dangerous. I think it's a difficult question, but I think that's the reason we should address it, even though it's one which makes it more complicated. And I think it's something which therefore involves us thinking thirdly, how should we try and address the question, does terrorism work or does political violence work? And I'm going to suggest, first of all, that I think we need a framework for what working might mean. And I think there are 4 main layers to that. I think the main objective of those who engage in serious political violence is to bring about strategic victory. So the top layer of what working would mean would be that you wanted to achieve, in Hamas's case, the destruction of Israel and the establishment of an Islamic Palestinian state covering Mandate territory. You carried out your violence, it happened, you got your result. In the 1930s and 40s, you might have wanted to carry out violence in order to establish an independent Israeli state, which would give a space for Jewish people to have their identity protected. You carry out violence and it happened. In other words, strategic victory will be you get a victory, you get what you want. Right? I think that's quite rare, as I'll say in a minute. The second level would be what I'd call partial strategic victory, which would be where you get a kind of decaffeinated version of this. So you might not get the destruction of Israel and the establishment of that Palestinian state, but you might get a 2-state outcome which gives you certain kinds of control in Gaza or the West Bank, and you think it might not have happened but for the violence. You might not get, and I'm not saying that's what I think will happen, but you might not get an independent Basque state covering all of the Basque provinces in France and Spain, but you might accelerate the likelihood of a greater respect for Basque culture within Spain. Again, I'm not saying that's what I think has happened, but that's an argument which I have heard put by some Basque separatists. You might not get a united Ireland, but you might claim that the acceleration of reform in the north is something which has been brought about through the pressure of violence. And again, that's not an argument I'm saying I agree with, but it's one which has been very forcibly made to me. You might have the argument that loyalist violence has made it less likely that a united Ireland would be conceded by the United Kingdom state, and that therefore that has been something which doesn't involve victory, because you would rather not have, if you're a loyalist, presumably you'd rather not have seen Martin McGuinness in any position of political power. You'd rather not have seen some of the changes that had been made in Northern Ireland, but you might claim you got a partial version of what you wanted. I think partial strategic success can also involve what you might call secondary goals. So you might not get rid of the state of Israel, but you might get revenge against Israelis. You might not destroy America, but you might damage it. And there's no doubt that some of the enthusiasm that that very small minority of Muslims globally who supported Al-Qaeda's violence welcomed, some of the celebration of it was due to the damaging lashing out at America. Bleeding America to the point of bankruptcy was the way bin Laden put it, which didn't happen, but they did celebrate the fact that bin Laden's and his colleagues' work did damage America in terms of hitting it psychologically, hitting it economically. So you might get revenge and you might sustain resistance. Thirdly, I think in addition to political violence, working strategically or partially strategically, there's the tactical level. I think 9/11, for example, which was a hideous event morally, clearly, and I think which was strategically very unsuccessful. I don't think 9/11 meant that America was less involved in Muslim countries. I don't think that 9/11 meant that there was a renaissance of a certain kind of Salafism. I don't think 9/11 meant that apostate regimes in Muslim countries were removed. But tactically, there is no question that 9/11 was a huge success. Indeed, it went beyond that which they seem to have anticipated. Small number of people, the people involved in making that happen, fewer than the people in this room. Okay, very inexpensive. Unquestionably did help to change history, not I think in the strategic direction they wanted, but it did make a significant tactical impact. You might get operational successes in that sense. I think many groups that have engaged in non-state political violence that have been the ones we would tend to study, the FARC, PLO, Hamas, Irgun, the IRA, the UVF, so forth around the rest of the world, ISIS clearly, Al-Qaeda clearly, they're important because they have at least some kinds of tactical operational successes. They also frequently get publicity, and one of the many things that violence does secure for you, particularly if you're not powerful enough to have your own state, is publicity. So how many people around the world have heard of ETA in a way they've not heard of the PNV, the Constitutional Ba'ath Party that was vastly more popular for the most part during ETA's violence than ETA. I travel around the world a fair amount. The two people from this city of whom people have most commonly heard are George Best and Bobby Sands. And I think that it's clear that there are more people who've heard of the IRA than the SDLP, and if you said to people, can you name 20 people from either of those groups, people would be more easily able to get at least near to 20 IRA people than to 20 SDLP people, even though during the Troubles the SDLP overwhelmingly, repeatedly, again and again and again, had more supporters in the Northern nationalist community than the IRA. In other words, you do get publicity, you do get people noticing you. I think you also get tactical successes in the sense of undermining opponents. And here I think one of the things which, I'll come back to this in the third part of the talk, or the fourth part of the talk, when I try and talk about how I think this has worked in practice. You very frequently find that non-state actors will do things that provoke states into undermining themselves. So I think, for example, in the War on Terror, which I think had some successes, had some failures, one of the things that was undoubtedly a failure was the degradation of the ways in which Western liberal democracies felt they should treat people. The way in which in the United States of America there was a redefinition of what torture meant to try and make it more and more difficult for something to be described as torture. Okay, and that undermined, in the public view, in my view rightly, to the extent that it happened, it undermined what those states stood for, because it seemed to remove the Weberian distinction between states as legitimate wielders of force and non-state terrorists as illegitimate wielders of force by doing things which are manifestly out of tune with the way you think you should treat people normally as a liberal democracy. So you can get tactical successes, operational, publicity, interim concessions. You take someone hostage, you get money. You take someone hostage, you get your prisoners released. You can get publicity. You can gain control over populations through violence, and you can gain a strengthening of your organisation through gathering money. So there are non-trivial tactical things. And the fourth level, in addition to strategic success, partial strategic success, tactical successes, I think there are also what you might call inherent rewards. And I'm not saying people do violence primarily because it psychologically feels good, or they're excited, or they like the comradeship, or they like the buzz, or they like the money, or they like the friendships, or whatever. But those things are non-trivial. Certainly when you look at memoirs of people who've been involved in non-state violent groups, exhilaration, the sense of being part of something righteous, the shift from deference to defiance, the shift from triviality to something more significant are important aspects which can be sustaining of groups. I think when we look at these fourfold things, strategic, partial strategic, tactical, inherent rewards, I think they also apply to different kinds of political violence. Okay, I think, for example, if you're looking at the way states engage in warfare, you can get a strategic victory, you can get an outcome which is exactly what you want, or you can get a partial strategic victory, which is like a compromise, but it's nearer to what you wanted than you think you would have got without violence. Or you can get some secondary goals, where you can redefine a particular region, or you can redefine a particular actor. You can certainly have tactical successes in terms of some of the violence you've carried out and its particular effect, and there are unquestionably some inherent rewards. Huge inherent costs, of course, as well, because people involved in violence suffer terribly through what happens to them, but inherent rewards for it as well. So if we're thinking about how states respond to terrorism, for example, there's a lot more going on in counter-terrorism than just countering terrorism. So for example, if you're involved in, during the last 20 years, if you're involved in the economics of producing drones, the war on terror will have gone better for you than for most people. There's a non-trivial economics to this, as there is to warfare. Okay, in other words, there are ways in which all sorts of inherent rewards can come out of things. Some people have a good war. And I'm not being facetious. It's me recognising that there are different inherent rewards in this for all sides. So, we're getting through the sermon. It's an important question, if you believe me. It's a difficult question. You have to believe me on that because I spent years with my beard going grey writing a book about it. I think it's a question which involves a framework, which means that you look at this not saying yes or no, but thinking of all the different ways it might be yes or no. And we'll come to some examples in a minute of particular groups. But if you think about the history of this city, history of this society, if you think about what's happened in Colombia, if you think about Israel-Palestine, if you think about global jihadism, if you think about Boko Haram, I don't think there are easy questions. And clearly by the time you get to the First World War, the Second World War, the American Civil War, the Lebanese Civil War, you're into territory which is far from being yes or no, if you're going to have a serious discussion of it. And I think you do need some sense of what the different kinds of working would be. So fourthly, what's the answer? I should stop now and say just go and buy my book on Amazon, but I'm not going to. I'm going to do you a favour and save you the money, despite its attractively priced quality. Yeah. So I think the answer is that political violence, certainly in the case of terrorism, though I think in other kinds of violence it's eerily the same, turns out to be just like most things that humans do. You rarely get what you most want. Okay, so strategic success is very rare amongst terrorist groups. You could make a case, not popular to make in some circles, that Jewish violence in the 1930s and 1940s significantly accelerated the establishment of an independent Jewish state. I think even that's complicated, but you can make that case. You could make the case that the FLN in Algeria had very great significance through violence, much of which was clearly terroristic. But it's very unusual for a non-state actor to end its campaign getting what it wants. So I've gone through, there are some cases I know very, very well, there are some cases I know less well, but I've looked at in enough detail to get an answer on this. Very, very rare that you get what you want. Okay. I also think that's probably true. I'll say something about this at the end. It's even more uncomfortable to acknowledge this, but I think that's probably true of most warfare as well, which has much greater levels of violence. But if strategic victory is unlikely, a sort of decaffeinated, slightly diluted version of it is much more common. Let's talk about what's happened in this city. You could make the case that there was an acceleration of the urgency of reform in the north through it being higher on the agenda. And people have claimed that there was a sense of that having represented an acceleration of nationalist redress agreement. You could make the claim that one of the reasons that there has been a shift in terms of Israeli popular and political opinion in terms of attitudes towards certainly Gaza and to some extent the West Bank is because of the persistence of Palestinian violence making it a pressing issue which will not go away. And you certainly get secondary goals. Revenge is the one. Again, this is the pressing thing to comment on. One thing terrorist groups and certainly one thing warfare brings about very repeatedly, very successfully is the secondary goal of revenge. I might not get the destruction of America that I wanted. Interestingly, Bin Laden, who I think I never met him. I know people who did, and I never met him myself. I wish I had. I suspect he's rather an intriguing fellow for all of the iniquitous things that he did and supported. Bin Laden's grasp of international politics is pretty ropey. Okay, quote, "We believe that America is weaker than Soviet Russia." Good luck with that one. Okay, but it does seem to me that there is a sense that while not destroying America, there was a jolt to American self-confidence and to the American economy, which was non-trivial through that atrocity. And I do think that it has had an effect which involved getting revenge on Americans, which is good enough for some of them. And if you look at some of the literature from Hamas warriors, again, you wander around with these quotations in your head when you write these books, but there's one very blunt Hamas statement, quote, "I hate Jews and at any opportunity I have I will kill Jews," says this particular Hamas member. In other words, whether or not you destroy Israel, having a go at Jews might be something which gives you some satisfaction. That's much more common. So the strategic victory, the top level, is very rare. More likely you'll get the second, more still you'll get the third. In other words, you might not get a strategic or even partial strategic victory, but you will have a good chance of some tactical successes. What will those look like? If you're one of the organisations or one of the conflicts we're actually interested in, because it's become important enough to discuss, you'll have got some stuff right. And that is true of, clearly ETA have fizzled out now, but they did manage to pull off some extraordinary acts tactically in terms of operations. The IRA has for the most part ceased to exist in a meaningful sense, but it did carry out some acts of sustained violence against a moderately sized and major state over a generation. Some of those tactical operational acts were very successful. Likewise the FARC. Even the Baader-Meinhof group are much less major organisation than those I've just mentioned, did manage to carry out some things which were not only eye-catching, but somewhat daringly effective at a tactical level. And gaining publicity is probably the thing at tactical level which is most common. The media don't always deal with this in ways which help, because I think there is a tendency to exaggerate the significance and to some extent the bogus glamour of those who are involved in it. So with the Boston Marathon bombing some years ago, there was a rather good article which some of you will have read in the Rolling Stone, and the article was actually very calm and measured, but the cover picture of the brother made him look kind of cool. And I think there's a tendency perhaps to play up the degree to which you get publicity. So after the Manchester atrocity in England, for about 2 weeks, the English media only talked about Manchester. So there was a sense if you were, for example, a somewhat disenchanted former low-level criminal who'd had a drugs past, was a bit marginal, then had a conversion to a certain kind of redemptive Islam and wanted an ISIS-friendly apotheosis, you would seem to be confident you get 2 weeks of publicity out of it. In other words, you can get some publicity through this violence. There's an argument for saying much less about it than we do, actually. There's an argument for saying much less about terrorism. Why? Because it's actually very, very unlikely to hurt you. The chances statistically in any given year at the moment of an American in America being killed by terrorism are around 1 in 4 million. Chances of an American anywhere in the world getting on a plane which has a terrorist bomb on it are about 1 in 22 million. Very, very long odds. Okay? In other words, there's a huge sense of its importance as opposed probably to its actual threat. But that does mean you get publicity in a disproportionate way. The Harvard psychologist Steve Pinker comments on terrorism having what he called a cockeyed ratio of fear to harm. And it's a bit like shark at the beach. I used to think with our kids, if you said to them, don't go swimming in the water, you'll drown, they'd say, shut up, Dad. If you said shark, they'd come out of the water really quickly. And terrorism is a bit like shouting shark. Okay? So in the academics John Muller and Mark Stewart have calculated in the decade after 9/11, leaving aside what America already spent on homeland security and leaving aside the costs of the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, in the wake of 9/11 over that decade, there was $1 trillion increase in homeland security spending. Most of it on things like air marshals that never capture a terrorist. They sometimes break up a fight between people, but they don't. Okay. So there's a huge amount of spending. Now, you could spend that things on things which are much more likely to kill you. There are things in the United States that are much more likely to kill you than terrorism. Clearly, gun violence in general, far, 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 far more likely. Car accidents involving deer, more likely to kill you than terrorism. Accidents in the home where something falls off your wall and hits you on the head. Deaths by drowning in the bath. My favourite is that you're more likely by far in America to be killed through autoerotic asphyxiation than through terrorism. And yet, I think the war on autoerotic asphyxiation is unlikely, though. Having said that, who knows the way politics are going at the moment? It might be that that's what the Democrats come up with to try and get rid of President Trump, is that you have a war on this, but I think even that's unlikely. My point is that publicity is something you do secure, and similarly, I think when you get to the last level, inherent rewards, you find it's a very mixed bag, as it is in life. Does football work for footballers? Yes, if you end up with a very successful career. No, if you don't. Does boxing work for boxers? Yes, if you're fighting in Vegas for millions. No, if you're fighting in Wolverhampton Leisure Centre for 50 quid. Okay? Does academic life work? Yes and no. There are inherent rewards and inherent costs. So in other words, terrorism, but I think this is true of political violence more generally, turns out to be incredibly normal. And whereas most people think that when you say people who carry out political violence are normal, just like everyone else, they find it slightly depressing because it seems more comforting to think there's this other species of people who are kind of crazy or out there different. Actually, the truth is we know this isn't the case. Okay, it's normal, and it turns out it's just like most things you do. You rarely got what you really, 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 really want and what justifies it ultimately. Get a more decaffeinated version of that and pretend that's what you wanted all along and maybe get some secondary goals. Certainly some tactical successes, but you'd never probably have started it just for the tactical. And if you're lucky, you'll get a good war. If you're unlucky, you get a bad war. And what we tend to find is that as in so many kinds of human endeavour, we post hoc rationalise in ways that change what we really wanted, so that we make it seem more justifiable to have done what we've done, because we claim we got more of that than we thought than in fact we did. Or we said that what we said we really wanted wasn't what we really wanted, we're just using that as a bargaining chip, and what we really wanted was the thing we actually got. So it turns out that terrorism is much like business. Fifthly, and then I'll end, let's talk about political violence more generally, and particularly a few reflections on war. None of them popular when I make them normally, but maybe they will be today. Let's see. First of all, there's a depressing disjunction between the reasons that states say they go to war and the historically emergent reasons for the thinking which actually took them to war. In other words, the multi-causality behind going to war rarely is a coextensive circle with why you said you did it. And why you said you did it is almost always much more noble and lovely than the reasons you actually did it, which are much more messy and morally jagged. There's an equally depressing disjunction between the reasons that people fight in war and either of those, either the ostensible reasons or the state reasons. And people fighting in war is often to do with things which are quite banal in terms of politics. Bunch of mates joining up together, you're bored, you need the money, an inspiring cousin said you should join up or do it. So why did we go to war and why we actually went to war are only partly overlapping circles. And why people actually fight and keep fighting in them is only a partly overlapping circle with either or both of those. Worse still, what we say afterwards about why we did it and how it turned out and what we achieved is only partially related to any of those either. So people don't want to remember that the reason they joined up wasn't anything to do with the cause, it was because of X, Y and Z that had nothing to do with it. And they certainly don't want to remember that there was a disjunction between what they were supposed to be fighting for and what they're actually doing it for, nor do they want to acknowledge that actually what happened was much more messy. So if we're having this conversation in Warsaw, even the war, which is the just war, you know, if you want a just war, you always invoke Hitler after a while. Before long, you get to Hitler and say, well, you know, that was the case where pacifists have a really difficult job because, you know, what sort of world would you have had if everyone had responded pacifically to that monstrous man? And of course, if you're sitting in Warsaw, you say, well, actually, yeah, of course, we're delighted that the Nazis got beaten, but look how it ended for us. You know? And if you look at the relationships of people to even that egregious regime, the Nazi regime, as research again and again across countries, including every country that I've looked at, people's actual reactions at the time turn out to be much less conveniently morally hostile to the Nazis than they seem later on when everyone claims they were in the resistance. Okay? In other words, I think there is a way in which we misrelate why we do it to why we claim we do it, and why people actually fight in it and how we remember it, which is a long-winded way of saying that war turns out to be much less justifiable in most cases you look closely at in terms of achievement of otherwise unachievable things than we'd like to remember. Okay, which is one of the reasons why I think this morally really matters. And I think you see this in our lifetimes in recent discussions. So I remember very clearly the justifications around the very complex issue of the US and its allies going to war in Iraq in 2003. And I don't think it was a simple thing. I think there were reasons which are quite sustainable for thinking that it was worth considering. I wasn't in favour of the war myself. I certainly think in terms of fighting terrorism, it was a disastrously ineffective thing, but there were other reasons for going to war. But if you listen to the rhetoric, we now know, and anyone who's bothered to read through the Iraq War inquiry knows very, very clearly, there was an awful lot of prestidigitation and fancy footwork in terms of justifying things at the time. And more and more of that will become common. And how it's ended up, which is still, of course, unfolding. Again, not a straightforward thing. I think there were good things achieved and some disastrous consequences which are burning as we speak. But it does seem to me that the why is it claimed you're doing it, why are you actually doing it, why are people actually fighting in it, and what do we remember about it are circles which need to be much more aligned if this is going to be a justifiable human awfulness than they tend frequently to be. And I think that's even the case with the war against the Nazi regime. The two other points I'd make on war, and then I'll finish. One is that I think far more that happens in war needs to be recognised as being terroristic than is fashionable to say. I do think it's difficult to write books about non-state terrorism and state terrorism in the same pages because the dynamics of states are so large and different to non-state groups, but I don't think one is necessarily more important than the other, and I think that much that happens in war actually fits many definitions, even those states' definitions of terrorism. The deliberate targeting for political purpose of non-combatants or civilians very often happens in war, including wars by liberal democratic states. And I think if we recognise that, we'd be less glib about the distinction between terrorism and state violence, which I think is a more ambiguous and porous line. But we'd also force ourselves, which is my final point, to thinking morally about how often we should sanction using appalling violence. And I'm maybe just getting older and older and slightly more soft as I get older, that there are fewer and fewer conflicts as I get older that seem to me close to being justified by what was supposed to justify them when you set the human suffering as against the achievement. I mean, the book I wrote on terrorism ends up arguing that the long history of terrorism and counter-terrorism suggests that you're far more certain to cause appalling human suffering through terrorism than you are to achieve benign change politically or socially. I mean, just the empirical evidence is, I think, unarguable on that. But you could also make the claim that the same is true of many state endeavours in terms of violence. You're far more certain to cause appalling human suffering than you are to achieve benign change. Now, it might still be the right thing to do. I'm not a pacifist, though I would be a useless combatant. I would be that sort of professor at the front who just would be useless in a fight if I got there and would try and find reasons not to get there. So I'd be the sort of person you'd want to stick in jail for the duration of the conflict. But even if I was any good at it, I think there are things where, for the most part, I wouldn't be wanting to engage in it because I don't think it works. So my point about this is I think the question about efficacy is important. It's difficult. We need a framework. We need to think about it historically rather than just in the moment. I think broadly it turns out that it doesn't work at the top level. More diluted or secondary things are more common, tactical much more common, and the inherent rewards cut in different ways for the actors. But that pattern, which is again and again common, it's there in the PLO, it's there in Hamas, it's there in ETA, it's there in the IRA, it's there in the UVF, it's there in the FARC, it's there for many of the groups throughout history which really, really matter in terms of political violence by non-state actors, I think is also possibly more appropriate to state violence than we'd like to think when we think about the conflicts which have done much to shape the world.
Good evening, Belfast. I'm sorry I can't be with you at the Imagine Belfast Festival, but COVID virus means everything, hopefully, will soon be on lockdown, and should be on lockdown already. It would be crazy to travel and crazy to put people in a room together at a time like this. But I do want to talk to you about my book, Clear Bright Future, and about my work, all, I think, now framed in the context of coronavirus, because it's the elephant in the room for people like me who are journalists who are covering the crisis, politically active journalists trying to influence it. There's nothing better to talk about than this, because there's a huge amount of confusion. So I hope you don't mind it. We'll skip a lot of the philosophical stuff that's there in my work and go straight to the point here. So the title of the talk is Capitalism After the COVID Virus. What do we need to change, and why? So let's start by summarizing what happened. What happened with the virus? It broke out in China, it quickly spread to Iran, it spread to Italy, and everywhere it spread, you saw the weaknesses of the civil society that was hosting it. So in China, the immediate problem was they arrested people who said, hey, we've got a virus situation. In Italy, leading quite decent bloke recently, decent bloke, Zingaretti, the leader of their Socialist Party, appeared with a kind of aperitif saying, you know, don't give up your way of life just because we have a virus. Weeks later, he was down with the virus. And what's happened here in the United Kingdom is, of course, that we've run into the existential problem that we always have, which is a bunch of amateurs who think they can run society. The kind of enlightened gentlemen amateurs of the Bullingdon Club thought that by ignoring it for 2 months, so the first UK case was on the 31st of January, but we knew it was coming. First UK case, 31st of January, first COBRA meeting, early March. First, so they ignored it. And then when they had the COBRA meeting, what did they do? They just adopted a kind of, I call it the Sergeant Wilson strategy. I don't know if you remember in Dad's Army, that character, Sergeant Wilson. He's meant to be the sergeant of the platoon. And when the officer tells him to get the men in line, he always says, would you mind awfully standing in line? Well, this was the Tory attitude. Would you mind awfully locking yourself into your house? And people haven't done it. And so we're now on a, it's hard, the data is hard because we don't know how many people have really got it. But the number of infections is increasing in the UK, as far as we know, exponentially, and so are the deaths. So that means we're about 2 weeks behind Italy. And let's remember, before we all get into the horrible phase of it, which is coming, that we could have stopped it. We could have done what South Korea and Japan have done, which is really stop it, stem the spread, contact trace, rigorously test and isolate people. And by now the curve would be flatter, and it's not. So over the weekend now, we've got UK politicians. What they're saying in public is they're outraged by people going to the beach or going to parks. They're actually terrified because the word I keep hearing used in security circles talking about this is the underclass. See, what the people in charge have this view of people who disobey requests not to go to Brighton or Skegness and turn up on the beach, is that they must in some way be an underclass, a kind of other set of people, not really part of British society. Well, sorry, that it is British society that did that. And the reason is well, the contingent reason is quite clear. There've been no clear advice. You know, during the HIV epidemic, crass though it was, that horrible scare story, tombstone falling on, advert that Thatcher put out, it was effective. Because if you want people to not turn up at the beach, you've got to say, if you turn up at the beach, you are breaking a social code. You've got to have celebrities on saying, look, anybody who does this is an idiot. It's like in Australia, they have public information messages about not taking bottles of alcohol onto beaches. I mean, don't be that person who is going to spread this disease. And we've had nothing like that. It's all been, and I write about this in the book, Clear Bright Future, it's all been done through so-called nudging. And nudging is what's important to understand is that the nudge strategies all stem from a view of human beings that we are essentially market behaviorists, that our entire behavior mirrors that of a market, and that we can only be made to do things not by the state saying we have to do it, but through market incentives nudging us to achieve things that the state wants. Well, that didn't work either. So I hope today we'll get a lockdown. And I think that if we get a compulsory lockdown, and it will probably be tightened stage by stage. So first of all, don't go out except for, you can walk your dog like in France, you can go jogging, etc. That will be the start. But in the end, I think they'll just bring it, do not leave your threshold of your front door. So you're going to be prepared for that, because it is the only way to flatten an exponentially rising curve of infection. But it's doable. The real problem behind it that might be intractable is the economic problem. And I want to talk a bit about this. So what has the government done economically? Well, first of all, nothing, again. Then in the budget, why was the budget having to be scrambled together? Because in February, they were still obsessed with fighting each other over Brexit. The so-called Dominic Cummings clique in Downing Street wanted control over the Treasury so that they could get the Treasury to underwrite a hard Brexit and obviously in Northern Ireland, a hard border with Treasury money. And Sajid Javid wouldn't do it. And the symbol for this was he wouldn't relinquish control over his advisors to Cummings's people. So they sacked him. So right in the middle of a crisis, they sack the key guy and they bring in Sunak. And what does Sunak do? First of all, 12 billion of fiscal stimulus in the budget. You remember 2 weeks ago, was it 2.5 weeks? He's there giving this amazing, very eloquent, very coherent, kind of classic, elite politician coherence. They're all slapping him on the back. Within a week, he had to forget 12 billion. He was offering 330 billion, 15% of UK GDP, in soft loans to big business to try and bail them out. And then a week after that, he had to give an unlimited guarantee. So we don't know. But believe me, it'll be bigger than 330 billion. We don't know how much the government will have to spend to keep the private sector afloat in the United Kingdom. We've now got Goldman Sachs predicting, so over those 3 weeks, it's gone from economists like the OECD predicting a mild recession to now Goldman Sachs basically predicting a slump in the world economy. So when the world economy grows at 2%, it's a world recession. They're now saying it's going to shrink by -1%, which is worse than what happened in 2008. And I think that may be an underestimate. No, what we then hear from politicians is, yes, but the real economy will bounce back because it's fundamentally sound. Well, the point of the work I do and others who agree with me is to say it is not fundamentally sound. And even if it bounces back, it will have to bounce back in a different form, because we're not just dealing here with the impacts of a virus. We're seeing a virus hit an already weakened world economy. And I'm going to spend some time talking about that because I think it is the key to understanding where we go next. So in my book, Post-Capitalism, which came out in 2015, I talk about something I now call this the contingent crisis of neoliberalism. Neoliberalism is the system we've adopted since the mid-1980s, 1990s, of globalization and free markets. And people on the right often complain if people like me use this word neoliberal. They say it's just an insult like fascism. It doesn't mean anything. Well, to me, it does mean something. It means the coercive imposition of market norms of behavior into all aspects of public life by the state. That's what neoliberalism is. It's not just an ideology, it's a political strategy, and it's a system that has been created, which unfortunately for the people who thought it was timeless and perpetual, actually turns out to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. The beginning was Thatcherism and Ronald Reagan. The middle was Blair and Clinton when it worked. The end is 2008 onwards. Excuse me, I'll take this, just decline this call. The end is 2008 onwards with the financial crisis and now this. So the neoliberal system was fundamentally premised on, remember what happened in the 70s and 80s, the smashing up and atomization of working class life and working class resistance to capitalism. And there was a reason that had to happen, because the working class were incredibly strong. I remember, and some people listening to this will remember, times when, you know, workers could shut down entire societies. You yourselves had it, you know, in 1974. But so they smash the working class. What happens? The bargaining power of organized labor collapses. Wages collapse. So that's the internal problem of a society like Britain. At the same time, the opening up of China, Russia, India, Latin America to global capitalism, it doubles the size of the workforce in the world. So millions of people, billions in fact, get drawn from the countryside to the cities. There's 1 billion people live in absolute abject slums, which we thought had gone, now they're back. But this process of urbanization and commercialization also means then it opens up, you can forget high wage, high skilled jobs in a place like Leigh in Lancashire, where I come from. I think in Belfast it's self-evident that world itself, even with the existence of people like Bombardier and Shorts, just has shrunk into a tiny enclave of what it used to be. So the bargaining power of workers collapses, and what we call the wage share also collapses. So the share of wages of national income falls, and what replaces it is profit. And increasingly, those profits are not simply extracted from us through work, like they were in my dad's generation, but through rents, through interest, through consumption, and through data mining. So we are now a kind of multiply exploited workforce, and work, becomes almost kind of ephemeral. As long as you've got a job, you can have a credit card, you can have a cell phone contract, you can have a Sky, you can have a Sky contract or whatever at Netflix, and you're paying out of your wages all these things to different kind of capitalism. No, it worked for a time, and it coincided with the technological revolution, which helped it. But in the end, what I argue in post-capitalism is that, first of all, the technological revolution is disrupting capitalism's ability to adapt. So you can't replace, if something becomes cheap because it's really, really easy to produce technologically, you can't replace it very easily with a more expensive thing. That expensive thing is also produced digitally. So the whole secret of survival of capitalism, which was to replace low-skilled jobs with machines, but then to create new high-skilled jobs, that's gone out the window. That's problem number one. Problem number two is, as workers' wages decline compared to all the different sources of profit and the masses of profits that the new kind of capitalism is generating, they had to go into debt. And the 90s for many people were a story of credit cards, more credit cards, offers dropping through your doorway, and then came student loans, then automobile finance. So in the end, everything in society is driven by credit rather than wages. And people like me said, this can't last, because what's happening is that the amount of debt people are taking out, both households, businesses, and states, is not sustainable anyway, mathematically. If you've got an income base that isn't growing and debts that are rising, in the end, the interest rates will overwhelm you and the debts will overwhelm you. But on top of that, we've got this problem of the kind of failure of the technological revolution to generate a new dynamism within capitalism. So a lot of if you look at the share price of the top 10 companies in the world, only one of them is not a technology monopoly. That's Berkshire Hathaway, which is an investment company. But if you look at these big tech firms, Amazon, Google, Facebook, Apple, their share price is basically premised on them eating the rest of capitalism. They will have to have all the profits generated by the rest of capitalism to justify the share price they have now. But my premise is those profits aren't going to exist, because the way technology has disrupted capitalism means that, so the only reason that, say, iTunes or what is now Apple Music can make a profit is not because of some ingenious technology that they produce or some amazing skill among their workforce. Is that they have gained a technological monopoly over music, and they're able to dictate a price. And this is something new in information technology that gives big firms absolute price formation power. Now, why should we be worried about this? Because look what's happened. In 2008, this entire growth model based on high debt collapsed. And what happened is that the state had to step in. The state put capitalism on life support, both through the state ownership of banks, as we saw in both Northern and Ireland and the Republic, and here in Britain, both through that, and more importantly, through quantitative easing. Because, so what happened? Since 2008, the entire total of debt in the world has probably risen by about 60 trillion. It's now 250 trillion of debt. And the amount of money simply printed and sort of given to banks by central banks is 20 trillion. And so it's on a kind of life support. The problem then became, in the ensuing period, that you can keep an economy on life support, but you can't keep an ideology on life support. The human brain demands coherence. And people are saying, hold on a minute, how is my child supposed to have a better life than me when they're just in debt? And how is it that the banks get all the upside of the risks they took, and people like us get all the downside? So the ideology that had sustained the coherence of this neoliberal model just blew up. And in the book, I say that in the 2011 revolts, the Occupy movement, the occupation of the squares in Europe, the Arab Spring, what we saw was people offering us a future. We'll say, well, there's an alternative to the kind of capitalism you've got. And people in power said, no, thanks, we don't want that future. So what we've now got, and what we had in the run-up, in the 2-3 years in the run-up to today, we had the return of the past. All over the world, you've got authoritarian conservative politicians basically using the methodologies of the 1930s. Fake news, for that read, the kind of propaganda that Orwell, was so terrified of. Authoritarianism, every police force is militarized. You've got the divide and rule strategies. You've got the otherization of minorities. All these are straight from the playbook of the 1930s, and a lot of gullible people are going along with it because their dream of a successful free market capitalism, globalization benefiting everybody, just fell apart. Now, I'm going through this because this was what was bad before coronavirus. People like me and some quite mainstream economists, to be honest, were saying we're after 10 debt-fueled years, fueled by debt and quantitative easing. We're not going to be able. We need. There's going to be a crisis anyway. The top of the market's been reached. We need a new model of capitalism. So, but is anybody prepared to outline it? Yes, we were. Those of us in the UK Labour Party, whatever you think of it, we did. We offered an alternative model, one based on state intervention to direct investment, a huge investment in climate, and I'm coming to climate technology in a minute, and redistribution from the top to the bottom. But, it's fairly decisive. People massively voted against it. People said, no, we'd rather have Brexit, okay? Brexit first, so the British Empire, some people say. So deluded us though that is, that's where we were on the eve of this crisis. But now it's going to be different. And I wanted you to talk about this using the analogy of a building with a roof and some foundations. And it's not, it's just a simple analogy. So what happened in 2008, what it looked like was this. The roof, the financial system, all those glittering buildings, the sort of hazy cloud of interconnected and opaque transactions fell in and damaged the structure. But the structure survived in a way. You could say that the state and the real economy did survive because the state, the state backed it in the end. And so eventually we were able to rebuild the roof, which is the financial system, and they're a little bit safer, to be honest, in places like Britain, where the Bank of England adopted new prudential powers, new regulatory powers, forced banks. Remember, those of you who remember 2008 will remember when the Irish banks had no capital left, so the banks are now forced to keep a cushion, turns out to be 190 billion, that they've built up against a future crisis. So, right. This time it's different, because what the coronavirus will do is collapse the foundations. The foundation of capitalism is people's work and ability to work, and we're compelled to work by the system. The reason people are getting shouted at this morning for getting on tubes, underground trains in London that have been severely curtailed, and so they're equally crushed now, highly dangerous. Everybody's saying, you idiots, you effing idiots, they're saying. Why? They have to go to work. Otherwise, they'll lose their jobs. We've actually, we built a society on compulsory work, and for the next 6 months or so, maybe longer, compulsory work is out the window. It's a bad thing, and so what's now going to happen is, in the 2008 crisis, demand slumped because people, couldn't pay their debts, and their companies were laying them off, and their mortgages couldn't be paid, and the state stepped in to save that. This time, both demand and supply are slumping. The supply chains of automobile companies, Apple stores have closed, not just to protect the public, but because China isn't making enough Apple things. So we're not just going to see a V-shaped slump. So it falls, it comes back, because the severe weaknesses that we accumulated during the run up to 2008 that were never properly addressed afterwards, and then the debts and the obligation to central banks to keep things going, which we've never weaned ourselves from. We were metaphorically on life support for 12 years after 2008. That weakened us. And I think it's specifically weakened some advanced world economies. And I think both the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland fall into that category. So I want to read you now from a fairly stunning, if I can find it on my computer, a fairly stunning investment note by a firm called Macquarie Wealth. Now, Macquarie is like a sort of really famous company that more or less dominates Australian capitalism. Macquarie Wealth's investors, this is a quote from them last week, writing about the economic impact of coronavirus. We have been arguing that conventional capitalism is dying, or at least mutating into something that would be closer to a version of communism. This transition would be marked by cross currents and external shocks, e.g. coronavirus. Ultimately, a fusion of monetary and fiscal levers, so the Bank of England basically giving the state the money to bail out society, will lead to MMT style policy. So MMT, modern monetary theory, is just, give money away, write off the debt by printing money, effective nationalization of capital, universal income guarantees, and deep changes in work practice. Today's economic investment strategies are built around concepts of a monetary world and the ultimate primacy of the private sector. The ultimate primacy of the private sector and its ability to navigate well-defined business and capital market cycles. Alas, the world has already moved far away from these principles. So what Macquarie is saying there is that Paul Mason is right. Although they're not really saying that, they are saying that the fundamentals of capitalism are shifting, and it won't look very much like capitalism after this. Because let's think about why. Everything I do, not just my work, but my gym membership, my spending in my local pub, my season ticket to a football team, all of these things aren't just transactions. What happens in a highly financialized economy based on debt and complexity is that the financial system takes my gym membership, wraps it up with the gym memberships of other people, projects the gym memberships of people not yet born who might join the gym in 20 years' time, and basically then says, right, you can buy into these profits with a security, with a financial security, an investment vehicle. So most of the world's economic activity going forward into the future has already been factored in to the price of of the financial products we already have. And so if it's permanently disrupted, then there will be a huge hit and possibly a meltdown in the financial system. And then suppose we recover. So we're seeing now airlines bailed out. Airlines bailed out by governments. Fine, that's good. We should do that. They should take a stake. Sometimes they should just nationalize them. But then the idea under normal capitalist conditions is, well, okay, in maybe 2 or 3 years' time, we'll re-privatize them, and we'll get back our investment. Bullshit. It's not going to happen. Why? Because who's going to buy airline shares in a world where, when's the next COVID virus coming along? Because we're in a new kind of risky environment. And so these Macquarie analysts are, I think, absolutely right. And it's a stunning thing to hear capitalists basically predicting the end of capitalism. But I'm afraid that is one of the extreme possibilities. For me, the more urgent thing is to build a new kind of capitalism around redistribution, state intervention, state ownership, and high-tech, high-skilled, high-paid jobs. But we have to recognize that those high-skilled, high-paid jobs won't really cover everybody. And therefore, society will then be faced with a dilemma that it doesn't really want to face, which is, how do we move to a low-work society? Because most of our cultures, whether it's Marxism, social democracy, Catholicism, Protestantism, Islam, are all based on work. They all value work. Work is the source of status. And people like me have been saying for 20 years, we have to move away from utopias based on work and think more about well-being. And what better time to be thinking about that than during a viral epidemic? Let's be clear about what this is, because in many ways, the response to it is a kind of crystallization to the long-term failure of, it's a kind of crystallization of all the problems we've had long-term in our failure to deal with climate. Climate and no COVID virus are seen by economists as, the word is exogenous shocks, external shocks, like an asteroid hitting an otherwise blameless planet. It's not our fault, we'll deal with the crisis, but it wasn't me, Gov, is the kind of response. This is wrong. The COVID virus is not an external problem to capitalism. The COVID virus was, obviously it's created by, many of these viruses, zoonotic viruses, are created by animal viruses crossing over into human beings. Why might that be suddenly happening? Well, first of all, because we're destroying the natural environment of things like bats, flying foxes, all kinds of birds in which these viruses are endemic, are being forced out of their natural habitat. That's the first thing. Next, we've recreated the fetid slum of the 19th century, which we thought we got rid of. In fact, you can even hear people arguing slums are good. So 1 billion people now live in slums. I've covered them, say in Manila in the Philippines, where people live literally over a river full of excrement in one room. It's just disgusting. And of course, they're always blamed by the rich. Why are you living like this? Well, they're living like that because we have forced millions of people into a rapid urbanization program, the like of which, it's absolutely parallel to what Stalinism did in Russia. And if you look at Russia, everybody said how cruel it was that they forced them all to leave their farms and go into factories. Well, that's what we've done. But in the process, unlike Russia, we didn't provide them with any public health sanitation. And so we've created breeding grounds for viruses. What then? We create a global economy in which there's very little regulation. And so even now in Britain, Europe's locked down to outside travel, Britain's not. So nobody's asking why. It's impolite to ask why are flights still landing from Iran and China. And quite naturally, nobody wants to be xenophobic. But so we create a global way of transmitting these things. And then what else have we got? In all developed world societies, and we're really going to feel this now in Britain, we've got a highly unhealthy, poor population. Now, it's a fact. It should lead to no complacency that something like 80% of the people who are dying of COVID virus have what they call comorbidities. These are obesity, lung disease, heart disease, type 2 diabetes, and other things. Now, many of these things are products of poor lifestyle, poor health, poor lifestyle, poverty. So we've kind of created a target. We've painted a target on the back of Western developed world populations, which says to viruses, attack those with multiple health problems, usually, which are, or rather in many cases, which are the result of poverty and social inequality. So there's no way you can argue this is some kind of external threat. It's a problem we've created, that the system has created. Now, if you then compare that to climate, it's the exact same thing. We based capitalism on the free extraction of energy from carbon energy from the planet, and we didn't realize it was going to. It's not that it would. We thought it would run out, and of course it will one day run out. But we didn't realize that what would run out was the planet's capacity to absorb the CO2, and that's the problem. So what we do today, the radical thinking we have to do and radical change we have to make in the next 18 months will be a rehearsal for the radical change we have to make in the next 18 years. And I make no apologies for committing myself as a journalist and a writer to the left's answer to this, because the left's answer is the only answer. It is a form of economy in which the state directs investment and in which the priorities of the external threat are greater than the enrichment of a few elite people. So we have got to think beyond climate and COVID virus and beyond capitalism. And I think we can. I think one of my heroes is John Maynard Keynes, liberal economist. At the start of the Second World War, he sat down with his American counterpart, Harry Dexter White. And this is at a time when bombs were falling into the streets outside me where I live in London, and when it was an absolute hopeless situation. America wasn't even in the war. Keynes and Dexter White sat down and they said, what will the world look like when we win? And because they did that, the world I grew up in existed. A world of high social mobility, universal healthcare, universal free education. I think back to I write about it in the book, that the society I grew up in the 1960s, your house was owned by the state, provided by the state, your council house. The water, the gas, the electricity were provided by the state. You didn't really know how much these things cost because they were quite cheap. The railways were owned by the state. The airways were owned by the state. The milk you drank in school was given to you by the state. Was it a disaster? No, it wasn't. It actually was. I don't want to indulge in nostalgia because there's no way we can go back to it. But we need to go forward to a more sustainable society. But this time, see, while we were drinking our free school milk and getting our free dentistry, we were also destroying the planet because we were consuming in the fire grates at home coal. And my dad and my granddad were digging it up from the ground. And we have to stop that. So what we saw around about 2000 was the rebirth of the anti-capitalist imagination around those Seattle and Genoa and Prague protests, some of which I took part in. And then in 2011, I think we saw the beginnings of a mass conversion of people to a kind of the view that another future is possible. And it's very interesting to me that a relatively, centre-left politician like Keir Starmer adopted that as his slogan. Another future's got to be possible. But what I think the COVID virus will do is it will accelerate what had already started to happen in politics due to climate. We need a different model of capitalism. That model has to be in transition to a society based on well-being. And everybody who's listening to this who agrees, I think what you need to do is we need to think beyond party boundaries. We need to think beyond community boundaries. We need to actually think about what can I do to make this happen? Because people did that at the start of World War II and during World War II, we ended up with that great 30-year surge of productivity and well-being in most Western countries. I think we can do that. The alternative, and I write quite a lot about it in my book, the alternative is that the far right come forward with the answer. And they say, shut everything down, shut down borders, shut down the global system. It's them and us. You can see elements of this going on quite strongly in the British civil society now, people saying, don't come to my coastal town because you're going to infect me, then you can absolutely bet that the British far right will be straight into those towns saying, let's shut out the newcomers. So we've got a choice to make. I think we have the most, and we've got the most educated generation that's ever lived. They should be able to take that right choice. If we were live here, I'd now say any questions. I'm sure we can find a way of firing questions at me on Twitter. My Twitter handle is @PaulMasonNews, or one word. Feel free once this goes up online. But thank you for listening to me, and good luck with the rest of the virtual Imagine Belfast Festival. Take care.
I felt a lump and I just brushed it off, thought nothing of it, until I got to the point where I felt it getting so much bigger, and to the point where I was sort of walk and sit down that I couldn't ignore it. I'm completely annoyed.
Oh, you know it was good.
Back my head, Fab.
Alright.
Being all clear, it has completely changed my life. Everyday life has completely changed. You think of things differently, have a different perspective on life. It altered my life, definitely. Completely different pathway than what I was set to take. I was set to go to university and study languages, but now I've had to take years out from education, and now I'm studying biomed at Belfast Met to go on and study biomed or biochemistry in uni. So it put me on a different pathway in life, even something as simple as that. But everyday life is completely different, as the fact that I'm not meant to stay up so late. I have to get sleep, I have to eat certain amounts. You know, I've got lower testosterone from the fact I had to lose the testicles. I have to get injections every 3 weeks. I'm in the hospital all the time. You know, and your immune system's lowered from the chemotherapy. So I'm sick every 6 weeks or so, get a cold or something, or a chest infection. It does, as much as you want to forget about what happened in the past, your every day is a reminder of what you had in the past. And that's something that you struggle with every day, you know. During my cancer, I put on a brave face for everyone. Everyone said how positive I was, and yeah, I did have a positive attitude, but it was a facade on, you know, you do struggle inside, and I struggle with that. And as a man, it's the men's mentality just not to speak up, just to keep it inside, but because of that, it all bottled up until about a year afterwards. That's when it all came out, and I pretty much broke down with depression, stress, and everything. Had to go to the doctor and put me on antidepressants, and had a counsellor and stuff to talk to, who was fantastic. And they pretty much they recommended me to go on this sailing trip with Ellen MacArthur Cancer Trust, which was absolutely fantastic. It was with other patients, both people who are in the clear, in remission, and sufferers, and basically it was just there for you to mingle with people who know your story, one that you don't have to explain yourself to, one that people don't ask questions, you're just there with them, and that was good to know that you're not alone. Obviously you know you're not alone when you're going through it, but you feel alone. But to be with them, it was comforting to know that I wasn't, you know. And a good thing about the sailing trip which I picked up, was that just like my cancer journey, when you're out in the sea and you're sailing along, you're just in that moment and you don't think about it. You're just doing your everyday life, living day to day. It's not until you look backwards you see how far you've actually come. Same as sailing, you look back and see how far you've actually came from land. It's the same thing for me. I looked on that sailing trip, I looked back and I thought, look how far I've came since being diagnosed. Now I'm here, a year strong in remission, and it all just clicked. And from then, each day's been better, where it's now I can say I am confident enough to talk about it, and would like to tell my journey and my story to people. During the journey, I had a fantastic network of support from family, friends, and my girlfriend. Absolutely fantastic. It was hard to see friends going out and having fun on Facebook and stuff, but I was never left out, even though I wasn't there in person. I was constantly being chatted to every day. Family was forever up seeing me, and my girlfriend, she was the best medicine I could have had for my cancer. My mum even said when she walked in the room and I was in the hospital, I just perked up. I was hard on her for the fact that we were only together. I think it was not even a month. I think it was 3 weeks when I got diagnosed, and she could have easily just left it there and went off, but she committed herself completely, and her family as well, to seeing me and my well-being. And I can't put into words how strong she was for me, and in return I tried to be strong for her, to not let her know that I was suffering. But she was absolutely fantastic, and now we're almost 3 years strong, and you know, not a single argument. And yeah, without her, it would have been 10 times harder. Definitely 10 times harder.
There's a love between us still, but something's changing, I don't know why. And all I wanna do is go home with you, but I know I'm out of my mind. I wanna touch you, but
Craig Lindsay 2020, pre-order that.
Hello, my name is Stuart Elborn. I'm Professor of Medicine at Queen's University Belfast and a respiratory physician. I'm going to talk over the next 20 minutes or so about COVID-19. There's a lot out there already. There are over 2 billion posts on the internet now on COVID-19, and that reflects that we're in a really difficult, challenging situation with a pandemic crossing the whole world, and almost every nation now actively involved in trying to manage this viral infection and to protect particularly the older and the vulnerable from the severe form of COVID-19 disease, which results in a syndrome called adult respiratory distress syndrome and is associated with a high mortality. We know a bit about this virus. It's relatively recently emerged as a human pathogen. The origin of it is unclear, but the virus itself is very similar to a similar coronavirus found in bats. And it may be that the smuggling of unusual animals has been part of the process in which this virus has found its way from animals into humans. The virus is very rapidly transmitted. It's more infectious than influenza, and on average, one person who is infected with the coronavirus CoV-2 will transmit that virus to 2 to 3 other people. That means the virus multiplies by being transmitted to other people, and so the numbers in a society where the virus occurs grows exponentially. And you'll have seen this on news reports and on internet and print reports showing that this virus spreads rapidly within societies. We're in the UK and in Northern Ireland at the beginning of what has been called a surge. That's where we're at the bottom of the curve, and it's predicted that over the next few weeks, the numbers will increase in this exponential way by more than doubling on each round, so that we may have a large number of individuals who are infected. That's the basis for the current government guidance in terms of socially distancing and isolating to reduce the likelihood or the risk of spread of the virus to other individuals. And the reason for doing that is primarily to protect the healthcare system, because if a lot of people get sick all at once, our healthcare infrastructure and the fantastic people who run the NHS may not be able to cope with the numbers. So that makes it absolutely critical that we all abide by the guidance that the government has given about staying at home, not having interactions unless under the circumstances they've outlined, and to reduce the spread of this virus for the good of our society. These actions will also protect individuals from acquiring the virus in a personal way, but the real reason for doing this is to protect society, to protect older people who are more vulnerable to this viral infection, particularly those who have cardiovascular or respiratory disease and diabetes, but also individuals who have multiple diseases which occurs more frequently in the older age groups. It's also important for us to recognize that although the impact on younger people is of a more mild infection, younger people still have a mortality. And that makes it important for all of society to engage in the guidance that's been given and ensure that we reduce the impact as much as possible. The virus is called SARS-CoV-2, and it causes a condition called COVID-19. COVID-19 is a range of symptoms, mostly with fever, high temperature, cough, and some shortness of breath. There may be upper respiratory symptoms and a general feeling of aches and pains similar to those you would have with influenza. In some people, there's been some gut symptoms as well. In young people where it may be more self-limiting, the disease lasts for something around 5 to 7 days, and there is full recovery. As I've said, for those who are unfortunate to have an underlying disease, the outcomes are less good, though there still can be full recovery in those who have underlying conditions. However, it is really important that we protect individuals in this situation. There's been a lot of discussion around testing for coronavirus, and there are tests available which diagnose the virus using what are called molecular tests, and these are being used widely across a number of countries. The UK and Ireland are cranking up their testing facilities over the next weeks so that we can have better measurements of acute viral infection. There is another test which is coming along called a serology test, and this measures the antibodies in a blood sample, which tells us when people have had an infection with coronavirus CoV-2, their antibodies will increase, and these can be measured, and then this tells us that an individual has had COVID-19 and has recovered. This testing is very important and is being prioritized in most countries as we speak. The epidemiology of COVID-19 and what's going to happen over the next weeks and months is uncertain. I think we can take some encouragement from the experience in China and Korea, where having so-called lockdown and avoiding contact between individuals has significantly reduced the number of positive cases. And in both of those countries, there is now some optimism that they're through the worst of policies. This can be managed if we have good testing, in that we can detect these early, do contact tracing, and then isolate those individuals who might be infected in a second wave. We will learn from China, China, South Korea, and Singapore, where this is now being actively managed, to understand how we might do this in Western countries and indeed other countries around the world when we get to a point where the surge is controlled and we're then moving into managing a re-establishment of business as usual. These processes will take some time, and it's unlikely that we will be through this in the next few weeks. I think this is going to take months and may have impacts into next year. The impact already of this pandemic in terms of our behaviour and how we manage society have been really immense. Travel internationally has almost shut down now, and even travel within countries is being managed very carefully to reduce any potential for cross-infection. The impact already of this pandemic in terms of our behaviour and how we manage society have been really immense. Travel internationally has almost shut down now, and even travel within countries is being managed very carefully to reduce any potential for cross-infection and to continue this very rigorous clampdown on individual interaction to stop viral spread. Many of our jobs have been affected. People are working at home. Some jobs cannot be delivered because they're non-essential, and we're now in a period of time where only essential activities will be supported in many of the countries across the world, including UK and Ireland. I would emphasize again how important it is to follow these guidelines, because this is the most important way that we can help control the spread and mitigate the effect on our health and social care system. In these situations, there is understandably a lot of anxiety and fear around this virus and the consequences of it. I would emphasize again, though, that the majority of people who do acquire the virus have a medium-term illness from which they will recover. And the important group to protect is our elders and those who are vulnerable because of having multimorbidity diseases. But we will come through this. There have been many epidemics of infectious diseases over centuries in the world. We've, in the last century, had the so-called Spanish flu. We've had other flu viruses. We've had epidemics of smallpox and plague in the past. And human societies have been able to find ways to get through those epidemics and to move on. And we will do that, I think, with this current epidemic, because we have fantastic scientists working on new treatments and vaccines. We have public health systems that are managing the current process. And if we work together as a society and really bring all of our innovation resources, our organizational resources together, we can manage our way through this and I think come out as a stronger society. There will be a rebuilding that will be required as we come through the other end of this pandemic. And again, that will require society, I'm sure, working in different ways than we have in the past, but certainly working together in a collaborative and cooperative way for the good of all. This will be new ways of doing things, new ways of working, new ways of thinking about our leisure and our travel, new ways of thinking about the security of our food chain to provide the nourishment that we need. And that will, I think, change how societies prioritize, how they think and look after those who are vulnerable within society, and will provide, I hope, an optimistic platform for us to move into the next year and into the rest of this decade. These are really challenging and in many ways frightening times, but there is light at the end of this tunnel. We will get through this. The NHS and the fantastic people working in our health and social care system in Northern Ireland have been working tirelessly over the last weeks and months to prepare for this, and have done all that can be done to make sure that we are prepared as a community to deal with the illnesses that will be generated and the issues that will come up from the very heavy pressures there will be on the National Health Service generally and in our health and social care system in Northern Ireland. It's up to all of us to really come together and take responsibility to make sure we follow the guidance from Public Health Agency, public health groups in the UK and Ireland, to make sure that we are playing our part in mitigating the impact of this infection. It's important for us to work together to support the elders and vulnerable in our society, and then to be thinking about how we work together for the future to rebuild our society, to support our health service, and proceed with confidence then into a new future. Thank you very much for your attention. Good evening.
Hi everyone, and welcome to our Your Basic Income session for Imagine Festival 2020. This is a slightly different session than we originally planned. So today we're going to give you an overview of Universal Basic Income, and we're going to talk a little bit about it in our current health crisis. My name is Lucy McKenna. I'm joined here as well by Patrick Brown and Julie Hoey, who are all members of Basic Income Northern Ireland. So, who or what is Basic Income Northern Ireland? We're actually an advocacy group for Universal Basic Income, and it was actually set up off the back of an event in Imagine Festival 2 years ago in 2018. So we've been running for a couple of years. And essentially, our real vision is to work towards a society that's fair and equal. And to do that, we really want to help people in Northern Ireland understand what is universal basic income, get the conversation started, and work towards actually potentially piloting something like this in Northern Ireland. So to kick off, I'm going to just talk you through a little bit about what UBI is. We'll refer to it as UBI going forward. I'm going to share some slides and we'll talk through them. And then, as I said, Patrick and Julie will then have a conversation around UBI and in the essence of our current health crisis and how it could actually be very beneficial. Okay, so let me just share my screen. Okay, so what is a universal basic income? Well, it's essentially a stipend paid by the state to everyone in a community or every citizen. And it is from cradle to grave. So it may be slightly different levels that depending on the age that you are, but it is something that everyone is entitled to. It is unconditional. It is absolutely not means tested. It is doesn't depend on your work or any work that you are doing. And it is something that would then replace potentially core welfare benefits as they exist. Okay, how it is implemented is slightly different in different places, and there have been multiple pilots happening all over the world to date. I don't know if we'll get to talk about some of that later, but maybe Patrick can reference some of those later in our session. Okay, so the thing with universal basic income is that everyone gets it. So this is something that everyone can rely on, that they will have a certain amount of money that will cover your basic needs. So this is to allow you to have a roof over your head, put food in your cupboard and clothes on your back. It's not going to be a luxurious existence, but it is a basic stipend to help you at least do that. Okay. So let's talk about a little bit about the benefits of universal basic income. Well, first of all, it encourages those who may be in unemployment to actually get back into the workforce. So there's no threat of this basic income being pulled if you go back to work. You will get this on top of the salary that you earn. So it allows you to go back on shorter contracts, on less hours, so there is no threat that this will disappear. It also encourages entrepreneurship. So imagine you knew that your basic needs would be covered. What might you go out and do? What business might you actually want to set up? So it really does create a bit of innovation in the community and in society. It creates a society where people can actually access education. So you can actually take time to go and upskill and to learn new things. So it really evens the playing field in that sense. It recognises, and this is a massive piece, it recognises unpaid work in our society, of which there is so much, particularly in the caring field. So those who are looking after maybe elderly parents or family members, and of course those looking after young people and children. So it absolutely recognises the work that has been done and that is currently unpaid. It supports artists or volunteers or those working in the social sector. That is really important for our society, but again, often unpaid or paid quite little. It essentially will really improve the quality of life. So imagine you didn't have to do the job that you were doing, that you could decide how you want to spend your time. So you could decide that you might just want to have this basic income and live quite a frugal existence, but then you would have time and energy to do other things. Maybe that's exploring a hobby that you have. Maybe that's learning something new. Maybe that's spending more time with family. So it really does go out to improve the quality of life. And essentially it will lead to a much more satisfying existence, better mental health, and a kinder world. So, imagine you had the stress of, where your next meal is coming from. Imagine the benefits that this could have for mental health. Okay, so these are just some of the benefits, and I'm sure Julie and Patrick, you'll probably touch on some of these things in your conversation in a little bit. Okay, so I want to just take you through a couple of examples. So what is the impact that UBI might actually have? Okay, so I want to give you a few examples of people in different situations. So the first is Sam. Sam has worked in the area of facilities managers all his life. Since he left school, he's worked hard to get there, and he's been in that job for quite some time. He's no longer engaged in that job, but it pays well, it gives him security. He has 2 kids and his partner, and that's something that he needs. They live in the city, him and his family. However, that was not always the plan, but it's the place where the best opportunities are for his work and for that of his partner. He loves music, he enjoys playing it, he loves going to gigs. He has thought of applying his facility management skills to event management potentially, or doing concerts, but this remains just an idea. So imagine we live in a world of universal basic income. What might this actually mean for Sam? Well, it might allow him to step back from the job that he has done all his life and reflect a little bit and see if it is something that he wants to do. But then it might also allow him to go out and maybe try doing event management, apply those skills to event management. It says that, you know, the plan wasn't always to live in the city. Could, on a universal basic income, could him and his partner make the decision to move to a more rural area? So that's another benefit. It can actually revive the rural areas of countries. So could they make that decision and maybe take a job that pays less, but they might be paying less rent? So that is something that they could do as well. And these are just ideas of what they could do. So the next person is Sarah. Sarah is self-employed as a graphic designer. It's a job that she really likes, but as with anyone who's self-employed, there are many ups, there are many downs. She actually provides different pricing options for profits organizations versus non-for-profit, because she wants everyone to be able to access what she does. Although she finds during tough times that she actually ends up working for more for-profit because she needs to keep herself going. She has found, you know, since becoming self-employed, and for anyone who is self-employed, you could probably relate, you don't spend as much time doing the hobbies that you really enjoyed potentially beforehand. She used to love surfing. She did it a lot previously, but right now the only time she gets into nature is walking through the park to her job. So what could a universal basic income do for Sarah? Well, it would take the stress out of navigating those downs that come with being self-employed. It may allow her to actually do more work for non-for-profits, which she enjoys and that she wants to do. And it might give her the opportunity to maybe take some time off every year where she can go and apply to her hobbies, or maybe cut down the number of days that she works every week so that she can actually reinvest in her hobbies and in herself, which of course then improves mental health and everything else that goes with that. And the last person we have is Claire, who's not currently in paid employment. So she has worked in a clothing retailer in the past, but that retailer is closed down in her smaller town. They give her the opportunity to move into the city, to a bigger city where she could continue her work. However, she has an aging mother and she made the decision to stay in the smaller town and look after her mum, to be nearby her. So she does spend a lot of time doing that. She would like to return to full-time work, but right now she wouldn't have enough money to pay carers to do that. She volunteers with her local animal shelter. She enjoys horse riding, but she doesn't really do it anymore because, you know, it's quite an expensive sport. Or in order to do it, she would need to be working. So again, if we think about what a universal basic income could do for Claire, well, you have to consider it's not just Claire that's getting the universal basic income here, also her mother is. So maybe combining the universal basic income of both, they would be able to pay for some carers for her mum, and that would allow Claire then maybe to find a work in her local town, or maybe be able to be in the city a few days a week or whatever it might work for her. It also might allow her to invest in her hobby and the thing that she enjoys, and do some horse riding from time to time. But again, you know, we don't know these people, but this is just a couple of things that universal basic income could enable for people in different situations. And I would ask, and I suppose, you know, given that the crazy times that we're living through at the minute, it might be an opportunity for you to reflect, well, what would you change if you had a universal basic income, an income that basically covered your basic needs, your food, your shelter, and your clothing? How might you change what your world looks like and how you live? And that's something that maybe we do have a little bit of time to reflect on now. So why is the time now for universal basic income? So putting aside our current health crisis, which Patrick and Julie will talk about in a minute, we are living in a society where jobs are being increasingly automated. And this has been one of the reasons that universal basic income is really coming to the fore at the moment. And the second thing is that we are living in a world of extreme inequality. So there is the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. In Northern Ireland, 30% of the lower households account for about 14% of the income, whereas the top 10% account for 24% of the income in society. So, you know, that was from 2016 research done then. So even in our own society in Northern Ireland, that inequality is very clear. But what I want to do now is I want to hand off to Patrick and Julie, who are going to talk about UBI in the context of the current health crisis that we are experiencing, and how it could actually play a really big part in helping us navigate the days that are and weeks and months that are ahead of us. Cool. So thank you, and guys, I'm going to hand it off to you, and I'm just going to stop sharing here so you can have a chat.
Thanks, Lucy. That was great. Patrick, I was going to kick off this part of our discussion by asking you, why do you think UBI has become such a talking point during this health crisis?
Sure. Yes. Well, thanks, Lucy, for your contribution. That was great. So, in terms of why this has become such a big talking point, I think it's because this pandemic really, the main thing it affects is our social interaction. And we are seeing very clearly that all of society and subsequently our economy runs on social interactions. And what this virus, this pandemic is doing is stopping us from being able to fulfill those social interactions in the same way that we would ordinarily do. It necessitates reducing those social interactions that so much of our economy is built on. And if money can't be generated in the same way to fuel the economy, then we are facing, and I think we are currently rapidly moving towards, an unprecedented economic breakdown. I think there's a very interesting point to make, though, about who actually powers the economy on the day-to-day, because this isn't 2008. We're not talking about bailing out the banks anymore in this conversation. You know, no one's talking about that. We're talking about bailing out people. You know, we're talking about bailing out the people who really run and power the economy, the small business owner, the unpaid carer, the barista. I know as a coffee addict that the world would not run without baristas. This is the actual human face of the economy. And I think if there's one positive to come out of this, we are better understanding the people day to day who are keeping the economy going, and the impact that this pandemic, through limiting social interactions, is directly having on the economy. Everyone has been affected in some way by this. I think there's varying degrees of that, but because of the way it affects those social interactions, the scale of the people affected is huge. And therefore, the only way we can get around that is through some sort of universal program that reaches everyone. And I think that's why people are looking to what may have previously been understood or thought of as quite radical policies like basic income in this time of crisis, because it is by its nature universal. And yes, this crisis has completely changed the conversation around UBI, something that has been gaining traction, particularly over the last few years with an increasing number of trials happening worldwide. But it has brought that to the forefront of public discourse in an incredibly urgent way. And it's very important that there's people out there discussing and having conversations about basic income and trying to get governments to take it on seriously and get it enacted as soon as possible.
Thanks, Patrick. That is really helpful in terms of you picking up on the issue around social interaction and the fact that we are finding new experiences each day as we find new ways to interact through screens, which is something that we never imagined we'd have to do. I wonder if you could outline some of the key ways that you think a universal basic income might help during this crisis. What are the things that are going to, if we had a UBI, what would be better and what would be different?
Mm-hmm. So I guess the key thing is that a basic income can be designed in many different ways, but at the crux of it here is getting money directly into people's pockets, into their bank accounts somehow. And that will allow them to continue buying the essentials, to continue doing those economic interactions that they need to do in order to, frankly, survive. And we are talking about a scenario here where there is a lot of people who have been left behind who don't have an income, and with their health, their mental health and their physical health could severely deteriorate as a consequence of that. So I think in terms of looking at a basic income both now and potentially for the future in a response to this crisis, there are three main things that it does. So first off, it provides economic security for everyone during this unprecedented crisis. It provides everyone with that income floor, that basic level of security that's really important. Second, it helps the economy and subsequently society recover more quickly from the impact of this crisis. If we want to stop a very serious recession when we finally do come out of lockdown and we start to get back to those normal interactions, we still need some sort of stimulus package to help businesses recover, to help stimulate the economy, and a basic income can help with that in terms of encouraging spending and so on. And third, and this is a really important point, I think has been underlined throughout all of this, is that a basic income can protect us from any future crises. The weaknesses of our current system have been dramatically highlighted, just how quickly things have broken down in the wake of this pandemic. And instituting a permanent basic income now will guard us against any future crises, whether they be natural disasters, whether they be conflicts, whether they be viral pandemics. And there's already people talking about potentially a second wave of this in the future. We need to start building these protections, these social and economic protections into our system, and the basic income is the only proper universal way to do that. And one final point as well, which Lucy touched on earlier, and this is something that a lot of people are talking about now, is mental health and well-being. And I think we can't ignore that there is pretty much conclusive proof out there from basically all of the basic income trials that have happened across the world, that basic income in whatever form has a positive impact on mental health and well-being. And there is going to be a huge adverse impact on people's mental health as a result of this crisis, of having to stay indoors, of stress and anxiety and worry about the virus, of not being able to see your loved ones. And I think by instituting a basic income now, we're not going to solve all of those problems, but we can skim off the number of people that are affected, particularly in terms of economic stress and anxiety. So I think that's the least we can do, is to give people peace of mind around that.
That's really helpful. I noticed that you were talking about exposing the weaknesses, and I guess some might counter that by saying, well, the government has responded quite quickly and is bringing in support measures and rescue rescue packages, etc. What do you think UBI would achieve that the current government funding package for recovery is not going to achieve?
Well, look, I mean, the current government schemes are certainly to be welcomed. They're better than nothing, right? But they still bring the same problems of so many other support schemes. They are still largely means tested, they still have exclusions, and they still create inevitable losers. And particularly, I want to talk about the self-employed here. So many self-employed people are incredibly scared about their future over the coming weeks and months because they have been completely ignored by the government's current plans, the wage relief plan and so on. They've basically been told just to sign on for universal credit, £94 a week. It's paltry for anyone, but someone who's completely just lost a business, they have put their blood, sweat and tears into growing over a number of years. To say sign on for your 94 quid a week is frankly insulting. But another thing in terms of actually administering these schemes, there was 42,000 people in the queue to get verified for universal credit yesterday. I know because my sister was one of them. I know because I have tens of constituents, as a local councillor, tens of constituents who are emailing me on the hour, asking me how they can get their universal credit claim through, and will they have to wait days or weeks to get it. And the fact is that the DFC in Northern Ireland, and this is probably the same across the water, simply can't cope with the demand and the need for these services right now. It's not just an unprecedented rise in the amount of people applying, but on the back end of their service, they've got workers who are being sent home to work from home. They have workers who are off sick. They have workers who don't want to, and rightly so, don't want to come into work because proper social distancing guidelines can't be adhered to in modern offices. So we have a huge problem there in terms of public services' ability to actually administer these schemes, aside from the fact that the administration of many of them will create extra costs for the taxpayer in terms of setting them up and putting out guidance and deciding, which businesses have furloughed workers and when did those people sign on and when did they get furloughed, and all of this work that has to be done to actually get the money out to people. Why can we not just administer a very simple system? A basic income could be paid through PAYE, it could be paid through HMRC, it could be paid through DFC and DWP and all of those nice abbreviations. But for those who aren't signed on to the system, who maybe don't have a bank account, we can still look at ways of giving them cashable checks or prepaid debit cards through post offices or other essential services. It is a much simpler system to administer and actually could present potential cost savings as well as getting every single person covered. There's also the fact that the government are prioritising businesses here in terms of rates relief and grants and the wage relief scheme. But frankly, it's the bigger businesses that are going to be more able to survive here. And the bigger businesses with the more valuable rateable properties, they're the ones that are going to be kept afloat. It's the smaller businesses who maybe don't have the rateable properties and can't get the grants that are going to be worse off, who have less cash flow, who are going to go underground more quickly. Again, a basic income helps those individuals as well. So I think the main thing as well is all of this time put into administering these schemes is wasting government resources that could be spent elsewhere in diverting workers onto the frontline services, into the NHS, in ensuring that the lockdown procedures are working properly. Speed is of the essence here in all sectors to deal with this crisis, and the economy is collapsing. People need cash now, and only a universal basic income can do that.
That's really fascinating, Patrick. I think one of the things that struck me when I first started hearing about basic income was that we already in this country have one for everyone who has children with child benefit, and it's not one that causes lots of agony over the fact that everybody gets it, from the richest to the poorest. It's there and it's easy to administer, and as you say, we've seen so much administration in these last few days around the scramble for universal credit and all the other support packages for different parts of the economy. And yet imagine what it would have been like if we all had a universal basic income, and then could be more positive in a way and redeploy into some of the things that do need to happen and need to happen quite quickly. So no, that's really, really helpful. Patrick, you've studied this for a long time, and it's the subject of your doctorate. Do you know, this might sound like an outlandish idea to some folk who are watching, but Lucy mentioned that it's been tried in lots of different places before, and that there are trials going on at the moment. Can you give us a bit of a quick overview of where this has been tried before and what people have made of it?
Yeah, sure. Well, I'll put up a slide on all of the different countries that it's been trialed in, and some of the most interesting data has come out of places like Canada, Barcelona, Finland. There's a couple of really good experiments in California right now. There's a really big experiment going on in Kenya that's doing some really exciting stuff, and there's been ones in India and Namibia as well. Scotland's working on one too. But I want to talk about some of, because this has been such a fast moving situation over the last week, that I want to talk about some of the ideas that are being floated, particularly across the water in the US, where the US Treasury is really seriously looking at giving $1,000 to all working age adults and $500 to children. My understanding is that would last for a few months. Mitt Romney has proposed $1,000 for everybody, but only for 1 month. Across the aisle, some of the Democratic senators, free Democratic senators in the Senate, Booker, Brown, and Bennett, I believe, have proposed $2,000 quarterly to everyone, which would be phased out above certain income levels. So not everyone would get it. Everyone, I think, under 90K would get that one. Bernie Sanders has proposed $2,000 for everyone that wouldn't be phased out, that would be for everyone and would continue. And there's been similar proposals in the House of Representatives on that as well. So there's a lot of different proposals and different bills floating about in America right now. So I think that's really one to watch in terms of how the conversation around actually enacting this policy should be framed. But closer to home, the UBI lab in Sheffield, who have done a fantastic job, and I'll give them a shout out. I'm very proud that I went to Sheffield University and got to meet some of these guys when I studied there. They are doing fantastic work in terms of game planning what a UBI emergency bill would look like in England. So they have proposed £500 per adult and £200 per child, running alongside the job retention scheme, or the wage relief scheme. Once that ends, and that's scheduled to last for 3 months, once that ends, for 2 months after that, it would be £1,000 per person and £500 per children. They've estimated that would cost in total 170 billion over the 5 months, which may be a substantial fee, but if we consider that 140 billion was given to bail out the banks in 2008, and very few people on the ground, ordinary citizens, actually saw a penny of benefit as a result of that, whereas this scheme would directly put money into people's pockets and help them through this crisis, I don't think it's a significant amount to cough up. And also the government are proposing to spend on unprecedented levels during this crisis. So it's not necessarily how you pay for it, it's the political will of being willing to think outside the box and do new and important things, which I think is key here, rather than actually how, because I think all governments are committed to the fact that they need to cough up the money to get through this crisis, or there is going to be an unprecedented economic breakdown. So I don't think those figures are outlandish. But I think as well that this emergency grant, for all of us within the basic income community, needs to be designed so that it will prove the ability of basic income to provide stability for all. I think it will do that automatically, but I think we need to be looking long term as to how that basic income could be potentially tweaked, increased or reduced depending on the model you're looking at, and maintained as a universal basic income going forward, both to re-stimulate the economy and to protect us against any future crises. And also, I think it's a key point that if we can get a basic income now as an emergency, we're building that infrastructure for how a basic income would work beyond that. You know, we're setting up those systems, those payment systems. We're identifying where people are to get them their checks or their payments. So I think it's really important that if we can get this going now as an emergency, we have a really clear blueprint for how a basic income could work going forward.
Thanks, Patrick. That's encouraging, and it's really exciting to hear of how it's gone up the political agenda around the world, and all the preparatory work that folk like the UBI Lab and others around the world who have championed this idea are starting to see some fruit for their work, and it's just really an exciting time to be involved. I just wondered if you had anything to say in conclusion. I know that you're going to talk to us about how we can make it happen, and that's really important. But are there any other things that you want to say? Do you want to say anything about the situation here in Northern Ireland?
Just like, you know, from the level of being a counsellor in my community, I have seen that individual people are the front line of defense, you know, and we don't have all of the answers either. You know, the communication is coming thick and fast and changing by the hour. I'm doing my best to answer, you know, hundreds of messages and emails and phone calls a day in terms of keeping people updated and trying to compile that information somewhere. And an awful lot of those questions are around people's economic situation. And because it is so fragile, because of the system we have and how fragile it is to shocks like this, so many people are experiencing that anxiety. And, you know, my heart in particular goes out to people who are self-employed and have built a business. I'm one of those people. I have also built a business that could face closure if this continues. I completely understand what the situation that they're in, and we need to do more to support them. And I can't think of a better way of supporting everybody than a basic income.
Super, good. Do you want to talk to us now as we close? You know, in terms of what are the things that we can do individually and as Basic Income Northern Ireland, and we always welcome more people to join our group. But what are the key things that we can do to push forward and to make this happen?
Yeah, so I think individually, the main thing that people can do is start a conversation around basic income. You know, take what Lucy has said in terms of what the idea is about. Go away and look into it more, research a bit more on it. Go to the Basic Income Earth Network website, where they've got some really good information to educate yourself on what a basic income is and its history and so on. Go and bring that conversation to a friend or family member. You know, there's a lot of people have a lot of time in the house to chat and get to know each other better and discuss interesting and radical ideas at the moment. Make the most of that time to have a discussion about economic security, about how we can best build an economic system that provides for everyone and protects everyone, especially in the face of crises like this. We're going to put up a slide as well, which is going to have a link to a couple of petitions that you can sign to get involved. There's been a petition to the UK Parliament that has reached 100,000 signatures and will be debated in the House of Commons now, which is fantastic. One of the main challenges that we've always struggled with as a group is awareness of basic income as an idea, and we're doing all we can to try and change that. But you know, talk to anyone you know, talk to anyone in the community and voluntary sector about how this might help them. Talk to your local councillor, send off an email to your MLA or your MP, put it on their agenda, get them to do the research and read into this. I mean, one of the most exciting things that I've seen is right across the board, from the Greens to the DUP to Sinn Féin, all jumping on basic income as an idea, which is fantastic to see. But we need to keep that momentum going. We need to make sure these politicians are not just paying lip service to the idea, that they're actually understanding of it and invested in it and committed to building a fairer system now and in the future.
Thanks, Patrick. That's given us lots of ideas of things that we can do, maybe one thing a day during this period of staying home and making an effort to share the idea with others. I think it's a really important point that you make about focusing on the contacting your politicians and asking them to think about it more, so that beyond this crisis we see more politicians aware of it, and we have more people asking for this kind of change. You said that we're looking for a change to an economic system that provides and protects, and Lucy said this is the kind of system that boosts new ideas and makes new things happen. So thanks so much for sharing your wisdom with us, and here are our asks.
I'll read through them, will I? So guys, yeah, if you can have a look at our asks here, as Patrick mentioned, there's a number of petitions that you can sign, but also like reach out to your local representatives and kind of, you know, encourage them to consider this and to look at this and to put it forward. And the last one, like Patrick said, start a conversation about UBI with your people, whoever your people may be. That can be online, it can be offline. In my experience, I mean, I was introduced to UBI, I think about 5 years ago now, and it's one of those really interesting topics when you get into conversations with people about it. People who I expect would be interested and all over it are not always, and then people who you think might not be for it can actually bring ideas to it, and it's a fascinating topic to talk to people about. I find it very interesting. My dad said to me the other day, he was like, "Oh, I see that UBI thing that you've been not talking about / banging on about for the last few years is getting a lot of traction now." But it's something that people are hearing about. So definitely, like, just talk to people, discuss it, and you know, it could revolutionize how we live. So yeah, let's do it. These are our social media things. We've got a Facebook, we've got a Twitter. All of these links are up on the Facebook page. If you want to reach out to us, basicincomegroup@gmail.com. And we have a meeting every month. We will be reconvening that online, I guess, in the next few months. But we would love to have new members, so please come along and join us. And yeah, let us move forward with Northern Ireland with UBI. Good.
Great.
Thanks
for joining,
guys. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
There it is. Splendiferous London. Lit bridges girded over the serpentine Thames. Jeweled honeycomb of hope and joys and love, misery and power. This century's high plateau, vulnerable before the plagues and epidemics that will surely come. Flight from Vienna, 16 February 2013. Hello, my name is Chris Agee. I'm a poet, essayist, photographer, and editor. My third collection of poems, Next to Nothing, appeared in 2009 and was shortlisted in Britain for the Ted Hughes Award for New Work in Poetry. I recently edited Balkan Essays, the 6th volume of Hubert Butler's essays. My fourth collection, from which I'll be reading now, is entitled Blue Sambar Moon, and it appeared in late 2018. I'm also editor of Irish Pages, Ireland's largest literary journal, and the Irish Pages Press. For 40 years, I've lived in Belfast, and I now divide my time between Ireland, of course, Scotland, and Croatia. The book is, both books, the third and the fourth collection, are about a death in the family, the death of our daughter in 2001. Next to Nothing records the immediate aftermath, 6 or 7 years. And this book might be called The Aftermath of the Aftermath, about turning some corners, about finding, perhaps you could say, a new life in the shadow of death. So I'm actually going to read first one poem from the third collection, the one shortlisted for the Ted Hughes Prize. Mirage. The road on Millette. It might almost make me a believer. I mean the dirt road rising, dipping, and twisting along the small lake, glistening with shadows of chalk, jade, and greengage, glimpsed through the undergrowth and Aleppo pines, whose shadows ink its rough camber. For 2 summers, it's happened towards 4, or thereabouts. Shimmering time when the last stragglers, honeyed with memory, a day's small wonders, wend their way dreamily to the waiting ferry. There's a whiff, perhaps, of brine off the breezy tidal channel, and the woods still sing with hoarse rattles in an endless racket of cricket-chirr. And near the portable WC, where the stairs rise steeply to the right, into the cool fragrance of the pines, a memory of both of you, hand in hand, heading towards the first step, shimmers into feeling so strongly it's as if I'm seeing a moment's mirage with a second sight. Then back to nothing, the beautiful world whose condition is doubt, like a physicist of memorials, leaving a crop circle dew-dropped in the field of the present. The absence of God is God enough. This is a poem set in a restaurant that, there's a series of restaurants on the Neretva River, which is a river that runs from Bosnia into Croatia and down into the Adriatic, not too far from Dubrovnik. And the restaurants along the Neretva are very famous for their views and their food. Extremely beautiful river, which is turquoise because of the karst or limestone that surrounds the river. Neretva Restaurant, in memory of Miriam. I'd forgotten that half an hour or so, until a few days before our bus swung in again to the sloping roadside restaurant, perched on an overlook high above the dazzling Neretva threaded below, the white conical minarets and strip fields, the Yugoslav pylons of beautiful Jablanica. A pumped and cobblestone rill was bubbling from top to bottom through a series of gutters, water wheels, pipes, and cement fish tanks where trout were penned in dappled beauty. 8 lamp spits filled the air with wood smoke and its smell. I remember a quick lunch and nothing of Miriam, but love and presence. At the back, in the woods below the dining deck, a breath of presence, ash flicker and maple leaf flutter in the high heat of Central Europe. I stood perspirant with Jacob and watched far below a brown, pebbled submarine sandbar like a trout's speckled belly in the crock of a wooded bend. Depths turquoise, shallows green, under another day's dazzling blue river. Now Donegal, New Year's Eve, between 2009 2010. Moonrise, New Year's Eve. The moon rose behind us. We turned to face its full large dial, low over bloody foreland. It cast its wavering phenomenological foil over the bays Whale Road and Seal Road. A wisp of cloud twisted a half veil over its shadowy seas. A scudding bank first topped it like a matador's hat, then blocked it with backlit darkness. Spindrift's suds fled the rising tide line in a tumbleweed of moments, whitening the night. Glad your old dad's still here? Give me a kiss. It's good being together, huh? That was always, of course, the real reason for our time in Donegal. Now I'll turn to the section which is entitled Blue Sambar Moon, a micro-epic. And I'll read, I think, 12 or 13 little small poems. These poems all have captions. The captions are very much part of the poem. Sometimes I'll read the captions, sometimes I won't. They're rather like captions in paintings. They give a context and a kind of time signature. Or you could liken them to some novelists like W.G. Sebald who put photographs through their book. The relation of the photographs is not always entirely clear to the text, but they give a kind of atmospheric to the novel. Likewise, the appearance of captions solve a lot of technical problems. I don't have to say where and when I am. They normally indicate the place and the date. Deep in lush Longford, the smell of slurry, birdsong and cows, and cow parsley on stilled verges, old domain walls ivy with ivy, I piss through a rusted curvilinear gate towards countryscapes under noctilucent clouds, the canary in the climate's coal mine. To the Adriatic. Finally it came, the flutter flash from the fig to the laurel, when over morning coffee, the golden oriole unburdened me of the fear, of the pain that is always in new life. The caption with this poem is Departures, Sarajevo Airport, 24 October 2011. The last morning after the last night, the crescent moon like Islam's slender cusp by a lobe of dark, waxing towards plenitude in our new lives. I was afraid of the cuts we made to the almond the day before, because it is easier to live in the old growth of dead shade than face the heartwood's fresh cross-cuts and cleared spaces of new vistas, like a moth still stuck in the shadows of a dawn window. The crescent moon and morning star clear over antennae and chimneys, the lit windows of close hallways, and the big birch windy, and some other pinprick of hope strung spangling to the acute angle of planets and tenement, events steam, the building's human breath, in the blue first light rising to a first day in the promised land. Another Scott's poem, which I consider quite an ecological poem in some way, the way that the brain is complicated, ecologies, natural worlds are complicated, and there's some kind of interaction between how we understand the world and the world's actions and evolutionary developments, and so forth. It's in Glasgow, this poem. The small moment, extremely beautiful, like the magpie in the ancient birch, flitting down in sunshine and light green, to another waving bough, like a thought in with its swaying whole. Back to the Adriatic. It appears in many guises and places, the extreme beauty of the moon, like in sea phosphorescence of silver plate, filled from a full one, that first time on the water taxi, plowing the light. Or tonight, 17 years on, from the ferry, a sliver of crescent of dark honeyed amber, setting into dark headland, like a bookend to all that time past in between, in the second life of the mind's amber. So as you can gather, I have some experience of the Balkans. I was actually in the siege of Sarajevo right at the end, and as a result, I started to attend the war crimes tribunals in The Hague for many weeks. I imagined myself like a Darwin studying the finches, but rather than studying finches, I was studying the human psyche for some kind of lessons, which I didn't really get, actually. But this poem, rather than the essay intended, this poem and several other poems in the book came rather than the essay intended. I felt very depleted, of course, emotionally, after all this testimony about destruction of human feeling, destruction of human life, as if this too is part of evolution. So the caption reads, "After the War Crimes Tribunals, The Hague, 17 July 2013. I watched the bats tumbling and the morning star, maybe, over a garden in The Hague. One house lit in hope, the tree's top shifting and swaying, ebbing and rising, ducking and fainting, like one night's sorrows, without catharsis, remedy, or acquittal in the natural history of feeling's destruction." Back to the Adriatic, where I have a house, where we have a house. The world welcomes me back, warm sun on my brow, like an old friend at the open casement, swung open to the eternal blue, where once I saw and suffered in the night coolth. True apocalypse, next to the same almond below, now stumped and weathered in the black earth, wetted and fresh with the tears of night rain. So this is one of my most highly political poems. The thing about politics is you can always just say the politics, but you have to feel it. And there's relatively few poets who actually feel politics. It might be a nice lifestyle choice, it might be something that pleases you, but you've really got to have feeling about politics, like Brecht, or some of the famous political poets they always do something that's not just politics. It's usually emotion. So this is a highly political poem. The caption is Belfast to Glasgow, 22nd, 25th February 2014. And because I was working as a writer in residence and doing a lot of other projects in Glasgow, I was flying all the time between the two. And I was flying EasyJet. And I love this name, EasyJet, because it suggests the armchair political commentator after the political commentary. Yellow cat's cradles of the old gantries in the dawn's sulphury blue, a twinkling EasyJet preparing to land behind a row of poplars silhouetted as if a besom broom blown out of the east from the Ukrainian drama where history has hardly ended. And Davos, be aware and be apprised, with your Faustus of capital running amok and wrecking its havoc, the mass ethicalized here too may yet arise like a Luther or Brecht to defenestrate bankers and banksters and oligarchs in a collective catharsis to roll the tumbril for your shameless self-indulgences. Says at least this easy passenger. Beautiful primrose. This is back to Ireland. Beautiful primrose, still so delicate after all this time. The last one planted on your sick day, the first one up in sunny February, on a mossy bed under the privet hedge, a twinkle with water light between two petals in its bowl of being. For though out with you're dead, you still exist for me, like that glint of light in with my innermost place. Another Belfast poem. I found a snail crossing the sidewalk like the ones in Dalmatia, yellowy greeny, whorled with bands of dark brown, heading for its nirvana of hedge. And so saved it, of course, from its dangerous course. The way I failed to save you, that cloudy, clement, breezy, bright March day when we went AWOL on the towpath, unalert to alertness, and your final course was settled. The caption is Mourning Miriam's Death Day, Cross Parade, Belfast. 23 April 2014. Couple more. Okay, so 3 more, and then the piece of prose. So 2015 was a big year politically. Things really changed. And the reason was, of course, the Syrian exodus. So I'm going to read 2 poems dealing with the Exodus. The first poem you recognize from the caption who is being referred to. Death of Alan Kurdi, photographed near Bodrum in the Aegean, 3-5 September 2015. A little boy on the beach. His little legs dangling at the stooped crux of a Turk's arms. Someone had tied his shoes that morning. He was ready to go, with only love. He knew not where. Now lost to existence, even the shite sun saw life and death, the one who didn't make it, as we did and still do this day. extraordinary that refugees who are heading to Germany, refugees to Germany, the great nation of the creation of refugees 75 years ago during the Second World War. The whole process reversed, in a sense. So the note at the bottom is, time, quote, time and patience bring the snail to Jerusalem, proverb from the Irish, during the Syrian Exodus, Belfast, 3-5 September 2015. Germany, a new Jerusalem, born of defeat and its east, astonishing Zabaldian swerve along a long march motorway, whilst the old honored word Israel is broken in two, into proper and greater. For the snail of the good knows no borders, goes where it will on the uncovenanted single terrace of history. So I climb a lot in the Balkans, and this is in the Velebit, which is the mountain range that runs along the Adriatic, the last of the micropoems that I'm reading. 3 deer at dusk, a doe, her fawns, stood off and stock still in headlights in high forest, and 3 of us, a mother maybe, father and son, as if equals at a distance, sharing the magical moment, pausing us all together in strangeness. So now I will simply read a couple pages of poetic prose, Parable of a Summer. Another call, email, task, list, purchase, repair, reconstruction, focus, meeting, movement. Another thing. Above all in all this, covering all this, another thing to do. What might it mean in an ontological sense? It is, I'd say, Roth's dream of endlessness. The assumption on some primordial psychological level, owing to each past day's renewal of present, that we will never end. At some point, it all seems to say, we will reach the paradisical terminus of completion, the plenitude or platitude of everything done. But for most of us, I dare say, looking back, it will never have happened. Paradise not lost, but unmaterialized. More of an elysium of shadowy tasks in the foreground of missed existence. More Microsoft Office than the word of life's real presence. Sisyphus in the half-life of his daily daily decline. Up above us, like some call of techno-bioluminescence we've lately developed, the jellyfish of new communication floats in the ether of near space, moored to its satellites. It is clear that a large proportion of humanity already cannot elude it for more than a few days or contemplate living without it. Bird watching is subtle, one of the eye's subtle arts. An art, too, of the ear, and extremely ancient, the stuff of augury and omen. It is strange to think that these creatures might be the shrunken dwarves of pterodactyls in dinosaurial color. You can see, though, why many will see nothing in it. Its narrow visual range, its endless repetitions. A few swallows pirouetting like jets through the morning yard, their blue-black backs, their white bellies. The secretive flash of the golden oriole. An owl taking wing out of the almonds against the last light of the valley. Flocks of little brown birds, unidentified, seeking gleanings at rake dawn on our old gravelly road between parched grasses, disturbed into flight by an opened door. the strange grace of the house bats tumbling headlong through the same yard as soon as dark falls. Up from Africa in April, the hoarse serenade of nightingales, trilling and squeaking in the crisp and starry night. Could there really be much in it? But it teaches you to attend, to wait on the small thing and the little surprise, to abandon the pseudo-cosmic disease for the narrow reaches of a microcosmos, to plumb intently, as with augury or Newton, just one moment's becoming on the ground of physical being, where that small surprise can take wing into the imaginations of one's full attention. And on almost every occasion of such intention, there are surprises. Like one time when a small bird with rufous back, buff belly, and black mask alighted in sunshine on the almond sapling in front of the terrace. The species is common, if still unidentified, but I had never quite noticed the marvel of its glossy back, its rufous sheen. Till that moment on the morning in question. I might not have stepped one leg up on the wall of the terrace and looked in that direction. I might have been thinking of emails. Updike has spoken of the increasing dephysicalization of contemporary culture. Is this then now the one globalized dominant ontology ideology? If so, in this sense, for me in any event, a rufous gloss must always trump or out-trump any email. People in the village are always giving each other little gifts. It is a kind of barter of goodwill and neighborly feeling. One morning, I saw an old neighbor's wife meet Yasinka, a younger neighbor, on the crumbling tarmac that runs by our house through weathered stone walls. The Journeveau church clock was just striking its 9 chimes. After the loud and public greetings that are typical, she immediately gave Yasinka a plastic bag of tomatoes from her garden. Whether the tomatoes were intended for Yasinka or whether they were to be unloaded on the first friend or neighbor she encountered on the road was unclear. It always is. Another morning, our neighbor Petar, who seldom visits, suddenly appeared round the corner of the house from the tarmac lane. The terrace was still in shade, and I was taking an early breakfast alone. He was shirtless and in sandals, with a straw hat like Huck Finn's. He brought me a bag of 2 cucumbers and 4 tomatoes, of the heart-shaped local variety, always very good. Perhaps it was also an occasion to remark on my 3 haystacks, that after my last misjudgment with petrol in May, scorching the cypress, they should not be burnt until October. The island's summer tinderbox of scrub forest, parched vegetation, and grassy olive groves was a perennial threat. His gift lifted my spirits at the start of another hot day. It was like a cool mental dew in the optimism of the morning. Its common quality over time across village space partly informs and partly inspired this prose. A black ant scampers across the creamy white of a limestone jam. Dalmatian, light and dark. Everything is interesting. Later, not far from the stone threshold, another ant, or maybe the same one, hauls its awn of straw with Sisyphean purpose towards the Eocene's version of our techno hive. Many thanks for listening. If you're interested in this book, Blue Sambar Moon. It can be ordered at www.irishpages.org or found in bookshops.
New question from one of my 3 subscribers, one of which is my granny. Hi, Nan. What's my dad like? My dad is... You know how taxes pay for things, but you're not really sure what they are or how they work? My dad's like that, but with a beard. School. You know when you've so many friends that where to sit becomes awkward? Yeah. That's me. Whoa.
You're behaving like a child, Jenna.
You think I'm a child. And I'm not.
No one can be this cool and look that good in shorts. Tiny shorts. Okay, think of something cool, think of something cool.
Hello? Oh. Hey. Okay. Bye.
Think Ryan Gosling. Oh, if he had a seizure.
Ben, dinner!
I had dinner!
Toast isn't dinner.
No, no, 10.
Are you sure this isn't too expensive?
No. No.
Ben, put the phone away.
Why? It's not like we talk anyway.
I'm staying at Haley's tonight. Ben and Jerry's in studying. I love you.
Bye, love.
Bye.
Right here. Well, you're a lot prettier in real life.
You're older.
Is that a problem?
No. No. Is this a joke? I don't get it. You're... Why me?
Because I see you. I see everything that other people miss. I see how special you are. But I'm afraid, because this might... Was that your first kiss?
First real kiss.
I really don't like art.
What?
So the vinyl room is down the hall. That's the one with the
vinyls in it. Your home is
Yeah, it's home. Shush. Yeah, I don't know much about wine, but the glasses are made from actual glass.
I'm the only one, right?
I've never done this before.
Can we put a song on? Thank you.
Oh my god, so many vinyls and no taste.
So, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Are you my boyfriend?
Take it off.
But are you my boyfriend?
Take it off.
Are you my boyfriend?
Take it off.
Wait!
What?
You are just a wee girl.
No, no.
Show me. You need to go.
What? No, it's...
So I'll text you? How do I get home?
Can you take the bus?
Yeah.
I'm really sorry, Dad. I'm really sorry. I thought he was real. I thought it was real. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell anyone. I don't know what to do anymore. I don't know what to do.
Ben!
How was your night? Did you get much studying done? I'm sure you had more Ben and Jerry's than studying. No. Jenna. Are you okay?
You are just a wee girl.
Fine. I'm fine.
Hi Belfast, I'm Robin McAlpine. I'm the director of Commonweal, which is a Scottish-based think and do tank. We're a left-of-centre think tank and we do support Scottish independence, and so I was asked to come and talk to you about the situation in the British Isles after Brexit and after the Scottish independence referendum and where things all are. I'm really sad not to be with you. I've been looking forward to come over to Belfast. I was going to come for a few days and get a look round, so I really hope that I get a chance to do that later, because I think the 2 times I've been to Belfast before, I didn't get out because I was drunk on the way to a bus to see the rugby in Dublin. So I really look forward to visit. So, where are we in the UK post-Brexit, post-Scottish independence, with everything that's happening in Ireland, with the developments in Wales? Well, I think the first thing that I wanted to say to you was that what we are seeing here is a repeated problem of centralisation. So that's the first thing. Before nationalism or before any of the other ideologies here, we should recognise just how centralised the UK is. To give you an idea about how centralised the UK is, we just have to look at the distribution of wealth around the country based on different regions. So if you look across Europe, it is always the case that a capital city captures more of the wealth of a nation than any of its other cities or regions. This is just natural, it's the centre of power. If you look across Europe, the average is just under twice as much. So the average per capita wealth that's absorbed by a European capital is about twice as much as it is for the rest of the country. In the UK, we're miles ahead of that. I mean, way ahead of even the largest, which is about, I think, 2.3, 2.4 times it. London absorbs 5 times its share of the wealth. So per capita, London has 5 times the average wealth of the other regions in the UK. It is phenomenally centralised. And that centralisation isn't just about, it's not just about money. It's also about planning and design. So I don't know, and policy right across the board. So I don't know enough about the situation in Ireland to give you an Irish example, but what I can tell you is, if you were to design a national electricity grid for Scotland, which actually met Scottish needs, it would look almost exactly the opposite of a national electricity grid that we've got in the UK. That's because the UK electricity grid is set up for single, giant, powerful generating centres sending massive amounts of electricity to tightly packed urban centres in the south of England. So that's a pumping it out model of electricity. In Scotland, we've got disaggregated renewable generation. So we've got electricity generation all over the country, not just in little centres. And that's then being distributed round the country to an area which is much less densely populated. So the grid just looks like the wrong kind of grid for Scotland. Now, you can repeat this many times over. It is not just about ideology or nationalism or anti-Englishness or any of these things. You've got to have a look at where this phenomena has been driven from. In Scotland, we would not have had the result that we got in the India RIF if it hadn't been for a lot of people's dissatisfaction with centralisation, and it had relied only on a nationalist cultural drive to get people to vote yes. And this problem is exactly the same problem that the European Union faces. So the thing about the European Union is it's almost like a spreadsheet in how it looks at its member nation states. It wants all the time to behave as if things might possibly be made symmetrical, that one size can fit all, that policies can symmetrically be played out right across the continent, irrespective of place. Now, most people focus on this in terms of differentials in the economy. So the rules that suit Germany or the rules that suit the Nordic countries can't also suit a less developed economy like Portugal or particularly like Greece, as an example that's often given. But I think the problem is more fundamental than that. The problem, and I should just say that I was a Remain voter, so I'm not a Brexiter, but I am very critical of the European Union even as a Remain voter. The problem with the European Union is it doesn't recognise these differences of place. So put very straightforwardly, the mountains of Scotland simply are going to have different factors than the large tulip fields of Holland. These are entirely different topographies. They've got different distributions of human settlement, of resource, just everything from how the hell you get a mobile phone signal around to how you travel about. They're different. And this inability of the European Union to deal with difference, to recognise difference, is a large part of what's driven dissatisfaction with the European Union project. And the project has gone wrong. It has forgotten the importance of place. It has forgotten the importance of locality. It has forgotten the importance of closeness when it's trying to create policy decisions. And that is what makes people feel that it is distant, unresponsive, and imposing things on them. Now, some of it does make sense to do it a continent-wide basis. I don't think anybody wants to go back to the more difficult travel restrictions that existed pre-European Union. But on the other hand, in some places, they do just get it wrong. So the Common Agricultural Policy is imposed on people, or the Common Fisheries Policy is imposed on people, and it isn't the best thing for individual nations, and it's not best thing for the community as a whole. And that problem has made people feel that things are being imposed on them which don't make sense. We've got to understand that place matters. And if ever that was in doubt, I am currently speaking from what doesn't really feel like lockdown, because I live out in rural Scotland and I work from home a lot of the time anyway. Plus I'm an antisocial bastard, so that helps. I'm sitting locked down at home, and what we've now got certainly in Scotland, is a situation where our centralisation, which incidentally is every bit as bad in Scotland as it is across the UK. So Scotland is one of the most centralised democracies, if not the most centralised democracy in the developed world. We're the only nation state of our level of economic and social development which has got a unitary tier of local government. So we don't have town councils. We've just got ungainly sub-regional councils, 32 across the country. And indeed in Scotland, we've got one local authority, which is the geographic size of Belgium. How's that local? And what we're seeing now in the coronavirus crisis is that we do not have the functioning local systems to be responsive. So the way I've phrased it is, it's like someone's fallen in the river, and the only thing that we've got to rescue them with is an oil tanker. We can't move it fast enough, it can't be responsible enough. We don't have town hall infrastructure in each of our towns. There's no employees, so my town's about 5,000 people. There's not a single council office, not a single council employee other than who's working at the sports centre or the school. So there's no infrastructure with which to build. And the belief that somehow proximity and place and localness would become less and less important with globalisation is about to take a massive step backwards. A lot of the myths of globalisation were just exactly that, were myths. So people would sometimes say in a modern and globalised world, where you live doesn't matter. But I'd like to point out that people that say that, as a general rule, assume that cleaners just come out of nowhere. So people who say things like, oh, but I'm a citizen of the world, I can rock up anywhere, and so long as I've got my MacBook Pro and a hotel room, I can be productive. Yes, but you're not planning to make your own dinner, and you're not planning to change your own bed or clean your own room. And when you need to go somewhere, you're not planning to drive yourself. You're going to be relying on a taxi driver. So what we have is a situation where there's this kind of conceptual idea that there's localism for some and globalism for others. So what we're likely to see in the near future, I suspect, is a degree of deglobalisation. If we're lucky, it will just be a bit more of an awareness that localised self-sufficiency may become increasingly important in the future. And if we're really unlucky, it's going to mean people closing their borders and shutting in and down on themselves. This is a range of challenges which the UK has been woefully addressing. Now, the correct answer to this for me is to recognise that you can't run things centralised, and that you really do need to take much more of an awareness of the importance of place when you're trying to work out how it is you're going to develop your society. And after all, societies aren't things that just develop themselves and they don't just emerge. We should be much more aware that it is a conscious process, a democratic process in which we adapt and transform our societies. So as we do this going forward, I strongly feel that if people do not rediscover the importance of place as we structure the responses that we make, these problems are not going to go away. In fact, I suspect they're going to accelerate. So what does this mean? Well, what I think it means is we need to take a new approach to democracy, and I think we're going to have a new approach to the structure of the UK as well. Let me start with the democracy stuff. The democratic structures that we've got at the moment are not meeting people's needs. They're too centralised, they're all from the 19th century, we're still working in a system which doesn't deal with political difference very well. We've got a first past the post voting system which in the UK level, which means that we get disproportionate elections all the time. You shut out opinions which can't muscle in to those big first past the post votes, so a wide range of opinion doesn't get properly covered whatsoever. So the first thing to say is that we need to catch up with the 20th century first, and most places in the 20th century went to proportional voting, so we need to do that. But the 20th century shouldn't be our ambition. We need to move beyond that, and we need to move into the 21st century. And that's where we need to start using the range of participatory democracy practices. It is insane, the idea that we can go forward from here using a system which is basically a gentleman's club, in which people get elected and left for 5 years to do pretty well as they please, and at the end of the 5 years we're allowed to give them a pat on the back or a no, it's the other guy's chance, and then it switches over. This is not how to do things anymore. Now, I'd really like to talk to you about the full panoply of participatory democracy practices, but to be completely honest, Ireland has been an exemplary example of where these have been used recently. So the way that you used citizens' assemblies and various of the votes on both sides of the Irish border indicate that you have really grasped some of these points early on. And what's encouraging about the approaches of participatory democracy is that they have been tested to within an inch of their life. So Commonweal works with a couple of really good academics in this, and I meet up with them fairly regularly and just talk about what are the latest developments. And he keeps saying, one of them that I met recently says, well, there are no developments. We've tested this, we've measured it, we've assessed it, it works. From an academic perspective, there's nothing more to do. It's about the politics wishing to use them. So that full range of participatory democracy tools are going to be necessary to help our politics better understand what it is that people want, and to release the pressure that comes from the sense that what many people feel is their interest isn't being met by the political system that we have. Now, that's going to be important no matter what we do. But then we're going to have to decentralise the UK if we're not going to see the kind of Brexit-style breakup of Britain, which is coming from the European Union. Now, let me be clear about this. The first step for me is Scottish independence. I firmly believe in Scotland as a more incapable of becoming an independent nation. And I think in the next few years, we'll have reached a tipping point whereby the number of people who support that view is just large enough that it's going to be time to go. And I've also been doing some work down in Wales. And while they're a bit behind us, I think you'll find that the rapid increase in interest in Welsh independence is going to keep going in that direction. And I think if Scotland goes, there'll be an increasing interest in Wales and that happening too. So my guess would be that Scotland definitely goes, Wales probably goes. And at that point, I mean, I'm from the west of Scotland, we take great care in talking about Irish politics. It's a, how can I put this, delicate subject in these parts. From my perspective, it would seem obvious to me that Irish unification would become part of that, but I recognise that that's a very delicate subject in Northern Ireland, and there may be other ways to work it, although I think that the direction trend is fairly clear there. The place, I think, in the UK which is going to see either the biggest trouble or the biggest change is actually England itself. So my feeling is that England is going to have to go through a process of federalisation. I firmly believe that democracy is very much like a dog, which is to say, if you wish it to behave, it has to be somewhere you can see it. The problem with Westminster is it's too far away and too hidden for most people across the UK. And I think when people start to understand this, and they start to see smaller units of democracy is more effective for many things, I think you'll start to see that the idea of a federal England makes sense. I think they should have 10 parliaments, a parliament of Cornwall, a parliament of London, a parliament of Northumbria, and that each of these should be very powerful. So a parliament of Cornwall that wants to decriminalise marijuana and encourage the kind of tourism that it already has round about it, surfing and great, let them do that. A Northumbrian parliament which decides that they really want to hammer food production and a strategy of being a centre of food. Great, whatever they are, these are good. And they can work together to create an England which is united, because I don't think there's the likelihood of a split of England is clear, which is united, but which does have enough differentiation to enable people to feel that their local government is, the government that's closest to them, is actually responsive. So if these things start to happen, and if we see these changes, then I think it is going to be possible for us to live on these islands together in a way which is effective, in a way which enables us all to find a suitable compromise between the responsiveness of local and the need to work together. Because one thing that I keep saying over and over to everybody in Scotland, and I'm a leading independence campaigner, is do not imagine that independence means that the relationship with England doesn't matter. It's crucial. If place matters, the place in which we live matter. We are a group of different peoples, culturally, historically, politically, who are all stuck together on a little North Atlantic archipelago, and we are not going anywhere. We must learn to find ways that enable us to live together, that meet the legitimate desires and hopes of the people that live here, but also enable us to be effective modern nation states. And if we can do that, if we can create that, then I think that the North Atlantic archipelago has a strong future. But if we try to constrain that, if we try to force it into a model which is centralised and controlled by a capital city which is woefully overpowered, then I think that the UK is going to see increasing discontent, increasing social unrest, and I think we will probably end up in the same place through much more painful means. It is possible for us to plan our way forward to a responsive life on these islands. Let's not sleepwalk into something worse.
Okay, well let's make a start. I think there may be a few more coming, but they can wander in and participate as we go on. Thank you very much, everybody, for attending. My name is Peter Osborne. I currently chair the Community Relations Council, which I'm delighted to say is one of the sponsors of the Imagine Festival. I think it's one of the premier festivals we have in this city, imagining what democracy could look like, imagining and reimagining how civil society can be involved in democracy and everything that is involved about democracy and participation in civic life, I suppose. And this year, the 5th year of the festival, there's about 150 events in the space of a week. Incredible number of events and an incredible variety of events as well happening all over the city, of which this is one. Whenever you look at all of those events, I can't believe how many fantastic speakers there are, how many different people from all walks of life are coming and participating in roundtable discussions, as well as lectures, as well as all sorts of other ways, exploring how we can be more involved in what democracy looks like in this part of the world. I'm delighted to say I think this lecture is one of those speakers that has just excelled in his public service, and is one of the speakers that, as I looked through the programme of events a few weeks ago, was one of those speakers that I wanted to come and hear what he had to say. Michael Maguire, Dr. Michael Maguire, has been the police ombudsman here for the last 7 years. He was appointed in 2012 and is due to finish his term very shortly, in a few months, in 2019. Michael, I don't know if you had hair when you started, but I suspect that's part of the reason why it's all grey, what hair you have now. Michael also, before that, was the Chief Inspector, Prison Chief Inspector for Criminal Justice. And before that, he worked all over the world, spending 18 years working in the private sector and as a partner in PA consultancy. Michael is somebody who has just tremendous experience, not just of criminal justice issues here, therefore, but criminal justice issues all over the world. Tremendous experience of what works well and what doesn't work so well around criminal justice. Tonight he's going to deliver a lecture on what does independence mean, a cautionary tale. Please welcome Dr. Michael Maguire.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you for coming out on this very nice, nearly summer's evening. Maybe you get a chance to walk home in the daylight and you'll feel refreshed and wonderful after having heard me speak. Thanks to Imagine Belfast for the opportunity to say a few words. This is probably the last public lecture I'll give before I leave in July. So I've had the opportunity just to reflect on the office, reflect on some of the issues that I think are important. What I want to talk about tonight is independence and what independence means in the context of not only the Police Ombudsman's Office, but the criminal justice system more generally, and indeed maybe some lessons for other organisations across the Northern Ireland public sector. The perception and reality of independence is used as a measure of performance, and while there are legal implications within the context of investigations, each criminal justice organisation, whether it be the police, ourselves, the PPS, the judiciary, all guard their independence, and rightly so. At one level, the topic is pretty straightforward. To quote the dictionary, free from outside control and not subject to another's authority. Thus, investigations are independent from political interference, prosecutorial decisions are taken on the basis of the evidence, and judgments are handed down without fear or favour. These are the things that we take for granted. Yet, it's an area of constant debate, perception and reality merging together often to form competing narratives about organisations and how they perform. And it's often the first line of attack to my own office when we conclude our work. I do not believe an independent decision was taken. So independence can become the touchstone for much of the debate about the performance of an organisation such as mine. So what I want to talk about is some reflections on the 7 years as Police Ombudsman, and prior to that in my role as Chief Inspector of Criminal Justice. What are the areas to watch to ensure that independence is not compromised? And it's interesting when I think back to when I joined the organisation, certainly some of the issues I didn't see coming, while others have been on a scale that I couldn't have anticipated. So my starting point is what independence means in practice and how do you ensure it's maintained. And my conclusion, for what it's worth at this stage, is that we have, in terms of police oversight, some of the best safeguards in the world. But here's the beef. Independence is hard won and easily lost. It's a fragile thing, and it requires, in my view, constant protection, as it can be under threat from subtle and not so subtle attacks. You take it for granted at your peril. So where to begin? I want to take us away from Northern Ireland for a moment. There's a case in the Australian state of Victoria which caught my interest recently. It concerns allegations that Victoria Police used a barrister as a paid informer to provide information on her clients. This has led to the establishment of a Royal Commission on the issue and the subsequent revelation that a further 6 members of the legal profession were informers for the police. The work of the Royal Commission is ongoing. Now, you'll agree that this is a strange case which raises significant issues, not only about legal ethics, but also about the police attitude to the use of paid informers. The unusual recruitment came at a time of gangland killings in Melbourne and significant pressure on the police to do something. We will be familiar with such a call. The police did indeed do something, including the recruitment of a defence barrister as an informant, and a high number of high-profile gangsters were convicted. A case of the end justifying the means, or, as been put in another context, noble cause corruption as a justification. Now, however, it looks like these convictions might well be subject to challenge and possibly overturned, and confidence in the police has been severely damaged. This is only one of a number of controversial cases involving the Victoria Police, which have raised concerns about transparency, impartiality, and the effectiveness of current police complaint handling and oversight arrangements. Prior to the barrister/informer scandal, the Parliament of Victoria established an inquiry into the external oversight of police corruption and misconduct in Victoria. So what? I hear you're thinking, what has that got to do with independence of the Police Ombudsman's Office? Well, what's interesting about what happened in Victoria is where they look to for solutions. Front and centre, believe it or not, has been the Office of the Police Ombudsman in Northern Ireland. I gave evidence to the committee, and in their report they note, and I'm quoting here, PONI is often regarded as the gold standard in complaints handling and oversight systems, an exemplary civilian control system. Professor Prenzler concluded that the office appears to have been successful and it remains the standout agency internationally. This view was reflected in much of the evidence to the committee received as part of this inquiry. So taking civilian oversight as the gold standard for handling complaints against the police, it is regarded that PONI is probably the only, and think about this in the context of Northern Ireland's place in the world, the only proper civilian oversight agency in the world that ticks enough boxes to be characterised in that way. We have overall control of the complaints process. We can make recommendations, publish reports, access information, are all underpinned by legislation. These are areas, I can tell you, that others look forward to with envy and look on with envy. If, for example, there's an investigation into the death caused by police in Australia, and indeed the States, that is carried out by the police. In Northern Ireland, it is carried out by the Police Ombudsman's Office. If you make a complaint in England, Wales and Scotland, you have a 75% chance it will be investigated by another police officer. That is not the case here. It's investigated by my office. Now, the reason for the legislation, the reasons why we have such strong legislative framework here is, you will not be surprised to learn, is because of what has come out of the Northern Ireland Troubles. Policing in Northern Ireland was and continues to be a contested space. And the political reform of the Good Friday Agreement was in many respects underpinned by policing reform under Patton, and there was a strong desire to have the mechanisms of police accountability. The late Maurice Hayes, who wrote the document establishing him in the office, saw independence as the starting point for success. What he said was, the overwhelming message I got from nearly all sides and from all political parties was the need for the investigation to be independent and to be seen to be independent. The main value impressed on me was independence, independence, independence. So it's been a critical factor as to how the office has developed over the last 19 years. But as I've said earlier, these things cannot be taken for granted. Independence is a fragile thing which is hard won and easily lost. The challenge to independence comes from a number of sources, some subtle and some not so subtle. In thinking about these issues, there may be relevance for other public sector bodies that value their independent status. I wouldn't overstate it, but as we've seen with the RHI scandal and indeed other aspects of public services in Northern Ireland, oversight, accountability remains a strong area for concern. And in my view, maintaining an independent perspective, both in practice and in reality, is an important dimension to avoiding how oversight bodies can be seen to be asleep at the wheel. So what lessons can be learned from the Office of the Police Ombudsman? And I think there are three areas for discussion, based on some academic work in this area by a professor in Sussex, and I've applied them to my own context. First of all, financial independence. Now, it's often said that he who pays the piper calls the tune. How can you truly say you're independent when the purse strings are held by someone else? Clearly, there are legislative protections here which underpin certainly our investigative practice in the office. And in my 11 years of leading criminal justice oversight bodies, I cannot think of one example where a minister has tried to influence decision making. Any minister with responsibility for police oversight would be extremely foolish to try and interfere with the decision making, and in my experience has never done so. My experience with civil servants has also been positive. In the vast majority of cases, they've acted professionally and with a correct understanding of the relationship between the sponsor department and the oversight body. Very occasionally, there have been attempts which have overstepped the mark. As an aside, and I wouldn't overstate this, but I do remember under direct rule wanting to brief the then minister without his civil servants present about a sensitive topic on prisons. It was by pure coincidence that a senior civil servant in the sponsor department initiated a conversation about the fact that my contract was coming to an end. And could they have a conversation with me about it? Now, examples like that have been few and far between. And it's pretty mild, and I have to say easily batted away. I do wonder, though, if this has been an issue for other oversight bodies that produce a report that might embarrass a minister of the department. Anecdotes I've heard would suggest that perhaps there are issues that need to be considered in that context. Because what it can lead to is self-censorship and the dilution of difficult but nonetheless necessary messages. Yet, as we know, funding is a political decision. All politicians in power have to make difficult decisions about competing priorities. And here the challenge is one of ensuring that the necessary funding is provided to undertake the work. We all want funding for our own organisations, and decisions on prioritisation clearly have to be made. Now, if we take my legacy investigations as a case in point, in 2012 when I was appointed, I had 170 complaints with around 40 staff. Today, I have in excess of 430 complaints and around less than 30 staff doing legacy investigations. But let me be very clear, I am not saying there's been some form of conspiracy to underfund the office to undermine its ability to investigate the past. I am not saying that, although there are some who would argue that that's the case. The budget cuts facing the office have been part of a general austerity drive across the public sector, and certain areas have suffered, and in certain areas we have suffered less than others. But it is perhaps an unintended consequence of the failure to fund legacy that has forced the office to prioritise which legacy cases it can work on, and thus independence of decision making can be compromised because we don't have control of the budget. The impact of having to do more with less is a constant refrain across the public sector, but it becomes dangerous when it directly impacts on what cases can be investigated and how long these investigations take. I've said in other contexts, I'm genuinely tired of having to apologise to families for the length of time that cases take within the office. And I recognise that this pales in insignificance compared to the impact on those who've had to wait many years for answers to what happened. But an independent office needs to have the resources, the skills and the procedures to provide an independent complaint service. Which brings me to my second area. There's a Chinese proverb that concerns the boiling of a frog. Placing a frog in boiling water means it will jump out. Placing a frog in cold water and gradually turning up the heat will mean that the frog will be cooked. This rather gruesome image is often presented as demonstrating the dangers of slow incremental change. By the time you realise it's dramatic change, It's too late to do anything about it. This is an area that any oversight body has to be constantly aware of. Such challenges are presented in the language of managerialism. The need for greater efficiencies mean that accommodation has to be shared. Capital budgets have to be controlled. HR practices have to be centralised. We're constantly being asked to ensure our policies and procedures are consistent with the Northern Ireland Civil Service and to participate in central initiatives. So what? Well, the so what is the problem that PONI, my own organisation, it's an investigative body with its own culture, its ethos, based around the principles of civilian oversight. The distinctiveness and clarity and purpose and the capacity for flexibility in what we do has made a significant contribution to building the office in the last 19 years. The more an office like PONI becomes integrated within central initiatives, the less distinctive it becomes, not only in the minds who work for it, but for those to whom we provide a service. Allowed to work their course unchallenged, an organisation can be very different in 5 or 10 years' time compared to what it is now. For example, the freedom to make recruitment decisions is critical. We have seen elsewhere the risks of what's called regulatory capture, where which occurs when an agency has been created to act in the public interest, advances instead the concerns of the industry or sector it is charged with regulating. Such a position can occur if there's too much movement between the oversight body and the organisation responsible for it. One of the worst examples I can think of this was found in the RAN report in the Republic of Ireland, published a number of years ago, into sexual abuse of children in schools. What he says is that the Education Inspectorate was basically captured by the religious, the schools and the Department of Education, and as a consequence significantly failed in their duty of care to children. And it's often said as an argument in support of this kind of movement that only professionals can oversee or regulate other professionals. So that lawyers must examine lawyers, doctors must examine doctors, teachers must inspect teachers, and so on. It's only recently that Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary recruited senior inspectors who were not police officers. I believe it's one of the strengths of civilian oversight in an organisation such as PONI, is that we have a mix of people drawn from a variety of different backgrounds. Don't get me wrong, I do have a need for ex-police officers as part of my organisation, but the culture and ethos should be our own. It shouldn't be one which simply reflects policing. Because perception is important as well as reality. And I think there are lessons to be learned from other jurisdictions. And I note that the police oversight bodies in Scotland and England and Wales prohibit a police officer from holding the top post. So independence is not just therefore about decision making. The organisational context that decisions are made are critically important. Finance does determine when cases can be investigated and how long that investigation takes. Recruitment procedures do determine the nature and type of organisation. Accommodation does influence the character and ethos. And while we can make an argument that our funding is not derived from the police, it's difficult to say it can be spent with complete discretion within the office. Clearly, there cannot be complete autonomy. A minister, under devolution, if you remember that, has to be accountable to the executive for the budget spend within the office. No minister would, as I've said, involve themselves in decision making around cases, yet the context and framework within which these decisions are taken fall within his or her decision making. Which takes me to my third area then. The final one, over which we have most control, is independent judgment, or put it another way, independent decision making. It's also perversely the area of greatest challenge. For some people, a good ombudsman's report is like a good exam question. It's one you know the answer to. And all too often, if you don't like the answer, you don't like the report. Northern Ireland has many public bodies which provide an independent service, but very few which hold our authorities to account and do so in public. Two that spring to mind are the National Northern Ireland Audit Office and the Northern Ireland Public Services Ombudsman. But it would be fair to say that neither has been in the eye of the storm the way in which the Police Ombudsman's Office has been since it opened 19 years ago. One of my colleagues who has served in the office for these 19 years recently remarked to me that it has always had to fight for its independence, but that fight is now more intense and frequent than it has ever been. Certainly there are times when it's felt we were under attack, whether it was from a lack of funding, the judicial process, judicial reviews, elements of a hostile media set against everything that we do. The ability to cherry pick reports, to focus on ones you disagree with, while ignoring the ones you like, or the other way around, has taken on an art form. Thus we are accused of being obsessed with the term collusion. Those who say this obviously have not taken the time to look at the work that we do. Of the 14 legacy reports we've published, we've found no evidence of collusion in 11 of them. Hardly an obsession. We're accused of grandstanding, hogging the headlines of a witch hunt against police officers, focusing on what has gone wrong, that we don't understand policing. Again, I would say the evidence doesn't stack up. We find an outcome in favour of a complainant in around 30% of cases, which is high internationally. But put it another way, we do not substantiate a complaint in around 70% of the cases that we look at. We publish around 50 case studies a year. If you're bothered to read them, you will see there's a real balance of both criticising the police and showing them and showing that they did no wrong. Hardly a witch hunt. To those that say to us we don't understand policing, I'm afraid office that said the police did no wrong is as valuable as one which says the police activities fell below the standards expected. Yes, we've been very critical of the police and in a very public way. There have also been times when we've addressed serious allegations of police criminality and misconduct and determined there was no substance to those allegations. That these conclusions have largely gone unchallenged, I would argue is because we have not been afraid to publicly criticise the police when it's been necessary and appropriate to do so. That is accountability in my view and practice. It is of course right that reports to the office are subject to public scrutiny. Transparency is an important part of demonstrating independence. And the power to publish one particular report is currently under challenge in the courts, so I'll not say anything more about it at this stage. But challenge becomes dangerous to independence when it's weaponised, when attempts are made to undermine everything you do because you dislike some things. Before I became police ombudsman in 2012, I actually took on an investigation into the independence of the Office of Chief Inspector of Criminal Justice. It seems a long time ago now. Certainly many of the issues considered important then have now been thankfully taken off the table. And this is in no large part due to the staff work within the office itself. At the time I said operational independence of the office had been lowered, partly because its reports appeared to have been buffeted from a number of different directions, which led to a lack of confidence amongst many of those involved in the process. It's ironic that the office, which has been lauded as having the most robust legislation and independence and control of the complaints process, would be criticised in 2011 for independence of judgment. So I suppose this takes me to the critical lesson that I've learned during my time in office. The need for an independent mindset which is evidence-based and which resists the pressures for taking unpopular views. You can have all the safeguards you want, but if an independent mindset is not there and you're reluctant to say difficult things, then there's a problem. So what's the conclusion? First of all, the obvious one is that you cannot take independence for granted. It can be undermined in a number of different ways, and whoever holds the post of police ombudsman must keep this in mind. Be aware that some entirely innocent initiatives can have unintended consequences. Secondly, it's not enough to be aware, you have to take action. You need to be a thorn in the side of those you are holding to account and who have the power to influence what you do. This should not be destructive, but protect the office and what it does. Society in general, and policing in particular, will benefit from strong evidence-based opinions freely given. Finally, and most importantly, independence of judgment is the key. An independent mindset and perspective, in my view, are essential. That's why we're seldom away from the headlines. The Northern Ireland population are not fools. If you want people to accept that you're independent, then you have to provide them with the evidence and let them make up their own mind. Thank you.
Michael, can I say a couple of things as we close?
First of all, for what it's worth coming from me, and I suspect coming from everybody here, can I thank you for your public service over the last number of years, but especially the last 7 years as policing ombudsman. One of the most difficult tasks I think there is here. One of the tasks where the integrity of the person doing it is really extremely important. And I think over anything I've seen over the last 7 years, nobody has questioned that integrity. And I think you've contributed hugely to this society. And so can I ask everybody to join me in saying thank you very much to Dr. Michael Maguire.
You know, when this coronavirus thing started, I thought to myself, what? I have to wash my hands every time I go to the toilet? Well, that's going to be very inconvenient. But I wasn't worried about the coronavirus at all because, you know, I thought it only affects old ones. It doesn't affect young people like me. Excuse me, I am young. Yes, I am. For instance, I now know that Minecraft has nothing to do with the coal industry or Arthur Scargill. So, I thought nothing to do with me. It only affects adult ones, but it does affect young people. It does affect everybody. So that's why we're asking young people to obey 3 very, very simple rules. Stay at home, wash your hands, keep your distance. Now, you don't need to know anything about epidemiology or virology or science or anything. Just 3 simple rules. Wash your hands, stay at home, keep your distance. I got those confused now, didn't I? Well, we've all been told to stay at home, but can I just say, just because we've all been told to stay at home, the coronavirus is definitely not a conspiracy. I've been online and there's a lot of stuff on there that is frankly unbelievable. Let me make it absolutely clear. No, the coronavirus does not just affect Catholics. No, it was not invented by Bono so he could release a god-awful song. No, the coronavirus was not spread by teachers so they could get an extra 4 months off on a holiday. Though, to be fair, that is quite plausible. No, it wasn't spread by divorce lawyers who think they'll make a fortune after lockdown. No, all you need to know about the coronavirus is that we're at the next stage and you can be part of the resistance. We as individuals can resist going out and that will help the health service. Be, as an individual, be part of the resistance. Yes, I think we should call it the People's Individual Resistance Alliance, or PI. Tell you what, let's not call it that. Anyway, just be part of the resistance. Stay at home. Help our health workers. Thank you very much. Oh, before I go, can I just say a huge thank you to my son who's filming this. Son, got a wee present for you here. There you go. 3 sheets, and you behave yourself, you get another 3 tomorrow.